Chapter 585. Ha 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 ha. Huang Dong's laughter completely suppressed the whispers of the surrounding crowd. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, yet his hand moved instead. He slowly raised his hand and pointed out with his finger. Instantly, swish, an origin energy point force that was condensed into form was accompanied by an ancient horned dragon silhouette in the sky as it whistled out, and it moved menacingly as it pierced into the space between Huang Dong's brows. Pu. A light sound sounded out as a bloody hole appeared between Huang Dong's brows, and he fell stiffly onto the ground without making a single sound. He couldn't be any more dead. Henceforth, the 5 great young geniuses of the Bajau Imperial Kingdom were all dead. On the high platform, the representative of the Bajau Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, and the other representative by his side had livid expressions, and their bodies started trembling intensely. The 5 young geniuses of their Bajau Imperial Kingdom had actually all died. Moreover, they died right before their eyes. These 5 people were the future pillars of the Imperial Kingdom. Kai Ming. Under his embarrassment and rage, Wei Kuan looked at Kai Ming as he sent a voice transmission that was filled with ruthlessness. It's you, it's all you. All of this was because you intentionally dug a hole for me to jump into. It's you that caused their deaths, it's you. Kai Ming slightly turned his head when he heard Wei Kuan's voice transmission, and he glanced at Wei Kuan as if he was looking at an idiot. Wei Kuan, even if it was a hole I dug, it seems to be your choice whether to jump in or not, right? Now, you still want to push all the blame onto me? First think properly about how you'll give an explanation to the Emperor of your Bajau Imperial Kingdom after you return. Ha 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 ha. Kai Ming's voice transmission was filled with an excited laughter. In the past, because of the competition for mineral veins between the 2 kingdoms, although the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and Bajau Imperial Kingdom didn't go to war, they were like fire and water. They wished for nothing more than to annihilate each other. Now, when he saw the 5 most outstanding young geniuses of the Bajau Imperial Kingdom had all died, Kai Ming was extremely happy as well. Moreover, as far as Kai Ming was concerned, all of this was because of the provocation of Wei Kuan and the 5 young geniuses of the Bajau Imperial Kingdom. Otherwise, the outcome might not be like this. As the saying goes, leave some leeway for everything so that we can meet again in the future. This sentence was obviously something the people of the Bajau Imperial Kingdom. 7th level of the Void Prying stage. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. After Long Yun and Su Li, the purple-clothed young man on the fighting ring became the focus of attention of the entire place without any surprise. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is really heaven-defying this time. First, an 8th level Void Prying stage martial artist and a 9th level Void Prying stage martial artist appeared. Now, the youngest one is actually a 7th level Void Prying stage martial artist. Based on his age, he's at most around the age of 25. Such natural talent is sufficient to make all the young geniuses of our Darkstone Empire feel ashamed. After today, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's name is bound to spread throughout the entire Darkstone Empire. To put it crudely, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is completely on fire. The crowd of onlookers discussed animatedly. His words were filled with emotions. Duan Lingtian. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duan Lingtian with smiles on their faces. They were happy for Duan Lingtian. Of course, in their hearts, they were still somewhat shocked. Duan Lingtian had actually broken through to the 7th level of the Void Prying stage. This was something they did not know beforehand. Duan Lingtian has broken through to the 7th level of the Void Prying stage. Long Yun stood on the combat ring and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was on the other combat ring, and his expression went slightly gloomy. His natural talent is actually so strong. Even though Long Yun himself had broken through to the 8th level of the Void Prying stage. In a short year, having such an improvement was sufficient to shock anyone. But only he knew. The reason he was able to have such an improvement was entirely because he'd successively consumed 2 spirit fruits during this year. One of the spirit fruits was even the same as the reward given to the person that obtained the honor of being the number 1 young genius in the empire. Both of them were void fuse fruits. So he didn't have much desire towards the void fuse fruit now. Besides obtaining the qualifications to head to the Darkstone Empire and participate in the Dynasty Martial competition, his objective was to defeat Duan Lingtian. I wonder if this Duan Lingtian's demonic technique is useful to me now that I've broken through to the 8th level of the Void Prying stage. Long Yun thought in his heart. Where exactly did this Duan Lingtian learn this demonic technique? Even Master doesn't know the ins and outs of his demonic technique. As far as Long Yun was concerned, this was extremely inconceivable. After all, his master was the strongest existence he'd seen in his entire lifetime. Even his master was unable to see through Duan Lingtian, and this caused him to be slightly unable to accept it. Duan Lingtian, you really didn't disappoint me. A wisp of a smile appeared on Su Li's cool face now. He'd gotten acquainted with Duan Lingtian when he was 18 years old. At that time, Duan Lingtian was only a 16-year-old youth. Later on, the strength Duan Lingtian revealed time and time again caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness. When they passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and entered Paladin Academy in unison, he was even left far behind by Duan Lingtian. At that time, he'd once thought that it was impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian in his entire lifetime. Unexpectedly, the numerous unexpected events later on allowed him to encounter his current master. Whereas he'd completely caught up to Duan Lingtian and even surpassed Duan Lingtian. This was something he didn't dare imagine in the past. Not bad, not bad. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. What's your name? King Yong's burning gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he asked with a light smile. Under the numerous gazes of envy and jealousy, Duan Lingtian nodded to King Yong. King Yong, I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Immediately, the people present deeply remembered this name. Duan Lingtian? Lingtian. What a good name. King Yong lightly smiled as he nodded. I hope you're able to obtain one of the 10 positions to head to the Dark Han dynasty. I look favorably upon you. I look favorably upon you. King Yong's short sentence pushed Duan Lingtian to the peak of the storm. Duan Lingtian. The expression of Prince Sheng who sat by Kai Ming's side was livid. He never imagined that in a moment of carelessness, Duan Lingtian would actually have such a great breakthrough. The eyes of all the young geniuses from the various powers and imperial kingdoms had gone completely red. I'll go against you. In next to no time, a blue-clothed young man flew up the combat ring to stand in confrontation with Duan Lingtian. This was a 7th-level Void Prying stage martial artist with the same cultivation as Duan Lingtian, and he even possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon to rely on. However, it was precisely because he'd only comprehended half-step advanced force that he was blasted off the combat ring by Duan Lingtian in a single move. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian didn't use a soul skill. As far as he was concerned, an existence like this wasn't sufficient for him to utilize a soul skill. As for the 2 people from the Bajau Imperial Kingdom from before, he'd done it entirely for the sake of teasing them. The repeated provocations and killing intent they revealed towards him caused him to feel extreme rage that came from the bottom of his heart. Advanced wind force. The people present were once again shocked by Duan Lingtian. He was only around the age of 25, yet possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Prying stage, and it was already sufficient to shock others. Now, he'd even revealed advanced wind force. Perhaps, the natural talent and comprehension ability of this Duan Lingtian isn't inferior to Su Li at all. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, what a miraculous place, is actually able to give birth to such a monstrous genius. If I have the chance, I'll surely go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and pay my respects to that miraculous place. The surrounding crowd of spectators sighed with emotion. At this moment, the young geniuses present truly realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. Meanwhile, many ring masters that no one challenged had appeared on the other combat rings. Practically all these ring masters were existences at the 8th level of the Void Prying stage. There were only 2 combat rings, and there were still 4 7th-level Void Prying stage martial artists competing. Duan Lingtian, right? I, Zhongnan, will go against you. A figure flew up onto the combat ring Duan Lingtian stood on. As expected, it drew the attention of everyone present. It's Zhongnan. Zhongnan has finally made a move. Zhongnan is the third strongest person in the younger generation of our Darkstone Empire. His cultivation is at the 9th level of the Void Prying stage, and his even comprehended first-level Earth concept. Zhongnan's strength isn't inferior to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Su Li. The surrounding crowd of spectators were in an uproar. The third strongest person in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire? Duan Lingtian sized up the young man before him with surprise. The young man was around the age of 35 with an ordinary appearance, and he belonged to the type that couldn't be found in a crowd. 9th level of the Void Prying stage, comprehending first-level Earth concept, and is actually only the third strongest person in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire? Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Looks like it's very likely that his guess from before was correct. It's very likely that there's an existence at the Void Initiation stage or above amongst the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. Even though I have the suspicion of bullying the weak in our battle. But I subconsciously feel that you're not as simple as you seem on the surface. Zhongnan had a serious expression when facing Duan Lingtian. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Not to mention you defeating that 7th level Void Prying stage martial artist earlier. You obviously used unusual methods when dealing with those two young geniuses from the Bajau Imperial Kingdom. This time, Zhongnan had condensed his origin energy into voice transmission and sent it into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. When everyone felt that the two young geniuses from the Bajau Imperial Kingdom had gone mad, this Zhongnan had actually seen through an inkling of it. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, a completely black rod appeared in his hand. Grade 5 Spirit Rod. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he noticed at the first possible moment that the rod in Zhongnan's hand was a Grade 5 spirit weapon. Zhongnan was also the first person Duan Lingtian had seen that used a rod in the recent few years. The rod was the ancestor of weapons. In this world, when weapons like sabers, swords, and spears hadn't been born, the weapon everyone used was the simplest rod. So, the rod could be said to be the ancestor of all weapons. Of course, even though the rod was simple, it wasn't an easy thing to use well. Even though the rod didn't have the edge of a saber or sword. Chapter 586. I heard that 1 month ago, Zhongnan relied on the Grade 5 spirit rod in his hand to forcefully smash a 9th level Void Prying stage martial artist that had comprehended advanced force to death with a swing of his rod. Yeah, Zhongnan's martial skill, 1000 mass rod, is too overbearing. Supposedly, the 1000 mass rod is a high-grade Earth rank martial skill. Zhongnan relied on the 1000 mass rod to comprehend Earth force all the way, and now he has even comprehended Earth concept. The surroundings went into an uproar when they saw the spirit rod appear in Zhongnan's hand. Duan Lingtian heard the discussions in the surroundings, and he deeply realized that Zhongnan wasn't simple. My spiritual force is currently at the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. Whereas, although this Zhongnan is a 9th level Void Prying stage martial artist, he has comprehended first level Earth concept. I wonder if the illusory space created by my soul skill, 1000 illusions, will be able to seal him. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun as he thought of many things. He'd already made a decision in his heart. If his soul skill, 1000 illusions, was useless against this person, then he would directly admit defeat. Be careful. Needless to say, Zhongnan was extremely open and upright, as he took the initiative to warn Duan Lingtian before making a move. Subsequently, Zhongnan raised his leg and stomped on the ground, causing the combat ring to tremble as if the earth was quaking. Instantly, along with the origin energy on Zhongnan's body raging, an ancient horned dragon silhouette was surrounded by 2000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky like a host of stars surrounding the moon. Along with Zhongnan's origin energy, an earthen yellow-colored energy appeared. Another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air. First level Earth concept. He still wants to rely on the energy of the earth. Duan Lingtian's face couldn't help but go slightly grim when he saw Zhongnan's entire body gradually forming a strange connection with the earth at this moment. Instantly, another 5000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Zhongnan. This was the energy of the earth Zhongnan relied on with his first level earth concept. This wasn't the end. Whoosh! along with the origin energy on Zhongnan's body pouring into the grade 5 spirit rod in his hand. Another 5,700 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. In the end, Zhongnan exerting his full strength and drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth caused the unusual phenomenon to be fixed on the 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 2,700 ancient mammoth silhouettes. If they don't fight far from the ground, even Su Li would not be Zhongnan's match. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely solemn. Furthermore, this Zhongnan had comprehended the earth intent. It was likely that he had also practiced an earth-rank defensive martial skill. Boom! Zhongnan took a step forward, and the ground on the combat arena cracked apart, like a spider web that swept out in all directions. At this moment, it was as if Zhongnan had transformed into the god of the earth, and he was in control of the boundless divine force of the earth. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is going to lose. Encountering Zhongnan can only be said to be his own misfortune. Zhongnan's strength can be considered to be invincible beneath the void initiation stage in our Darkstone Empire. Unless one is in existence above the void initiation stage, it's practically impossible to defeat Zhongnan. Most of the onlookers were not optimistic about Duan Lingtian. Only the few people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom looked at the development of the scene before them with slight anticipation. Of course, not everyone looked forward to it. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Prince Shung looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was filled with coldness, and he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. I hope Duan Lingtian is killed by this Zhongnan. Otherwise, with the progress of his cultivation, not to mention me, even the Azure Forest Trisect might not be able to do anything to him in the future. Extreme coldness arose within Prince Shung's heart. On the combat arena, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as a dim light gradually flashed deep within his eyes, and it seemed to have transformed into an evil flame. Victory or defeat will be decided here, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and when Zhongnan took a stride forward with a speed that grew swifter and swifter, charging towards him. 1,000 illusions. His spiritual force pierced into the soul brand and successfully executed the soul skill that belonged to him. An illusory space that he just constructed enveloped Zhongnan within it. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was slightly perturbed. He was deeply afraid that the illusory space would be destroyed by Zhongnan's first-level Earth concept. Along with the passage of time, although the illusory space was lightly trembling, it wasn't damaged in the slightest, and this caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but heave a sigh of relief. Looks like the illusory space constructed by my current spiritual force isn't afraid of first-level concept. But if it's second-level concept, then the strength of the illusory space would probably be destroyed. Duan Lingtian discerned this from the reaction of the illusory space. Since a first-level concept was unable to destroy the illusory space constructed by his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, then, he was now the ruler of the small world that Zhongnan resided in. He could control Zhongnan's life and death. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhongnan made a move. But when they saw Zhongnan still heavily smashed out his rod after Duan Lingtian dodged, and it blasted towards the air, they were completely dumbstruck. Could it be that Zhongnan has gone mad as well? Right when the group of people were astonished and bewildered, Zhongnan swung out his rod once more, and this time, it smashed towards the air on the other side. This caused the surrounding people to be speechless. King Yong, this Duan Lingtian wouldn't have utilized an inscription, right? An old man that sat by King Yong's side couldn't help but ask. He didn't utilize an inscription. King Yong shook his head, and his eyes were filled with surprise. He'd roamed freely throughout his entire life, yet it was the first time he'd seen such a strange scene. This feeling. It's as if Zhongnan has fallen into an illusory formation constructed from an inscription formation. How exactly did this Duan Lingtian accomplish it? At this moment, in the eyes of King Yong, the violet-clothed young man on the combat ring was mysterious to the point it caused him to be unable to help but be shocked. Swoosh. On the combat ring, Zhongnan smashed out with his rod once more. This time, he was already standing at the edge of the combat ring, yet he seemed to not have noticed in the slightest. It's time to end it. Duan Lingtian shrugged and slowly walked towards Zhongnan before standing by Zhongnan's side. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian's hand pressed down on Zhongnan's back, and with a casual push, he pushed Zhongnan off the combat ring. Zhongnan had lost. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Isn't this too strange? Duan Lingtian and Zhongnan aren't putting on an act, right? They're surely putting on an act. Otherwise, how could such an absurd thing possibly occur? I think this isn't a coincidence. Don't forget those two young geniuses from Bajau Imperial Kingdom from before. Their appearances at that time were more or less similar to the current Zhongnan. Yeah, if it's only putting on an act. Would those two young geniuses from Bajau Imperial Kingdom be willing to be killed by Duan Lingtian? The surrounding spectators discussed animatedly, and all of them were shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability. Duan Lingtian, a wisp of a bitter smile suddenly appeared on Su Li's face. He knew. Even if he went against the current Duan Lingtian, he would lose without a doubt. Zhongnan's strength wasn't inferior to his. It was even to the extent that if they fought on the ground, then Zhongnan would rely on the energy of the earth to easily defeat him. Yet now, Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhongnan on the ground. Even though Duan Lingtian hadn't defeated Zhongnan with actual strength. But Zhongnan had indeed lost. In a battle between martial artists, the process wasn't important, and what was important was the outcome. I originally thought that I would be able to leave Duan Lingtian far behind this time. But unexpectedly, he has already caught up. Su Li sighed lightly in his heart. How could this be possible? On the other combat ring, Long Yun had an expression of disbelief as he looked at the scene before him. He wasn't willing to believe that all this was true. He felt that he was far from being a match for Zhongnan. But Duan Lingtian had defeated him. At this instant, Long Yun felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. Even if Su Li went against Zhongnan, I'm afraid he wouldn't have the slightest confidence to win. But Duan Lingtian defeated Zhongnan instead. Long Yun realized that if he wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian, he probably had to defeat Su Li first. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had even left Su Li behind. Duan Lingtian, on the high platform, the astonishment on Kai Ming's face gradually dispersed, and replacing it was a dense smile. On the other hand, the expression of the nearby Prince Sheng was extremely unsightly. This Duan Lingtian is actually so terrifying now. I'm afraid no one below the void initiation stage is a match for him. Tempestuous waves arose in Prince Sheng's heart. Duan Lingtian was invincible below the void initiation stage. Prince Sheng. Right at this moment, a voice transmission sounded out by Prince Sheng's ears. Prince Sheng looked at Kai Ming with a bewildered expression. He was able to discern that the person who sent the voice transmission was precisely Kai Ming. I know that you hate Duan Lingtian to the bone because of the incident in the cage battle arena and the humiliation the young prince suffered. But I still hope that you're able to bury the hatchet with Duan Lingtian. Kai Ming continued via voice transmission. You've seen Duan Lingtian's current accomplishments as well. He's going to the Dark Han dynasty for sure. It's even to the extent that his future is limitless. In the future, it'll probably be impossible for you to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Since it's like this, why don't you bury the hatchet with him? I'm willing to act as a go-between for both of you, how about it? I believe that Duan Lingtian is still willing to give me this face. Kai Ming's words were filled with good intentions. Prince Sheng's body shook. Bury the hatchet? Isn't this asking me to take the initiative to admit defeat? If it's like this, where's my dignity? But when he thought about it carefully, Kai Ming's words did indeed make sense. I'll consider it. Prince Sheng took a deep breath and replied via voice transmission with a deep voice. Kai Ming nodded and wasn't surprised. If Prince Sheng agreed directly, perhaps he would doubt Prince Sheng's sincerity. As a revered elder of the imperial family, he was extremely clear about Prince Sheng's character. Why are there so many monstrous geniuses in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? The two representatives of the Bajau Imperial Kingdom had livid expressions. Especially Wei Kuan, his eyes had unknowingly been tainted with a wisp of crimson red. If he could, he wished for nothing more than to directly charge down the high platform and slaughter the 5 great young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to vent the hatred in his heart. But his reason told him that he couldn't do this. Chapter 587. King Yong was the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire since over 10 years ago. An existence that had taken half a step into the void interpretation stage. After over 10 years had passed, if someone said King Yong hadn't stepped into the void interpretation stage, there would probably be no one that would believe it. Looks like Duan Lingtian has obtained a fortuitous encounter since he left by himself this time. Luo Zhong glanced at the nearby Chen Shaoshui and sighed. Perhaps. We can't shut ourselves behind closed doors. We ought to go take a look at the outside world as well. Chen Shaoshui's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Meanwhile, along with Duan Lingtian withdrawing his spiritual force, the illusory space constructed by the soul skill Thousand Illusions vanished without a trace. On the other hand, Zhong Nan, who was pushed down the combat ring by Duan Lingtian, reacted at this moment. After he felt the strange gazes converged onto him from the surroundings. He knew that he'd lost, completely and utterly. When he thought of the scene he faced earlier, Zhong Nan realized at the first possible moment that everything was an illusion. It was like a dream. Thank you. Zhong Nan nodded to Duan Lingtian, and after lightly smiling, he ascended the other combat ring. A 7th level Void Prying Stage Arena Master had just been born on that combat ring. When he saw Zhong Nan ascend, this 7th level Void Prying Stage Arena Master directly admitted defeat and passed the position of Arena Master to Zhong Nan. This Zhong Nan is slightly interesting. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Earlier, when Zhong Nan thanked him, he naturally knew what Zhong Nan was thanking him for. It was none other than thanking him for showing mercy. After all, he was entirely capable of killing Zhong Nan earlier. But he didn't do this. To Duan Lingtian. There was no deep enmity between him and Zhong Nan, whereas, Zhong Nan didn't reveal killing intent towards him from the beginning until the end. So, there was no need for him to kill Zhong Nan. Meanwhile, there was another combat ring, and 2 7th level Void Prying Stage martial artists were fighting intensely. After a short moment, a 7th level Void Prying Stage martial artist won and became the Arena Master. But, he'd only just become the Arena Master when a figure that was like a bolt of lightning lightly descended onto the combat ring. This was a young man around the age of 35. He wore green clothes, and his ordinary face was strained as if someone owed him money. He Long is finally going up. He Long is the publicly acknowledged #2 expert in the younger generation of our Darkstone Empire. His cultivation is at the first level of the Void Initiation stage, and he has even comprehended first-level wind concept. It's time for him to go on stage. The crowd of onlookers discussed animatedly. Whereas that 7th level Void Prying Stage martial artist that had just become a ring master was obviously a young genius of the Darkstone Empire, and his expression went slightly grim when he saw He Long admit defeat. In the end, he obediently jumped off the combat ring. Since then, a champion had appeared in each of the 9 combat rings. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom occupied 3 out of the 9 ring masters. The Darkstone Empire also had 3 people, and they were He Long, Zhong Nan, and Gao Yuhai. Gao Yuhai was precisely that young scholar that lost at the hands of Long Yun earlier, and he ascended another combat ring to become the new master of the ring. Amongst the remaining 3 people, one of them was from the top sect of the Darkstone Empire, the Azure Pill sect. The other 2 were respectively from 2 imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. If no one challenges the 9 Great Ring Masters after 10 breaths of time, then the 9 Great Ring Masters can be considered to be decided. At that time, if someone ascends the combat ring, then that person can only compete for the honor of the #1 young genius of the empire. King Yong stood up from his seat and spoke with a deep voice that was like a sonorous bell. The scene was deathly silent. After a short moment, it became bustling. It's finally time for the competition for the #1 young genius of the empire. But there ought to be no suspense. Of course, along with the discussions of the surrounding spectators, the gazes of many people descended onto the black-clothed young man that stood at the corner of the combat ring. The black-clothed young man stood there with his eyes closed in meditation. Duan Lingtian followed the gazes of everyone to look over. He's the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire. The black-clothed young man was around the age of a little over 30, and he looked to be even younger than He Long and Zhong Nan. The young man had slanted brows, starry eyes, and an extremely perfect face that seemed to have been carved by a blade. It's time for Mo Xian to make a move. Mo Xian is the pride of our Darkstone Empire. Amongst the 10 people that have walked out from our Darkstone Empire, he's the one with the greatest possibility of obtaining the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasty. Mo Xian, the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire, and he'll surely fight for an extremely great honor for our Darkstone Empire. The surrounding crowd of spectators were exceedingly excited. They were filled with confidence towards the black-clothed young man. He's called Mo Xian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his spiritual force stretched out with the intention of detecting Mo Xian's cultivation. But his spiritual force hadn't even approached Mo Xian when he noticed that the spiritual forces he noticed earlier had coiled around Mo Xian. Looks like I can only wait for him to ascend the combat ring before I investigate him. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian realized that there was already no need for him to investigate Mo Xian. Swoosh! Mo Xian moved. From the beginning until the end, some of the spectators didn't see Mo Xian's movements clearly. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses only saw a black-colored bolt of lightning flash past. Subsequently, Mo Xian appeared in the sky at the center of the 9 combat rings, and he stood in midair. Moreover, his eyes gradually opened as well. Mo Xian's eyes weren't normal black pupils, and they were close to gray in color instead. They looked to be extremely deep and caused one to easily get lost within them. Whoosh! Meanwhile, for lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down from the sky above Mo Xian. Third level of the Void Initiation stage. Mo Xian broke through again. The surroundings were in an uproar as they were shocked by the cultivation Mo Xian revealed now. Third level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked in his heart, and he stared blankly at Mo Xian. Mo Xian looked to be at most 32 or 33 years old, yet his cultivation had already surpassed the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire in all aspects. Hey! There's an aura on Mo Xian that feels slightly familiar. I seem to have sensed it somewhere. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face tensed up as he carefully recalled yet was unable to recall where he'd sensed this aura. This aura was filled with gloominess and ruthlessness. Of course, all of this was restrained within Mo Xian's body, and it was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to notice it. Mo Xian probably obtained some fortuitous encounter to possess his current cultivation. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Not to mention Cloud Continent, even in the entire Dark Han dynasty, the Darkstone Empire was only a small country kingdom. The appearance of such an existence in a small country kingdom like this was itself a shocking thing. If he didn't obtain a fortuitous encounter, it was practically impossible. His Mo Xian, the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire, really deserves his reputation. Third level of the Void Initiation stage. This Mo Xian seems to not be 35 this year, right? No matter if it was the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms on the high platform or the group of young geniuses below the platform, all of them sighed with emotion. The vast origin energy on Mo Xian's body was like a ball of flames that enveloped him within it. Right at this moment. Whoosh! Along with strands of material violet-colored energy appearing on the origin energy on the surface of Mo Xian's body, another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes spiraled down with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Third level lightning concept. Many people couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Mo Xian, the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire, possessed a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage and had comprehended 3rd level lightning concept. Does any of the 9 of you want to challenge me? Mo Xian stood in the sky as he spoke slowly, and his cold voice carried an extremely domineering tone. For a time, the combat masters on the 9 combat rings looked at each other, yet none of them dared challenge Mo Xian in the end. Challenging Mo Xian was simply courting death. 3rd level Void Initiation stage and 3rd level lightning concept was sufficient to stop all 9 of them, including Duan Lingtian. Looks like the outcome has already been decided. There's no show to watch after this. Mo Xian's strength is too strong, and is utterly not on the same level as the other 9 combat masters. The other 9 combat masters don't even have the courage to battle him. 3rd level Void Initiation Stage and 3rd level Lightning Concept. Mo Xian's strength is already capable of comparing with the experts of the older generation. Many people in the surrounding crowd were slightly disappointed. Since Mo Xian revealed such a formidable strength, the honor of number 1 young genius in the empire would undoubtedly belong to him. Duan Lingtian, you're not challenging Mo Xian as well? Zhong Nan looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked via voice transmission. Even until now, he still felt a slight lingering fear when he recalled Duan Lingtian's ability. At that moment, his life seemed to be completely controlled by Duan Lingtian, and he was at Duan Lingtian's mercy. He didn't doubt it in the slightest. If Duan Lingtian wanted his life at that time, then he would die for sure. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly when he heard Zhong Nan challenge Mo Xian. Not to mention Mo Xian himself was an existence at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation Stage, and it was far from something the soul skill he executed with his current spiritual force, 1000 illusions, was capable of interfering with. Even Mo Xian's 3rd level lightning concept was sufficient to easily destroy the illusory space he created with his soul skill, 1000 illusions. His soul skill, 1000 illusions, had numerous restrictions, and it wasn't omnipotent. It was completely useless when encountering Mo Xian. I'm not a match for him. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head as he replied to Zhong Nan via voice transmission. Zhong Nan came to a sudden understanding. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the origin energy on Mo Xian's body. Precisely speaking, he was looking at the violet-colored energy contained within Mo Xian's origin energy, and it was lightning concept. 3rd level lightning concept caused the violet-colored energy to have some leaping bolts of lightning within it. If one didn't observe carefully, one would be unable to notice it. Lightning, unknowingly, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in Mo Xian's lightning concept. At this moment, he seemed as if he'd pulled open the layer upon layer of fog, and he'd seen a step further into the profundities of lightning. So that's how it is. In the end, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and a smile suffused his face. As the saying goes, practice is the truth, and the facts are really like this. With today's experience, I've obtained a new comprehension of lightning, and my Tempest Point will surely be able to attain perfection in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident towards this. Chapter 588. Along with Mo Xian's domineering appearance, the young genius competition of the Darkstone Empire was nearing its end. Mo Xian used his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation Stage and 3rd level Lightning Concept to deter everyone. He caused the combat masters of the 9 combat rings, the 9 great young geniuses, to not dare challenge him. Since it's like this, then the curtains to the young genius competition this time can be considered to have come to an end. The number 1 young genius of the empire is Mo Xian. King Yong stood up once more, and his voice was like a thunderclap as it sounded out. The other 9 combat masters will obtain the qualifications to head to the Dark Han dynasty and participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The 9 of you and Mo Xian will gather at the Imperial Palace 3 days from now. At that time, the imperial family will bestow rewards to all of you. King Yong finished speaking in one go. Subsequently, King Yong once again ascended the palanquin, and the 8 Void Stage martial artists carried the palanquin to escort King Yong away. Safe journey, King Yong. Everyone present spoke out respectfully as they sent King Yong's palanquin off with their gazes and vanished behind the clouds and mist in the horizon. The curtains to the young genius competition had come to an end. On the high platform, the representative of Bajau Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, grunted coldly before leaving with another representative. This time, their Bajau Imperial Kingdom could be considered to be unique. They were the only Imperial Kingdom present that had 5 great young geniuses completely annihilated. Kai Ming, our Bajau Imperial Kingdom will remember what happened today. Wei Kuan didn't forget to threaten Kai Ming before leaving. Go ahead. Kai Ming didn't take Wei Kuan's words to heart. Meanwhile, the black clothes of Mo Xian, who was high above in the sky, fluttered rhythmically as he intended to leave. Mo Xian. Duan Lingtian looked at Mo Xian and sent a voice transmission. Instantly, Mo Xian's figure stopped, and his dim and lusterless eyes glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian before asking via voice transmission. Do you need something? Mo Xian's tone contained slight impatience mixed within. I want to make a deal with you. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. A deal? Mo Xian was stunned, and then he asked via voice transmission. Void fuse fruit. You know of it? Duan Lingtian was surprised as he never imagined that Mo Xian would be able to guess his objective. Humph. Mo Xian grunted coldly. Before you, there were no less than 20 people that were interested in the void fuse fruit. However, the benefits they gave weren't sufficient to move me. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Right, it was common knowledge that the void fuse fruit was of no use to Mo Xian. Thus, there would surely be many people that wanted to obtain the void fuse fruit from Mo Xian through bartering. Obviously, no one paid a price that moved Mo Xian. The void fusing fruit is indeed of no use to me. However, if you can't take out something that interests me, I'd rather let the void fusing fruit rot in my hands than give it to anyone. Mo Xian said indifferently. Duan Lingtian smiled confidently and said bluntly, what do you think of a 4th grade spirit artifact? Grade 4 spirit artifact. Mo Xian's pupils constricted when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight surprise. After that, he said, you possess a grade 4 spirit weapon? I'll use a grade 4 spirit sword that can provide a 58% amplification to exchange for the void fuse fruit in your possession. How about it? Duan Lingtian asked directly. Are you sure you want to use a grade 4 spirit sword to exchange for the void fuse fruit? Even though Mo Xian's voice transmission was still calm. But Duan Lingtian was able to sense traces of excitement from it. Obviously, Mo Xian was moved. Yes. Are you willing? Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. If you're able to use a grade 4 spirit sword to exchange with me 3 days from now, then I'll give the void fuse fruit to you. Mo Xian agreed. To Mo Xian, his strength and natural talent weren't inferior to the numerous young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty. But those extremely outstanding young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty more or less possessed a grade 4 spirit weapon to rely on. Yet he didn't. If he were to go against those young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty, he would undoubtedly suffer a loss. So he'd always wanted to obtain a grade 4 spirit weapon. But unfortunately, even in the entire Darkstone Empire, there was only a single grade 4 spirit weapon, and it was in the possession of the imperial family. Supposedly, it was in the possession of King Yong. Yet now, he had the chance to obtain a grade 4 spirit weapon, and it was even using the void fuse fruit to exchange for it, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. After he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, Mo Xian transformed into a black bolt of lightning that vanished before the eyes of everyone. Meanwhile, the young geniuses on the 9 combat rings walked down from the combat rings successively. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, congratulations. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui congratulated Duan Lingtian and Su Li. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he replied. On the other hand, Su Li sighed instead. I heard a long time ago that the Darkstone Empire had a young expert with an extremely extraordinary strength. Now that I've seen him today, he really deserves his reputation. Obviously, Su Li was talking about Mo Xian. Su Li, there's still 2 years until the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At that time, you might not be unable to catch up to him. Duan Lingtian glanced at Su Li with deep meaning as he smiled. Su Li shook his head and smiled when he discerned the meaning contained within Duan Lingtian's eyes. He was naturally able to discern that Duan Lingtian's words contained hidden meaning. But, he still had the confidence to catch up to Mo Xian 2 years from now. Both of you are freaks. Chen Xiaoshui rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian and Su Li, and then he sighed. Luo Zhan and I have already decided that after we leave the Darkstone Empire's imperial city this time, we won't return to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom first, and will wander around the world, yeah. Luo Zhan nodded, and his eyes were filled with yearning. Perhaps, we'll be able to obtain fortuitous encounters that belong to us. Otherwise, if we continue to stay in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom behind closed doors, we're bound to be unable to catch up to both of you in this lifetime. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui making such a decision exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations. But Duan Lingtian supported them. If a flower in a greenhouse didn't experience the battering of wind and rain, its accomplishments were bound to be limited. This was something that he deeply felt. Then I slightly anticipate the scene when I see both of you again in the future, Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard Kai Ming's voice. Subsequently, he saw Kai Ming and Prince Sheng walking over side by side. Vice Dean Kai Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Kai Ming, and as for Prince Sheng, he was directly disregarded by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, Prince Sheng has something to say to you. Kai Ming lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian was stunned, and he looked at Prince Sheng. Duan Lingtian. Prince Sheng looked at Duan Lingtian with a flickering gaze, and he took a deep breath before saying, "Perhaps there was some misunderstanding between us in the past. I hope that from now onwards, the matter between us will be written off and become a matter of the past. How about it?" Prince Sheng spoke with an extremely oppressive tone. Although he couldn't discern much sincerity, Duan Lingtian still couldn't help but be shocked. Who was Prince Sheng? The younger brother of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's emperor, the master of Prince Sheng's estate. An existence at the void initiation stage. Now, Prince Sheng admitted defeat before me? Duan Lingtian, Prince Sheng is extremely sincere. Kai Ming noticed that Duan Lingtian seemed to be slightly hesitant, and he interrupted. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Since Vice Dean Kai has spoken, I naturally have no objections to this matter. Prince Sheng, the matter between us will be written off at this point. After that, Duan Lingtian spoke to Prince Sheng. He couldn't be considered to have any deep enmity with Prince Sheng, and since Kai Ming had spoken, he had to give Kai Ming face no matter what. Of course, if Prince Sheng was only brushing him off for a moment, and Prince Sheng did something that was disadvantageous to him in the future, then he would absolutely not show mercy. Prince Sheng nodded and heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Duan Lingtian's improvement had given him too much pressure, so after considering for a moment, he still chose to put down his dignity and take the initiative to seek reconciliation with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he and Prince Sheng's estate would probably completely vanish from this world in the near future. This was something he had a strong premonition of. Duan Lingtian. You two ought to be the representatives of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, right? Su Li. Long Yun. Waves of clamorous voices sounded out from the surroundings of Duan Lingtian's group. Only now did they notice that they were surrounded by many people. Duan Lingtian's group hurriedly soared into the sky and left as if they were fleeing. There are still 3 days of time. I hope I'll be able to comprehend advanced lightning force in these 3 days. After returning to the courtyard house, Duan Lingtian started cultivating with all his might. A row of wooden figures were placed in the rear courtyard of the courtyard house, and it was precisely for the use of martial artists when cultivating. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing before these wooden figures. Swish! With a raise of his hand, he pointed out with his finger, and advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force swept out. As for his origin energy, Duan Lingtian intentionally suppressed it. Otherwise, wouldn't these wooden figures be directly blasted into powder by him? On the first day, Duan Lingtian carefully savored the things he'd comprehended from the third-level lightning concept on Mo Xian, yet he was still unable to cause his lightning force to break through. On the second day, he'd barely touched the threshold, yet he was still slightly lacking. On the third day, he smoothly broke through. Whirlwind. In the rear courtyard, Duan Lingtian's movements were like the wind as he flashed out. Since he'd comprehended advanced wind force, the high-grade earth rank movement technique he cultivated, Whirlwind, had smoothly stepped into the perfection stage. The perfection stage whirlwind speed was so swift that it was astounding. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his hand. Swish! With a point of his finger, condensed origin energy shot out, and the advanced wind force and advanced lightning force coiled within it as it swept out. The tempest point force easily swept into a wooden figure in the rear courtyard, and it struck the center of its head. Bang! After the tempest point force fused into the wooden figure, it abruptly exploded. Starting from its head, the entire wooden figure transformed into powder. The wooden figure that was still standing there a moment ago had vanished at this moment. My Tempest Point can be considered to have officially stepped into the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile. Presently, the two forces he'd comprehended had both stepped into the advanced stage. To him, this was an extremely great gain. I hope I'm able to advance my two advanced forces into concept as soon as possible. At that time, when my two concepts are released, it would be the strength of two ancient horned dragons. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Chapter 589. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun bid their farewells to Kai Ming and the others. After that, they left the courtyard house together. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui had complicated gazes as they looked at the disappearing figures of Duan Lingtian's group of three. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui only looked at Kai Ming when the figures of Duan Lingtian's group of three vanished before their eyes, and they said, "Vice-Dean Kai, we won't be returning with all of you. We intend to wander around by ourselves." Kai Ming nodded and didn't stop them. Because he knew that it was useless even if he stopped them. The crazy young master and sword young master that stood before him had obviously decided to leave. He wasn't surprised that the two of them had such a reaction. After all, the young experts that appeared in the Young Genius competition held by the Darkstone Empire this time were truly too outstanding. They suppressed Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui in all aspects. Whereas Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui had surely felt extremely pressured. "Go on. I'll help you inform Guild Master Luo." Kai Ming looked at Luo Zhan as he spoke. On the other side, Duan Lingtian's group of three headed towards the Imperial Palace. Duan Lingtian. On the way, Long Yun suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian as strands of bright lights flickered within his eyes. "If you want to make a move against the Azure Forest Trisect in the future, then you must defeat me first." Duan Lingtian was first stunned when he heard Long Yun, and then he said indifferently, "Is there a need for that? Is there a need for that?" Duan Lingtian's indifferent words caused Long Yun's face to instantly flush red. "All in all, if you make a move against the Azure Forest Trisect, then I absolutely won't stand idly by." Long Yun spoke with a low voice. "As you wish." Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. Su Li, who walked side by side with Duan Lingtian since the beginning, grunted coldly and glanced indifferently at Long Yun. "Long Yun, Duan Lingtian is taking revenge for the Azure Forest Trisect, so you better not join in the fun. Otherwise, I won't stand idly by as well. Besides that, I won't allow Master to allow Martial Uncle Dao to interfere in this matter." Su Li's words were resolute. This made Long Yun furious. He originally had the intention of asking his master to protect the Azure Forest Trisect. However, he could tell from Su Li's words that Su Li was serious. As for Su Li's master, if he truly intended to stop his master would truly be unable to do anything. Moreover, it was unknown if they would continue staying in the Dark Han dynasty after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. They did not speak for the rest of the journey. In the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Palace, Duan Lingtian's group quickly gathered with the other 6 people. Duan Lingtian. Zhong Nan took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. He was very grateful for Duan Lingtian's mercy 3 days ago. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile, and then introduced Su Li to Zhong Nan. "Su Li, if I don't borrow the power of the earth, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat you." Zhong Nan said to Su Li, "You're too modest." Su Li gently shook his head. "What I'm saying is the truth. Concept is different from force. Only the force of nature is capable of affecting speed. On the other hand, no matter if it's concept of nature or equipment concept, both can be used on speed." Zhong Nan said seriously, "Just like you sword cultivators. Some formidable sword cultivators rely on sword concept to even transform into a sword when their bodies move, and their speed is so swift that it's shocking." Right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky and drew the attention of everyone. Mo Xian. Mo Xian still wore black clothes as he stood proudly in the distance like a lone wolf. Not long after, someone from the Imperial Palace made an appearance and led Duan Lingtian's group of 9 to a heavily guarded place. This was a temporary residence. Every few steps, there would be a guard standing guard. The cultivations of these guards, when Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out, he noticed a shocking thing. These guards were actually existences at the void prying stage or above. What's this place? As he looked at the palace before him, Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky. A middle-aged man in a white robe that was inlaid with gold and had a cinnabar mole between his brows stepped down from the sky. Behind him, 2 old men followed closely behind him like his shadow. King Yong. Instantly, all the young geniuses present bowed respectfully to King Yong. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian nodded to King Yong as well. Mo Xian. After King Yong descended before Duan Lingtian and the others, he looked at Mo Xian who stood alone at the side, and with a raise of his hand, his origin energy coiled around an object before slowly pushing it before Mo Xian. This was a crystalline and translucent spirit fruit that emitted a wave of pleasant smell. The smell of it caused one to be unable to help but feel relaxed and happy. Void fuse fruit. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Instantly, many people looked enviously at the spirit fruit in Mo Xian's hand. Duan Lingtian stared at the void fuse fruit with a burning gaze. Have you prepared it? Under the gazes of everyone present, Mo Xian looked at Duan Lingtian and asked indifferently. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then a spatial ring shot out with a raise of his hand to descend into Mo Xian's hand. Swoosh! With a raise of his hand, Mo Xian passed the void fuse fruit to Duan Lingtian as well. This scene caused everyone including King Yong to be astounded. What did this Duan Lingtian use to exchange it with Mo Xian? Mo Xian is actually willing to give up the void fuse fruit. Even though the void fuse fruit is useless to Mo Xian. But there don't seem to be many things that can arouse Mo Xian's interest. Unbelievable. Most of the people present were curious about what Duan Lingtian gave Mo Xian. After Duan Lingtian received the void fuse fruit, he directly stuffed it into his mouth under numerous envious and jealous gazes before swallowing it in a few mouthfuls. On the other hand, the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit was temporarily stored within his body, and he would utilize it when he cultivated. As expected of the void fuse fruit, its medicinal strength is truly shocking. It's indeed comparable to the void refining fruit and void accumulation fruit combined. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart as he sensed the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit. I ought to be able to rely on this to break through to the 9th level of the void prying stage. I must break through to the void initiation stage before the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition begins, and then I'll contact the possessors of the other 8 jade swords to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he had a plan in his heart. If I want to become eminent in the martial competition, then it's undoubtedly wishful thinking if I don't possess a cultivation at the void initiation stage or above. Even if it's an ordinary void initiation stage martial artist, he might not be able to become eminent and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasty. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian's objective was to become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and obtain the favor of the powers of the foreign lands. He wanted to use the powers of the foreign lands as a springboard to think of a way to obtain the great treasure left behind by Emperor Wu of Samsara. After that, he would work hard to cultivate and possess a strength that allowed him to roam freely through the foreign lands. Even to the extent that he would become the supreme Emperor Wu and look down upon the heavens and the earth. There's also Ke and Little Fei, they're in the foreign lands now. If I want to see them, then I must leave the Dark Han Dynasty and head to the foreign land. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. Duan Lingtian's yearning towards his 2 fiancées didn't decrease but increased instead. What he was most concerned about was whether they were doing well now. Duan Lingtian. A voice transmission suddenly sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it jolted him awake. What? Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li. The voice transmission from before was precisely sent into his ears by Su Li. Duan Lingtian, what did you use as the price to exchange for the void fuse fruit from Mo Xian? Su Li asked curiously. Subsequently, he added. Of course, if it's inconvenient for you to say, then take it as I didn't ask. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and replied via voice transmission. Actually, it's nothing. I just took out a grade 4 spirit weapon and exchanged it for the void fuse fruit. Su Li was his friend. There was nothing to conceal about such a small matter. Grade 4 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian spoke casually, yet it caused Su Li's pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. You still have a grade 4 spirit weapon? Su Li's voice transmission was filled with shock. Su Li, I'll give you a grade 4 spirit sword before the dynasty martial competition. Duan Lingtian continued. Give it to me. Grade 4 spirit sword? Su Li was shocked, and he went silent for a moment before asking. Duan Lingtian, you. Could it be that you know a grade 4 weapons craftsman? Sort of. Duan Lingtian replied casually. Sort of. Su Li was stunned, and then he shook his head and said, I don't need you to give me a grade 4 spirit sword. I have one myself. But my master doesn't allow me to use it during the selection before the dynasty martial competition. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and at the same time, he sighed in his heart. Having a master from the foreign lands was indeed different. A grade 4 spirit sword was easily obtained. In this way, Long Yun ought to have a grade 4 spirit saber as well? Duan Lingtian asked. It isn't just a grade 4 spirit saber. According to my knowledge, he ought to have a grade 3 spirit saber in his possession. That was prepared for him by his master for him to use during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Su Li said. Grade 3 spirit saber? Duan Lingtian was instantly petrified, and he asked after a short moment. In this way, you have a grade 3 spirit sword in your possession as well? Yes. Su Li nodded lightly. It's really infuriating to compare with others. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Presently, he was at most able to produce a grade 4 spirit weapon. Yet he was unable to produce a grade 3 spirit weapon. After I consume the void fuse fruit, breaking through to the 9th level of the void prying stage ought to not be a problem. Another step and I'll be at the void initiation stage. So long as I break through to the void initiation stage, I'll be able to condense a grade 3 weapon flame and refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. Presumably, so long as he was able to gather the materials to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon before the dynasty martial competition, he would be able to use a grade 3 spirit weapon. Follow me. Meanwhile, King Yong spoke out, and he led Duan Lingtian's group of 10 to walk towards the imperial residence ahead. Everywhere they passed, the guards on guard outside moved aside. Aren't you going to inspect it? Duan Lingtian looked at Mo Xian who walked at the other side and asked via voice transmission. Because he noticed that after he passed the spatial ring that stored the grade 4 spirit sword to Mo Xian didn't take it out to inspect it. Is there any need? Mo Xian replied with a question. Duan Lingtian's face froze as he glanced deeply at Mo Xian, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into an arc. Chapter 590. The grade 4 spirit sword Duan Lingtian used to exchange for the void fuse fruit was precisely the sword the Dark Han dynasty's Milky Way city's treasure-gathering pavilion's pavilion master gave him. King Yong, this is? Duan Lingtian's group of 10 followed behind King Yong and arrived before the pavilion ahead, and someone couldn't refrain from asking. This is the treasure vault of our Darkstone Empire's imperial family. Various rare materials, medicinal pills, and spirit weapons are stored within it. King Yong spoke slowly. Spirit weapon? The eyes of many lit up. Are there grade 4 spirit weapons? King Yong shook his head. Only grade 5 spirit weapons. Instantly, the interest of everyone present waned. But there were a few people that were extremely interested. Even though they possessed grade 5 spirit weapons in their possession, they were temporarily lent to them by the powers they belonged to. Once they were eliminated in the dynasty martial competition, they would have to hand it over when they returned. If they were able to obtain a grade 5 spirit weapon now, it would undoubtedly be a good thing to them. Of course, there were also people like Duan Lingtian and Su Li that possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon of their own. These people weren't interested in grade 5 spirit weapons. The treasure vault of the Darkstone Empire has some good things in the end. In next to no time, their gazes couldn't help but light up and were filled with anticipation. All of you remember, every single one of you can only choose a single treasure from within. If anyone is greedy, then blood will splatter. An old man behind King Yong swept Duan Lingtian's group of 10 with a fierce gaze as he spoke with a low voice. Duan Lingtian's group of 10 nodded. What a joke! Stealing treasures under the eyes of King Yong and these two old fellows that were suspected to be at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above, wasn't that courting death? Rumble. Rumble. Finally, the door to the Darkstone Empire's treasure vault was opened. The scene that entered their eyes was a dazzling sight, and it caused Duan Lingtian and the others to be dazzled. Right when King Yong intended to bring Duan Lingtian and the others in. Wait. A voice that was pleasant like an oriole suddenly sounded out from the horizon. Instantly, Duan Lingtian and the others couldn't help but turn around. A yellow figure, as fast as lightning, descended from the sky and landed in front of Duan Lingtian and the others in the blink of an eye. A beautiful yellow-clothed girl appeared in front of the group of people. Even the guards who had heard the commotion were stunned. The person who fell from the sky was actually a young girl. Judging from her appearance, she was at most 15 or 16 years old, a 15 or 16-year-old Emptiness Realm martial artist. The group of guards felt their scalps go numb. Actually, it wasn't just them. Even the Prince of Yong, the two old men behind the Prince of Yong, and the group of young geniuses were all dumbfounded. Compared to the yellow-clothed girl in front of them, they felt that they had lived like dogs all these years. When they were at their age, it was already not bad to have a cultivation at the origin core stage. Be careful. Right at this moment, Prince Yong seemed to have noticed something, and his face went pale as he shouted out in surprise. At the same time, whoosh, whoosh, two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, shot towards Duan Lingtian with the fastest speed possible. Amongst the people present, only Prince Yong, the two old men behind the Prince of Yong, and Mo Xian and He Long were able to clearly see the trajectory of these two bolts of lightning. Hiss hiss tilde in next to no time, they saw a scene that caused them to be astounded. They saw that a little python had appeared on each side of Duan Lingtian's shoulders. The two little pythons, one black and one white, they were utterly unable to discern what type of snake they were. Presently, the two little pythons were flicking their tongues as they excitedly licked Duan Lingtian's face. Little black, little white. Whereas Duan Lingtian had recovered from the shock of the yellow-clothed young girl's appearance, and he stretched out his hand to grab the two little pythons before sizing them up with a light smile. Hee hee. Big brother Lingtian. Meanwhile, the yellow-clothed young girl looked at Duan Lingtian. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl and was slightly pleasantly surprised. How did all of you know I was here? The yellow-clothed young girl before him wasn't someone else. It was precisely Han Xuanai that took the two little pythons away that day. Big brother Lingtian, little black, little white, and I originally returned to that cave to look for you, but unexpectedly, you'd already left. So we came all the way here to look for you. Han Xuanai said with a light smile, I heard you came to the Darkstone Empire to participate in the Young Genius competition. It has already ended. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's ended. Han Xuanai drooped her little head and was slightly listless. After that, she seemed to have thought of something and asked, Then what are all of you doing now? This is the treasure vault of the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Palace. We intend to go in and receive the rewards of the Young Genius competition this time, and each of us will choose a treasure. Duan Lingtian said. Treasure? Can I go in and choose with you? Han Xuanai's eyes glowed as her interest was aroused. This. You'll have to ask King Yong. Duan Lingtian looked at King Yong with embarrassment, and he said via voice transmission with a slightly perturbed expression. King Yong, this little girl is insensible, don't. Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking to remedy the situation. Han Xuanai had already walked before King Yong, and she wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing King Yong, who had a serious expression. Whoosh. Han Xuanai soared into the sky and stretched out her white wrist to lightly pat King Yong on the shoulder. Uncle Red Mole, I want to go in and choose a treasure with Big Brother Lingtian. Is that all right? Xuanai. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Han Xuanai would make such an insane action, and he instantly felt his scalp go numb. Uncle Red Mole? The others were dumbstruck when they heard Han Xuanai, including the two old men behind King Yong. Subsequently, the group of people looked at Han Xuanai with pitiful expressions. As far as they were concerned. Even though this young woman was beautiful and possessed extraordinary natural talent in the martial Tao. But joking with the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, King Yong, like this bode ill for her. King Yong, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and wanted to plead for mercy for Han Xuanai. Of course. King Yong spoke out and interrupted Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to be dumbstruck. King Yong looked at Han Xuanai with a kind expression and said with a smile, "Little girl, since you're interested in the treasure vault of our Darkstone Empire's imperial family, then go in with them. You can choose the treasures within and take whatever you want." "Thank you, Uncle Red Mole." Han Xuanai's eyes glowed as her figure flashed, and she seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that charged into the treasure vault. At this moment, she'd tossed Duan Lingtian to the back of her mind. Outside the treasure vault, everyone including Duan Lingtian were dumbstruck, and all of them looked at King Yong with disbelief. King Yong is so easy to talk to. Duan Lingtian and some people that weren't familiar with King Yong thought in their hearts. Only some people that had heard of King Yong's deeds had expressions of disbelief. King Yong is actually so courteous to that young woman. Could it be that the young woman has some great background? At this moment, even the 2 old men that followed behind King Yong thought like this. "All of you go in." The smile on King Yong's face was restrained, and he recovered his old-fashioned expression as he spoke indifferently to Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian and the others instantly entered the treasure vault. King Yong, meanwhile, the 2 old men behind King Yong looked at King Yong at the same time with bewildered expressions. "Revered elders, I know what both of you want to ask. We can't afford to offend this young woman." King Yong sighed, and there was slight fear in the depths of his gaze. The 2 old men were instantly petrified when they heard this. Can't afford to offend? These words were spoken by King Yong. In next to no time, they thought of the accomplishments the young woman had obtained at such an age, and they couldn't help but come to a sudden understanding. Perhaps, this young woman is the beloved daughter of the higher-ups of those top powers in the Dark Han dynasty. Duan Lingtian followed the crowd to walk into the treasure vault. But traces of bewilderment were mixed within his heart from the beginning until the end. The change in King Yong's attitude was too strange. Could it be that Xuanai sent a voice transmission to King Yong earlier and told him of her background? In the end, Duan Lingtian could only think like this. According to his knowledge, the yellow-clothed young woman, Han Xuanai, was from the foreign lands. According to his guess, there was an enormous power behind Han Xuanai. Otherwise, how could it help her possess her cultivation at such an age? Wait. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his face went slightly pale. Why didn't I notice earlier? Xuanai's current appearance seems to be no different from all those years ago, and there's utterly no change. According to convention, she ought to be at least a little over 20 this year. But her appearance is still like a 15 or 16-year-old young woman, like a child that hasn't grown up. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he thought up to here. The heavenly mountain maiden. At the first possible moment, a terrifying thought emerged in Duan Lingtian's heart. He still remembered. In his previous life on Earth, there was a famous wuxia novel where there was an existence known as the Heavenly Mountain Maiden. The Heavenly Mountain Maiden was over 100 years old, yet looked to only have the appearance of a young woman. Could it be that Han Xuanai is an old witch that's over 100 years old as well? An old freak. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai, who was looking around in the treasure vault, and his spiritual force silently stretched out with the intention of detecting Han Xuanai's strength. But unfortunately, his spiritual force had only just touched a meter away from Han Xuanai's body when it sunk into the sea and didn't move again. It's as if there's some sort of energy that's preventing me from detecting Han Xuanai. This feeling is completely different from when I'm detecting a void interpretation stage expert like King Yong. Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that the identity of this yellow-clothed young woman of unknown origins was becoming more and more mysterious. Hiss hiss tilde. Right at this moment, the sounds of the 2 little pythons flicking their tongues sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Right, how could I have forgotten about you two? Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little pythons and sent a voice transmission into their ears. Little black, little white. Both of you ought to be able to communicate with me via voice transmission now, right? If you're unable, then both of you are even inferior to Little Gold. Instantly. Big brother, we're much more formidable than it. When we were at the void prying stage, we were already able to communicate with big sister Han Shu and I via voice transmission. Yeah. Big brother, we're very formidable. Two hurried and immature voice transmissions entered into Duan Lingtian's ears at the same time. The former sounded like the voice of a young boy. Chapter 591. Duan Lingtian snickered in his heart when he heard the voice transmission of the two little pythons. These two little fellows were really unwilling to admit defeat before the little gold mouse. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked when he recalled the contents of the little black snake's voice transmission that sounded like a boy's. When we were at the void prying stage, we were able to communicate with big sister Shui Nai via voice transmission. These were the little black snake's words. Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out to sweep towards the two little pythons. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed. Before his spiritual power could reach the two little pythons were already in a daze. A mysterious and unfathomable energy stretched out from the complicated markings on the bodies of the two little pythons, and it blocked his spiritual force. It caused his spiritual force to be unable to touch the bodies of the two little pythons, let alone detect their cultivations. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something. The two little pythons seemed to be completely unaware of the energy that stretched out from the complicated markings on their bodies. This could be seen from their reactions. The gold markings on Little Black's body and the silver markings on Little White's body. All those years ago, I felt they were extraordinary. Now, they're actually able to stretch out a mysterious energy to resist my spiritual force. Duan Lingtian's heart shook and he was shocked in his heart. What's the cultivation of the two of you little fellows now? Who's more formidable? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Big brother, I'm more formidable. The little black snake's boy-like voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears first. Big brother, I'm already at the 3rd level of the void initiation stage. Little White is only at the 2nd level of the void initiation stage, she isn't as formidable as me. The little white snake instead drooped her little head and didn't reply. Duan Lingtian hurriedly consoled. All right, Little White. Your natural talent isn't inferior to Little Black, you'll surely be able to catch up to Little Black very quickly. The little white snake raised her little head when she heard this, and she lightly rubbed the back of Duan Lingtian's hand. Big brother, I'll work hard. I'll surely surpass Little Black. Duan Lingtian had a complicated look in his eyes when he heard Little White's confident words. He had long realized that Little Black and Little White would have extraordinary achievements if they followed Shui Nai. But he never imagined that the two little fellows had actually already broken through to the void initiation stage, and it was even at the 2nd and 3rd level of the void initiation stage. He'd completely left the little gold mouse behind. Xiao Jin, where are you now? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think of the little golden mouse, and he felt a wave of worry. Duan Lingtian, aren't you going to choose? Time is running out. Suddenly, Su Li came to Duan Lingtian's side and reminded the Duan Lingtian who was playing with the snake. There's a time limit. Duan Lingtian was stunned. The Prince of Yong just said that he would give us half an hour. Su Li said again. Duan Lingtian nodded and began to walk around the treasury. What treasury? It's all a pile of trash. I'm not choosing. Right at this moment, Han Shuanai's voice suddenly sounded out, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but laugh bitterly. This little ancestor's background was extraordinary, and it was even to the extent that she might be from a formidable power in the foreign lands. It was pardonable that she who possessed such a background looked down upon the treasures within the Darkstone Empire's treasury. The corners of the mouths of most of the young geniuses, including Su Li, twitched. Trash. They didn't even have the chance to choose a second treasure now. King Yong had given this young woman the authority to take whatever she wanted and take as much as she wanted, yet she actually looked down upon it and didn't want a single treasure. Comparisons are odious. The group of young geniuses couldn't help but sigh with emotion. On the other hand, King Yong couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard the young woman. When he made that promise earlier, he felt a wave of lingering fear and was worried that the young woman would take away the entire treasury. Now, all the treasures within the treasury were looked down upon by the young woman, and at the same time that his feelings were complicated, he was slightly delighted. At the same time, he increasingly realized that the young woman wasn't simple. On the other side, Duan Lingtian searched for a while yet didn't notice anything he particularly wanted. In the end, he only chose a single equipment refinement material. This equipment refinement material could be used to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. The reason Duan Lingtian chose it was because he didn't have any other choice and could only use it as a backup. Half an hour passed by quickly. Duan Lingtian and the others each chose a treasure before following behind King Yong and leaving the palace that served as a treasury. Big brother Lingtian, are all of you going to the Dark Han dynasty next? Han Xuanai followed by Duan Lingtian's side like a curious child. The gaze Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai now was completely different. Who knew if she was really a heavenly mountain maiden? When he thought of how he might be called Big Brother by a maiden of heaven, Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb and his hair stand on end. This. You have to ask King Yong about this. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and replied. Instantly, Han Xuanai looked at King Yong. Uncle Red Mole, when are all of you going to the Dark Han dynasty? Little girl, you intend to go with us? King Yong felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart when facing the yellow-clothed young woman before him, but he still tried his best to squeeze out a trace of a smile on his face. Yeah, I'll go wherever Big Brother Ling Tian goes. Han Xuanai nodded like a chick pecking at rice and was extremely happy. We'll leave now. King Yong sighed when he realized that he was unable to get rid of the young woman. At the same time, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was slightly surprised. He was extremely curious about how Duan Lingtian knew this terrifying young woman. Duan Lingtian, who's she? Duan Lingtian received Su Li's voice transmission. He knew that the she Su Li spoke of was precisely Han Xuanai. I don't know as well. Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission, and his tone contained slight bitterness mixed within. You don't know? Then she called you Big Brother? Su Li was slightly speechless. I've known her since a few years ago. According to my judgment, her identity isn't simple, and she ought to be from the foreign land. Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission. The foreign lands? Su Li's pupils constricted, and then he said via voice transmission, no wonder King Yong is so courteous to her. Looks like she ought to have told King Yong of her identity, or perhaps King Yong has guessed her identity. Perhaps. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian's group of 10, and now Han Xuanai had arrived, and they followed behind King Yong and the two old men as they soared into the sky. Over there. King Yong brought along the two old men and Duan Lingtian's group of 11 to head towards the east. After a short moment, they left the imperial palace and the imperial city. A lofty and enormous mountain appeared ahead. Meanwhile, King Yong stopped moving. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the others stopped moving as well. Right when Duan Lingtian and the others were bewildered as to why King Yong brought them here, rumble. The lofty and enormous mountain ahead trembled, and it started to sway before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. Right at this moment. Swoosh. An exceedingly enormous figure charged into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it stood in the clouds and approached Duan Lingtian and the others. Roar. A demon beast that was like an enormous mountain appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, and it roared into the sky and emitted a deafening enormous roar. For a time, the clouds and mist in the horizon were dispersed by its roar. On the other hand, the expressions of the few 8th-level void prying stage martial artists in Duan Lingtian's group including Long Yun couldn't help but go slightly pale. Obviously, they were affected by the enormous roar of the demon beast. Now, Duan Lingtian was able to see it clearly. The demon beast before them was a tiger-type demon beast, and its body was enormous like an enormous mountain. When looked at from afar, it was like a tiger with an enormous mountain backbone, and its body was coiled with a manner that was like flames. This demon beast, under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out with the intention of probing this demon beast. Right at this moment, a voice transmission from origin energy followed along his spiritual force and transmitted over. Little fellow, your strength isn't bad. A mere 7th level void prying stage martial artist is actually able to resist my sound wave that contained origin energy. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force completely dispersed. That's a third eye. Duan Lingtian, who observed in detail, quickly noticed. A crack suddenly split open between the brows of this enormous demon beast, and a demonic eye appeared before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, this eye closed once more. 3 eyes. It's even able to see through my cultivation with a single glance, Duan Lingtian gasped as the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within his mind, and he intended to know the background of this demon beast. In next to no time, he found the answer. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, this demon beast before him ought to be 3-eyed flame tiger. Duan Lingtian's thoughts hadn't finished when he heard Han Xuanai's slightly surprised voice. Xuanai is actually able to recognize it. Duan Lingtian was surprised. Earlier, he'd found records related to the 3-eyed flame tiger from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. The 3-eyed flame tiger was a type of demon beast with formidable strength. An adult 3-eyed flame tiger even had the chance to ascend to the void interpretation stage. It was a king amongst the numerous demon beasts beneath the demon realm. So long as the 3-eyed flame tiger's third eye is open, it's able to see through the cultivation of a person or demon beast with a cultivation lower than it with a single glance. Earlier, it precisely relied on its third eye to see through my cultivation. The bewilderment in Duan Lingtian's heart vanished without a trace. What a pity. Han Xuanai looked at the distant 3-eyed flame tiger, and she was like a little adult as she commented on it. Your bloodline isn't pure, and you'll at most be at the 9th level of the void initiation stage in this lifetime. It's difficult for you to advance a step further. Han Xuanai's words infuriated the 3-eyed flame tiger. Roar. The 3-eyed flame tiger shook its head that was like a small hill, and its enormous eyes that seemed to be burning with flames stared fixedly at Han Xuanai. What? Big guy, you're angry? Han Xuanai chuckled, and she seemed as if she didn't take the big fellow seriously. Roar. Instantly, the 3-eyed flame tiger was completely enraged, and it roared out explosively as its figure flashed out to charge directly over. Right at this instant, Duan Lingtian felt a scorching aura assault his face, and it caused his expression to be unable to refrain from going grim. The other young geniuses, including the strongest Mo Xian, went grim as well. Right at this moment, a gentle and enormous force arrived, and it carried Duan Lingtian and the others to the side. It was precisely King Yong that had made a move. Chapter 592. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian's face went grim when faced with such a dangerous scene, and he couldn't help but exclaim out in surprise. He utterly didn't have the time to think why King Yong only didn't bring Han Xuanai along and move aside. In the distance, Han Xuanai's expression remained unchanged when facing the 3-eyed flame tiger that seemed to have transformed into a ball of flames that pounced over. Yet at this moment, in the sky above the 3-eyed flame tiger that dashed swiftly, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes swept out and revealed its cultivation. 9th level of the void initiation stage. Not only that, along with the pulsating origin energy on the surface of the 3-eyed flame tiger's body, a fiery red energy that was almost material perfectly fused with the origin energy, and it seemed as if flames were burning. Meanwhile, another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. 8th level fire concept. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Besides being a 9th level void initiation stage demon beast, this 3-eyed flame tiger had comprehended 8th level fire concept as well. Roar. The 3-eyed flame tiger pounced towards Han Xuanai, and its body that was like an enormous mountain was simply 2 extremes when compared to Han Xuanai's body. When compared to the 3-eyed flame tiger, the difference between Han Xuanai was even more like the difference between an ant and a human. King Yong wouldn't have intentionally left without saving her, right? At this moment, similar thoughts appeared in the hearts of the 10 young geniuses, including Duan Lingtian, at the same time. King Yong's actions of only saving them and not saving the young woman caused them to be unable to wrap their heads around it. But the following scene caused Duan Lingtian to be completely stunned. This, Presently, it wasn't only Du and Lingtian. Besides King Yong, everyone else had their eyes wide open and dumbstruck expressions. Heavens! What did we see? Han Xuanai, who was in the distance, unhurriedly raised her hand when facing the three-eyed flame tiger that carried the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons. Subsequently, everyone present clearly saw. Han Xuanai lightly leaped up, and her white wrist that was like white jade unhurriedly stretched out from beneath her sleeve to greet the three-eyed flame tiger that approached menacingly. Roar! The three-eyed flame tiger let out a loud roar and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Han Xuanai into its stomach. At this moment, Han Xuanai made another move. Her lithe figure narrowly avoided the three-eyed flame tiger's ferocious mouth. Immediately after, she arrived at the three-eyed flame tiger's forehead. Whoosh! Her slender jade-like hand formed a palm and pressed down on the three-eyed flame tiger's forehead. At this moment, at the center of Han Xuanai's palm, origin energy appeared out of thin air, condensing into a whirlpool that started to spin. In an instant, waves of strong winds swept out in all directions. Instantly, Du and Lingtian and the others felt a gust of violent wind assault them, and they had to use their origin energy to protect their bodies before they could barely stand still in the air. Their robes fluttered in the wind. What powerful origin energy! Du and Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but shrink as he was inexplicably shocked. Such formidable origin energy had obviously already surpassed the void initiation stage. Void interpretation stage? Du and Lingtian's heart jerked, and at the same time, he couldn't help but raise his head, wanting to clearly see the total number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes that had condensed into form above Han Xuanai. But unfortunately, in the next moment, the waves of coldness that were born from the violent wind caused him to be unable to refrain from closing his eyes. When Du and Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked forward with difficulty, he instead saw. This coldness came from the swiftly revolving origin energy vortex on Han Xuanai's hand. Presently, waves of extremely terrifying icy cold aura were extending out from the origin energy vortex. The air around Han Xuanai was now frozen to the point it was practically motionless. Big guy, I know you three-eyed flame tigers hate water and ice the most. I'll let you have a taste of being frozen into a popsicle. Suddenly, Han Xuanai spoke out with a voice that was moving like an aureole, yet at this moment caused one's hair to stand on end. Frozen into a popsicle? Right when the hearts of Du and Lingtian and the others jerked. Han Xuanai's palm descended and slapped onto the space between the three-eyed flame tiger's brows. Instantly, a terrifying hurricane swept out, and an extremely icy cold aura was mixed within it, whereas the clouds and mist in the horizon had completely stopped at this moment. They were completely frozen by the icy cold aura. Du and Lingtian and the others were utterly unable to clearly see how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared above Han Xuanai. When the clouds and mist swayed once again, the figures of Han Xuanai and the three-eyed flame tiger had once again appeared before the eyes of everyone. But the scene before their eyes caused everyone, including King Yong, to be dumbstruck. I've really become a popsicle, Du and Lingtian looked ahead and muttered. At the place Du and Lingtian's gaze landed on, the distant three-eyed flame tiger had stopped on the spot. Whereas now, there was a layer of thick ice that had frozen the three-eyed flame tiger within it, causing it to become a unique ice sculpture. Whereas within the ice sculpture, one could vaguely see that the origin energy on the three-eyed flame tiger was gradually being annihilated. As for the 8th level fire concept within the three-eyed flame tiger's origin energy, it had been completely destroyed long ago. Presently, the three-eyed flame tiger was completely frozen in midair, and its body started to slowly descend. Right at this moment, swoosh! A swift figure instantly arrived beneath the three-eyed flame tiger's body and supported it up, so as to prevent the three-eyed flame tiger from falling down. Otherwise, with the height the three-eyed flame tiger was at now, once it fell down, it would surely transform into countless pieces along with the ice that froze it. The person that saved the three-eyed flame tiger was naturally King Yong. Presently, King Yong had a bitter smile as he looked at the yellow-clothed young girl in the distance. In the eyes of King Yong, the seemingly harmless young girl was no different than a devil. Miss Xuanai, this three-eyed flame tiger didn't intentionally make things difficult for you, please show mercy. King Yong's tone contained slight helplessness mixed with Han Shuanai raised her head and glanced indifferently at the frozen three-eyed flame tiger, then said indifferently, "Who asked it to want to eat me? Uncle Red Mole, if you want to save it, then you can save it. I won't stop you." As she finished speaking, a wisp of a sly smile appeared in Han Shuanai's eyes. It seemed as if there was some sort of conspiracy. King Yong's face sank as he sighed. "Miss Shuanai, stop joking. You used your origin energy combined with ice concept to freeze it, and you've already caused it to merge into one with the ice. If I were to forcefully attack the ice, then it would die along with it." Han Shuanai's beautiful face froze, and she said with slight surprise, "Uncle Red Mole, I never imagined that you would know this." "Uncle Red Mole, where did you find out?" "According to my knowledge, ice concept isn't common." When he saw Han Shuanai intentionally changing the topic, King Yong was completely helpless, and he glanced at the distant violet-clothed young man with a pleading gaze as he sent a voice transmission. "Duan Lingtian, please ask this Miss Shuanai to spare this three-eyed flame tiger. This three-eyed flame tiger is the empire-guarding demon beast of our Darkstone Empire's imperial family, and it has an extraordinary meaning to our Darkstone Empire. Miss Shuanai's ice concept is truly too formidable. With the three-eyed flame tiger's strength, it'll die for sure within half an hour at most." As he finished speaking, King Yong's voice was slightly trembling. "Ice concept?" Duan Lingtian gasped. Never had he imagined that Shuanai had actually comprehended such a terrifying concept. Ice concept could be said to be the upgraded version of water concept, and it reigned above the numerous concepts of nature. Since ancient times, there was a saying that had been passed down. Ice was formed by water, yet colder than water. This was the same principle as the pupil surpasses the master. "Shuanai," Duan Lingtian looked at Han Shuanai. "Big brother Lingtian, don't worry." Without waiting for Duan Lingtian to finish speaking, Han Shuanai interrupted Duan Lingtian, and she'd obviously guessed what Duan Lingtian wanted to say. The craftiness in the depths of her beautiful eyes was even deeper. "I won't kill this big guy. Wasn't it unwilling to submit earlier? Then I'll freeze it for 15 minutes and let it wake up properly. Let's see if it still dares to be unconvinced." Her tone contained slight childishness mixed with 15 minutes. Duan Lingtian's expression froze when he heard this, and he glanced sympathetically at the three-eyed flame tiger that had been frozen into a popsicle. This big fellow, why did he have to offend this little she-devil? He's simply asking for trouble. But Duan Lingtian's heart was still filled with shock. Never had he imagined that Shuanai's strength was actually so terrifying. Earlier, because the clouds and mist in the horizon were frozen by Shuanai's ice concept, he and the others didn't see the total number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed from the energy of the heavens and the earth when Shuanai attacked. But even then, Duan Lingtian was still able to confirm it. Shuanai's strength was surely at the void interpretation stage or above. Moreover, she wasn't an ordinary void interpretation stage martial artist. This could be seen from the attitude that the Prince of Yong displayed in front of Shuanai. At the beginning, he'd discerned that King Yong was extremely afraid of Shuanai. At that time, he thought that it was because Shuanai had spoken of her origins that caused King Yong to be like this. Now it would seem that the truth wasn't so. Perhaps, when Shuanai stretched out her hand to pat King Yong's shoulder before the treasure vault in the Darkstone Empire's imperial palace earlier, she revealed her terrifying strength before King Yong. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed in his heart. Shuanai wouldn't really be a figure like the Maiden of Heaven, right? Duan Lingtian glanced at Han Shuanai and felt his back go cold. Of course, Duan Lingtian only thought in his heart and didn't say it out loud. He didn't want to become a popsicle like the three-eyed flame tiger. Moreover, this was only Duan Lingtian's irresponsible and random guess. If Shuanai was really a figure like the Maiden of Heaven, then how could she possibly be willing to call a young kid like him big brother? All these thoughts of his didn't hold water before the facts. Perhaps, Shuanai's appearance didn't change in the slightest during these past few years because of some reason. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. But, such a large popsicle is really rare in the world. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion as he looked at the three-eyed flame tiger that was frozen in ice 15 minutes. King Yong looked at the three-eyed flame tiger above him and laughed bitterly. Meanwhile, everyone including the two old men that had always been following behind King Yong looked at Han Shuanai with gazes filled with terror and astonishment. Never had they imagined that this harmless-looking young girl that looked to be around 15 or 16 years old would actually possess such a terrifying cultivation. Chapter 593. This fellow Duan Lingtian actually knows such a terrifying figure. Su Li glanced at Duan Lingtian and shook his head, and he sighed with emotion. He originally thought that being able to meet his master was already a great fortuitous encounter, and others could only be envious. But Duan Lingtian was even more exaggerated. The 15 or 16-year-old young girl he knew was an existence at the void interpretation stage or above. In terms of fortuitous encounters, compared to him, she was not inferior at all. Hiss hiss tilde, two little pythons stuck out their heads from Duan Lingtian's sleeve, and their eyes revolved ceaselessly as they flickered their tongues. It seemed as if they were cheering for the young girl's actions. 15 minutes of time passed in the blink of an eye to Duan Lingtian and the others. But to the three-eyed flame tiger, it was undoubtedly extremely torturous. Even though the three-eyed flame tiger was frozen to the point of being unable to move. But Duan Lingtian and the others were still able to see traces of terror flickering within its large eyes. Miss Xuanai, 15 minutes have passed. After 15 minutes, King Yong, who was still holding the three-eyed flame tiger, looked at Han Shuanai, and his face carried a helpless bitter smile from the beginning until the end. He believed. The three-eyed flame tiger had probably never received such a punishment in its entire life. However, he also believed that even if the three-eyed flame tiger received such a punishment, it wouldn't dare be dissatisfied with the young girl in the slightest. This young girl was utterly not an existence that the three-eyed flame tiger could deal with. Big guy, remember this. In the future, you can only nod to what this young miss says. If you dare question again, then be careful that this young miss will freeze you into a popsicle again. Han Shuanai glared at the three-eyed flame tiger that was frozen within the ice, and then she didn't make any movements. Slap. She only snapped her fingers. And it was at this instant that the ice that imprisoned the three-eyed flame tiger instantly shattered into pieces, and in the end, it transformed into mist that covered the sky before completely dispersing in the heavens and the earth. Awu tilde, after the three-eyed flame tiger escaped, its mountain-like body began to tremble slightly. Its pair of large eyes, which were looking at Han Shuanai, flickered slightly. Then, it revealed the fear that came from the bottom of its heart. The current three-eyed flame tiger was as obedient as a kitten in front of Han Shuanai. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian and the others sighed. In this world where the strong ruled, the strong could dominate everything. In the beginning, this three-eyed flame tiger was enraged because of Han Shuanai's words. It aggressively wanted to swallow Han Shuanai to prove its dignity. In the end, he was tormented by Han Shuanai. Now, the three-eyed flame tiger was thoroughly convinced by her abuse. It didn't dare to have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction towards Han Shuanai. There was only extreme fear that came from the bottom of its heart. Everyone, get on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger. We'll immediately depart for the Dark Han dynasty. Meanwhile, King Yong's words entered into the ears of everyone. So it turns out that King Yong brought us here because he wanted the three-eyed flame tiger to carry us to the Dark Han dynasty. The three-eyed flame tiger was originally called over by King Yong as a means of transportation. But who knew that it would actually encounter this little she-devil? Now that I speak of it, it's really unfortunate. Yeah, anyone that offends this little she-devil will suffer misfortune. I really envy Duan Lingtian for being able to form a relationship with this little she-devil. Many young geniuses discussed animatedly. Meanwhile, everyone successively stood on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger. The body of the three-eyed flame tiger was enormous, like an enormous mountain, and its back was extremely spacious as well, sufficient to accommodate many people. The back of this three-eyed flame tiger. In terms of size, it can compare to a football field from my previous life. Duan Lingtian looked around, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he looked at the flat ground on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger. Big brother Lingtian. Han Shuanai followed by Duan Lingtian's side like a shadow, and she teased the two little pythons that stuck their heads out from under Duan Lingtian's sleeve as she greeted Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai with an extremely complicated gaze. All those years ago, he felt that Han Xuanai wasn't simple. But he didn't think too much about it. Unexpectedly, Han Xuanai actually possessed such a terrifying strength. If Xuanai is really only a little over 20, yet possesses such a cultivation, then her background, Duan Lingtian was slightly unable to imagine. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai and asked via voice transmission with slight uncertainty. You. How old are you this year? When she heard Duan Lingtian's question, Han Xuanai's intelligent eyes spun, and she replied via voice transmission. 21. 21? Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. He only recovered from his shock after a short moment, and he couldn't help but ask. Then why have you always been like this? All those years ago, when I first saw you, you were already like this. Your appearance hasn't changed at all. Han Xuanai drooped her little head when she heard this, and she said with slight helplessness. Big brother Lingtian, actually I don't want to be like this. But, the cultivation technique I cultivate is like this, and I can't do anything about it. Only when my cultivation attains a certain extent would I be able to break through the shackles of this childish appearance, and I'll be able to grow like a normal person. Cultivation technique? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. If all this was because of the influence of a cultivation technique, then it could be understood. Of course, if it was anyone else, they might feel it was unbelievable. A mere cultivation technique was capable of allowing a person to maintain a childish appearance for many years. Only Duan Lingtian knew that the abilities of some cultivation techniques were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Let's not talk about those that were too far away, just take the Reincarnation Emperor Wu for example. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated the 3 lives reincarnation technique back then, and he could experience 3 lifetimes with the same soul in different bodies. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was an unbelievable and inconceivable thing. However, it did indeed exist. If it were not for an accident, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's 3rd life would have already begun. If that was the case, the current Duan Lingtian would not exist. So, that's how it is. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally confirm that Xuanai was not an old witch or a heavenly maiden. Xuanai, can you tell me about your background? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It was as if there were tens of thousands of ants crawling in his heart, and his curiosity about Han Xuanai's background was stirring. He. Big brother Lingtian, you'll naturally know in the future. Even if I tell you now, you might not know. Han Xuanai's answer was ambiguous. I might not know if you tell me. Duan Lingtian neither agreed nor disagreed when he heard Han Xuanai's answer. After all, he wasn't a frog at the bottom of a well in Han Xuanai's eyes. Perhaps in Han Xuanai's eyes, he was only a country bumpkin that had never left the Dark Han dynasty, a hothead that had never been to the foreign lands. However, in reality, he possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes of an extremely formidable Emperor Wu. This little girl Xuanai is still acting mysterious with me. Perhaps her background is closely related to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. According to the memories of 2 lifetimes of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, when the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was at his prime, he had interacted with many of the top forces on Cloud Continent. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, it was extremely likely that Han Xuanai was from one of those forces. It was a coincidence. Amongst those forces, one of them was led by a person surnamed Han. The ancient clan, Han clan. According to the memories of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, the Han clan was one of the most ancient clans on Cloud Continent. It was immortal after countless years. In Cloud Continent, there were only 2 clans that could be traced back to the ancient times. These 2 clans had been passed down until now and were called ancient clans. The Han clan was one of them. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart and didn't pursue the matter further with Han Xuanai. It was just as Han Xuanai had said. If he was able to become a martial monarch or even Emperor Wu in the future, he would surely have interacted with the top forces on Cloud Continent. At that time, he only had to casually ask to know if Han Xuanai was a member of the ancient clan, the Han clan. Let's go. Suddenly, King Yong's stern shout sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. They saw King Yong making the three-eyed flame tiger beneath his feet carry them away, yet the three-eyed flame tiger didn't move in the slightest and stood on the spot without moving, as if it was frozen. This caused the group of young geniuses to be slightly speechless. Could it be that this three-eyed flame tiger still thinks it's frozen and unable to move? Xuanai. When he saw King Yong's expression becoming more and more unsightly, Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai nodded knowingly, then lightly raised her leg and stomped on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger as she shouted in a delicate voice. "Big guy, leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll turn you into ice again." The word rod hadn't been spoken. The three-eyed flame tiger seemed as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and its figure flashed out to directly head towards the Dark Han dynasty. This caused the people present to be unable to refrain from sighing. Especially King Yong, a strand of bright light flashed within his eyes. At this moment, King Yong was even planning in his heart if he should properly teach the three-eyed flame tiger a lesson later and make the three-eyed flame tiger be afraid of him like it was afraid of Han Xuanai. In this way, he didn't have to worry about the three-eyed flame tiger not listening to him anymore. It could be imagined. If the three-eyed flame tiger were to know of King Yong's thoughts, it would probably be frightened to the point of fainting. Xuanai, accompany Little Black and Little White. I want to cultivate for a period of time. After Duan Lingtian passed the two little pythons to Han Xuanai, he sat down cross-legged and silently started cultivating. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, lightning WOM transformation. At the same time that he cultivated, Duan Lingtian didn't forget to mobilize the medicinal strength of the spirit fuse fruit accumulated in his body, and combined it with the medicinal strength of the void strengthening pill. It caused his cultivation to swiftly improve. Needless to say, the medicinal strength of the spirit fuse fruit was extremely shocking. 7 days later, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through the bottleneck and stepped into the 8th level of the void prying stage. Half a month later, he'd successfully stepped into the 9th level of the void prying stage. Meanwhile, not much of the medicinal strength of the spirit fuse fruit remained. 9th level of the void prying stage. In a short half a month of time, his cultivation had undergone such a great transformation, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely satisfied. After Duan Lingtian awoke, he didn't continue cultivating for the time being. Instead, he sized up the surroundings. Only now did he notice that practically everyone was sitting cross-legged on the wide back of the three-eyed flame tiger as they cultivated, and even King Yong and the old man by King Yong's side were no exception. Han Xuanai was the only one who was jumping around and chasing after the two little pythons. Chapter 594. Now, I've already broken through to the 9th level of the void prying stage, and I'm only a step away from the void initiation stage. I ought to contact the owners of the other 8 jade swords. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian withdrew a crystalline and translucent jade sword from his spatial ring. This jade sword was precisely the key left behind by the Boundless Sect's young sect leader to open the Sword Monarch's treasure. The Sword Monarch's treasure, just by hearing its name, one would know that it was a treasure vault left behind by a formidable martial monarch. Moreover, it was a sword cultivator martial monarch. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian moved the origin energy in his hand rhythmically just like 3 years ago, and he activated the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard an aged voice. "After 3 years, you've finally made an appearance once more. I heard that fellow from the Darkstone Empire mention you 3 years ago. You're the owner of the other jade sword?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Yes." The aged voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears through the voice transmission inscription, and it was extremely clear. "Where are you from?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "I'm from the Cry Phoenix Empire." The aged voice replied indifferently. "Cry Phoenix Empire?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "It's not surprising that you haven't heard of it. The Cry Phoenix Empire is extremely far away from the Darkstone Empire, and it doesn't belong to the Dark Han dynasty." The aged voice continued. "I heard that fellow say the other day that you want to wait for your strength to be sufficient before asking us to open the Sword Monarch's treasure together. You took the initiative to contact us this time. Have you already prepared? As he finished speaking, the aged voice was slightly excited. Just think about it. The key to open the Sword Monarch's treasure had gathered dust in his possession for many years, and now that it could be put to use and open up a great fortuitous encounter, it was undoubtedly something that caused one to be excited. Not to mention the various dynasties including the Darkhan dynasty, even if it was in the entire foreign lands, countless martial artists would covet the Sword Monarch's treasure. Of course, if one didn't have a jade sword, it would probably be impossible to find the location of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Furthermore, even if he had the jade sword, it would be useless if he didn't have all 9 of them. Only by gathering all 9 jade swords would one be able to head to the Sword Monarch's treasure and open it through the guidance of the jade swords. Yes. Duan Lingtian responded. Very good. The owner of the old voice said excitedly, how about this, you and I set a time and place. I'll be in charge of contacting the other 7 people. We'll meet at the agreed place, Fangji. How about that? Sure. Duan Lingtian agreed without hesitation. When and where do you think we should meet? The owner of the old voice said, I have a rough idea of where they are. How about this? Let's meet at the Pheasant Ridge north of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city in 3 months. Dongsang Empire? Sure. Duan Lingtian replied, then it's settled. See you in 3 months. Duan Lingtian had heard of the Dongsang Empire before. It was an empire that was adjacent to the Darkstone Empire, and it was situated in the east of the Darkstone Empire. After passing through the eastern border of the Darkstone Empire was the Dongsang Empire. See you there. The owner of the old voice spoke out as well. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian withdrew the origin energy he'd fused with the voice transmission inscription and broke off the connection with the owner of the voice. He thought in his heart and intended to put away the jade sword in his hand. Unexpectedly. Whoosh. A swift gust of wind attacked. In the next moment, the jade sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was seized away. Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the person that seized his jade sword was Han Xuanai. Hey! Big brother Lingtian, this jade sword of yours doesn't seem to be simple. Han Xuanai blinked her mischievous eyes as she looked at the jade sword in her hand, then looked at Duan Lingtian as she spoke with deep meaning. There's nothing not simple about it, it's just a little toy. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head and smiled as he stretched out his hand to seize the jade sword from Han Xuanai's hand. Unexpectedly, Han Xuanai moved aside, causing Duan Lingtian to grab onto thin air. Big brother Lingtian, you're lying. How could a little toy have an inscription on it? Moreover, it's a voice transmission inscription. As she spoke up to hear, the gaze Han Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with craftiness. Xuanai. You're able to discern that there's a voice transmission inscription on it. Duan Lingtian was stunned and was slightly surprised. For a moment, Han Xuanai was even more mysterious in his eyes. Hee. I've seen this type of inscription before. Han Xuanai laughed. Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. If Han Xuanai was really a member of the ancient Han clan, then it wasn't strange for her to be able to recognize the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword. The Han clan didn't lack inscription masters, nor did they lack voice transmission inscriptions. Han Xuanai's mischievous eyes ceaselessly spun as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile, and she seemed as if she wouldn't return the jade sword to Duan Lingtian if Duan Lingtian didn't tell her. Xuanai, Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, then he sent a voice transmission and told Han Xuanai the origins of the jade sword. Sword Monarch's treasure? After Han Xuanai found out about the origins of the jade sword, her mischievous eyes flickered with bright lights, and she'd obviously aroused interest towards the Sword Monarch's treasure. Big brother Lingtian, you're too bad. You wouldn't be intending to abandon me, Little Black, and Little White to go to such a fun place by yourself, right? After Han Xuanai returned the jade sword to Duan Lingtian, she spoke with slight dissatisfaction. Fun place? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched as he laughed embarrassedly, yet he didn't admit it. Even though he did indeed have such thoughts. Big brother Lingtian, I want to go with you. Han Xuanai's tone was resolute and decisive, and there wasn't the slightest room for discussion. If you want to go, then go with me. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse. As far as he was concerned, Han Shuanai was an existence at the void interpretation stage or above, and even in the entire Dark Han dynasty, she was a top expert. If he had her, then perhaps his trip to the Sword Monarch's treasure would be even easier. Needless to say, as a 9th-level void initiation stage demon beast, the three-eyed flame tiger's speed was extremely swift. It only spent a month of time to traverse the Darkstone Empire's imperial city and the Dark Han dynasty's capital to arrive in the sky above its destination. The three-eyed flame tiger stood in the sky without moving in the slightest, and it was like an enormous mountain that floated high in the sky. On this enormous mountain, a group of people stood in a row as they looked down at the vast expanse of land below them. "This is the Dark Han dynasty's capital?" A young genius couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Presently, a city that was so vast that it was comparable to the sum of a few Darkstone Empire's imperial cities, had appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group. As expected of the Dark Han dynasty's capital, it's absolutely the largest city I've seen in my lifetime. Zhong Nan sighed with emotion. "Yeah, even I feel like a frog at the bottom of a well before the Dark Han dynasty's capital." Jiao Yuhai lightly fanned the fan in his hand, and he had a complicated gaze. "All of you will only know what a frog at the bottom of a well is when you truly see the young experts of the Dark Han dynasty," King Yong said indifferently. "According to my knowledge, there are many people in the Dark Han dynasty with strengths that aren't inferior to Mo Xian. Even though all of you have come here to compete for the qualifications to participate in the selection, I only have confidence in Mo Xian. Of course, it isn't that I'm looking down on your natural talent. Amongst all of you, Duan Lingtian and Su Li aren't inferior to Mo Xian in terms of natural talent. But unfortunately, they're too young. If they were given a few more years of time, it wouldn't be impossible for them to catch up to Mo Xian." When he spoke up to hear, King Yong looked at Duan Lingtian and Su Li as if he was consoling them. For a time, the gazes of most people couldn't help but descend onto Duan Lingtian and Su Li. King Yong's words were extremely pertinent, and most of them agreed. Of course, there were also some that didn't agree. That was Long Yun. At this moment, Long Yun had an unconvinced expression. It was as if he was unconvinced because King Yong didn't mention him. Duan Lingtian and Su Li couldn't help but look at each other when they heard King Yong. "Duan Lingtian, looks like King Yong doesn't look favorably upon the two of us." Su Li spoke to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. "Then we'll let our actions prove that his judgment is wrong." Duan Lingtian shrugged and replied with an indifferent expression. "I have the same intention." Su Li's face was filled with confidence. "Come, let's go over there." In next to no time, King Yong spoke out and urged the three-eyed flame tiger to head towards the continuous mountain range at the west of the Dark Han dynasty's capital. The continuous mountain range was impossible to see the end of. After King Yong found a spacious gorge as a resting place for the three-eyed flame tiger, he instructed, "From today onwards, you'll stay here. Once the dynasty martial competition ends, I'll bring the people that were eliminated to come look for you and return to the Darkstone Empire together." Aowu tilde the three-eyed flame tiger's body that was like an enormous mountain lay within the gorge as he nodded to King Yong. At the same time, he didn't forget to glance at the nearby yellow-clothed young woman, and fear that came from the soul was mixed within the depths of his gaze. "Let's go." After settling down the three-eyed flame tiger, King Yong and the two old men behind him brought along Duan Lingtian and the others to head directly to the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Looking down at the Dark Han dynasty's capital from the sky was a completely different feeling from looking up at it from outside the gates of the Dark Han dynasty's capital. How magnificent! Duan Lingtian looked at the city that was like an enormous beast before his eyes, and his heart trembled. The entire city emitted an ancient and experienced aura from top to bottom, and it seemed as if it was telling of the long history of its existence. There's already no way to find out how long the Dark Han dynasty has existed. King Yong sighed. Before our Darkstone Empire and even the other empires of the Dark Han dynasty were born, the Dark Han dynasty had already existed. For example, the gold and silver notes we usually use came from the Dark Han dynasty. No matter how the empires, imperial kingdoms, or kingdoms change dynasties, so long as the Dark Han dynasty still exists, the gold and silver notes won't lose their value. As King Yong finished speaking, he felt deep veneration. A dignified existence at the void interpretation stage couldn't help but arouse respect from the bottom of his heart when facing the history of the Dark Han dynasty. As the capital of the Dark Han dynasty, it was heavily guarded, and not just anyone could casually enter the capital. Chapter 595. Not only was the entrance to the Dark Han dynasty's capital heavily guarded, even in the sky above the capital, there were numerous guards lined up in rows that flashed past. These guards in the sky above the capital glared fiercely at the horizon, and so long as they noticed something was wrong, they would charge forward. Since these guards were able to fly, they were undoubtedly existences at the void prying stage or above. This caused Du and Lingtian to be unable to help but be extremely shocked. This is the resources and reserves of a dynasty. A group of guards patrolling the sky above the capital are all existences at the void prying stage or above. Du and Lingtian sighed in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of his hometown, the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were only a few void prying stage martial artists. Whereas in the Dark Han dynasty, the guards and patrolling were all void prying stage martial artists. The difference between the two was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. If the Dark Han dynasty is compared to the most bustling metropolis on earth in my previous life, then the Crimson Sky Kingdom is simply a remote village that can't find its way. Du and Lingtian couldn't help but have such a thought in his heart. Presently, it wasn't only Du and Lingtian who was shocked by the guards in the sky, even the expressions of Mo Xian and the others couldn't help but go grim. So many void prying stage martial artists are actually only patrolling guards of the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Zhong Nan's pupils constricted, and he was slightly astonished. No wonder they say that void initiation stage martial artists are as numerous as dogs in the Dark Han dynasty, and void prying stage martial artists are everywhere. I thought someone was exaggerating earlier, but now it would seem that these words are truly too apartment. Jiao Yuhai put away the fan in his hand and sighed with emotion. Amongst the people present, only Han Xuanai, King Yong, Su Li, and Long Yun were able to maintain their composure. The composed expressions of the four of them were clearly noticed by Du and Lingtian. Han Xuanai was composed, and he wasn't surprised. After all, she was from the foreign lands. King Yong wasn't surprised as well. As the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, King Yong had surely come to the Dark Han dynasty frequently in the past. Su Li and Long Yun had instead caused him to be surprised. Su Li, could it be that you've come to the capital of the Dark Han dynasty? Du and Lingtian couldn't help but ask Su Li via voice transmission. Yes. Su Li replied, I came with Master. According to what I know, Long Yun should have come with my martial uncle Dao as well. Du and Lingtian suddenly understood. No wonder. The Prince of Yong. Meanwhile, Zhongnan looked at King Yong and asked curiously. Up until now, I haven't seen anyone enter or leave from the sky above the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Could it be that the Dark Han dynasty's capital doesn't allow people to enter or leave from the sky? Sort of. The Prince of Yong nodded. Sort of. The Prince of Yong's words left many people, including Du and Lingtian, deeply puzzled. The King of Yong continued. The airspace above the Dark Han dynasty's capital prohibits the entry and exit of people other than the imperial family. Du and Lingtian and the others suddenly understood. As the ruling power of the Dark Han dynasty, the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family undoubtedly promoted hegemony. Of course, Du and Lingtian believed him. If it was an expert that possessed the strength to look down upon the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, then the expert could similarly enter and exit the airspace above the capital at will. When facing such an expert, the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family would probably not even dare fart. In this world where the strong were respected, it was like this. Let's go. Under the lead of King Yong, Du and Lingtian's group walked towards the entrance of the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Du and Lingtian's group registered themselves under the lead of King Yong. Darkstone Empire, King Yong. The guard that was in charge of registering Du and Lingtian and the others glanced at King Yong with slight surprise, and then he passed 14 command tokens to King Yong after they registered themselves. Everyone had one of these command tokens, and it was used to enter and exit the Dark Han dynasty's capital. After they registered themselves, They only had to display their command tokens to enter and exit the capital within the next 3 years, and they didn't have to continue registering. Under the lead of King Yong, Duan Lingtian's group walked into the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Numerous tangled and complicated roads entered their eyes, and it caused Duan Lingtian and the others to be unable to help but be dazzled. As the Dark Han dynasty's capital, it was bustling and flourishing. On the various roads, horses and carriages moved like dragons, and they flowed endlessly. Big brother Lingtian, when are we leaving? There's still 2.5 months before the agreed date between you and the other possessors of the jade swords. Han Xuanai's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. It caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from laughing bitterly. This little girl, Xuanai, seemed to have an even greater interest towards the Sword Monarch's treasure than him. Of course, he was able to discern it. Xuanai entirely wanted to join in the fun and felt that it was fun. We'll leave after we settle down. Is this all right? Duan Lingtian replied with slight helplessness. Han Xuanai's mischievous eyes flashed when she heard this, and she nodded with satisfaction. We'll go have a meal first, and then we'll stay at an estate our Darkstone Empire's imperial family bought in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. King Yong spoke to Duan Lingtian's group. Everyone had no objections. Duan Lingtian and the others weren't surprised that the Darkstone Empire's imperial family had an estate in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Under King Yong's lead, they casually found a restaurant and finished their meal. Duan Lingtian's group followed behind King Yong and arrived at the estate the Darkstone Empire's imperial family bought in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. The estate was extremely large, and it was divided into a front courtyard and rear courtyard. There are 108 independent courtyards in the rear courtyard. All of you can stay in the east courtyard of the rear courtyard during this period of time. There are 20 independent courtyards in the east courtyard. After King Yong led Duan Lingtian's group to the rear courtyard, he instructed before leaving with the 2 old men by his side. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's group started to distribute the various courtyards in the east courtyard. But no one fought to be the first to enter a single courtyard. Besides Duan Lingtian, the gazes of everyone else were slightly fearful as they looked at the yellow-clothed young woman by Duan Lingtian's side. Xuanai, you choose first. How could Duan Lingtian not know the thoughts of everyone when he saw this scene, and he looked at Han Xuanai as he spoke. Big brother Lingtian, I'll stay by your side. I think those 2 courtyards aren't bad, they're right next to each other. How about we stay there? Han Xuanai's gaze descended onto the distant small courtyards that were connected together. These 2 small courtyards were at the foot of the east courtyard, and both sides were filled with flowers and trees, causing them to look extremely elegant and tranquil. I'm fine with it. Duan Lingtian shrugged. As far as he was concerned. At any rate, even if he chose these small courtyards, he would probably only be able to stay for a few days. He was about to leave with Han Xuanai and head to the Eastern Mulberry Empire's Pheasant Ridge to converge with the other possessors of the Jade Swords. At that time, he would enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. It would surely be a long period of time before he came out. I only hope that I'll be able to rush back before the Dynasty Martial competition begins. Actually, Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest confidence in his ability to return before the Dynasty Martial competition. After all, everything within the Sword Monarch's treasure was unknown to him. Of course, he could choose not to head to the Sword Monarch's treasure at this time. But in this way, he wouldn't have the slightest confidence in being able to become eminent during the Dynasty Martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Just as King Yong had said earlier, in the Dark Han dynasty, there were many young geniuses with strengths that weren't inferior to Mo Xian. If he didn't have any special fortuitous encounters before the Dynasty Martial competition, he didn't have the slightest confidence in being eminent and seizing the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Even though his natural talent had arrived at the limit from consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, his age was far inferior to those young geniuses that were almost 40 years old. In terms of age, he suffered a great disadvantage. He could only make up for it with fortuitous encounters. No matter if it was the Sword Monarch's treasure or the rebirth pill, both of them could be considered to be fortuitous encounters of his. Presently, he was creating fortuitous encounters for himself. He didn't know anything about what he could obtain from the Sword Monarch's treasure, and he could only rely on his luck. He was able to predict the benefits the rebirth pill would bring to him, but he still hadn't found the final type of ageless root. So Duan Lingtian placed his hopes on the Sword Monarch's treasure. I only hope that the Sword Monarch's treasure won't disappoint me, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Along with Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai entering their own small courtyards, Su Li and the others started to choose their own small courtyards and stay in them. Normally, there would be people delivering food to their door, so practically everyone stayed in their rooms within their small courtyards and silently cultivated without leaving their rooms. On the third day, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai went to look for King Yong, and Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. King Yong, I intend to leave the capital for a period of time. You must rush back before the dynasty martial competition begins. When King Yong saw Han Xuanai following by Duan Lingtian's side, he didn't ask any further and directly agreed. Okay. Duan Lingtian replied before leaving the estate with Han Xuanai. Hiss hiss tilde. Meanwhile, the two little pythons stuck out their heads from Duan Lingtian's sleeve, and their eyes contained slight excitement mixed within. They knew the objective of Duan Lingtian's trip this time as well. They were similarly filled with interest towards the Sword Monarch's treasure. The two of them left the capital of the Dark Han dynasty. Xuanai, shouldn't we go look for a demon beast as a means of transportation? Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai and asked. Big brother Lingtian, you're so stupid. There's no need to look for another demon beast. Han Xuanai shook her head, and then she took the lead to head directly towards the continuous mountain range in the west. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian seemed to have realized something, and his eyes revealed a trace of a strange sheen. I forgot. Perhaps that Triwood tiger wouldn't pay any attention to me, but he obeyed Han Xuanai's every command. Within the gorge of the continuous mountain range, the three-eyed flame tiger was lying there, and he intended to sleep in. He'd been exhausted since long ago from flying all along the way. Especially when he thought of being able to get away from that little she-devil, his mood was extremely good. Swoosh! Suddenly, a fierce beast entered the gorge by mistake. The three-eyed flame tiger opened his mouth and let out a low roar, and a terrifying suction force swept out to swallow the fierce beast into his stomach. After he burped, the three-eyed flame tiger closed his eyes in satisfaction. I can finally sleep in properly, right at this moment. Big guy. A voice that was pleasant like an oriole sounded out, and it caused the body of the three-eyed flame tiger that was like an enormous mountain to tremble. For a time. Chapter 596. The three-eyed flame tiger couldn't be bothered to shake the gorge to the point it shook, and its eyes that were large like gongs stared wide open as it looked at the yellow-colored figure that slowly descended from the sky. Why has this great-aunt returned? My life is over, the three-eyed flame tiger shouted in its heart. Big guy, I never imagined that you missed me so much and were actually so excited when you saw me. The yellow-clothed young woman descended from the sky and stood on the broad back of the three-eyed flame tiger, and her mischievous eyes flickered with craftiness as she lightly smiled. Instantly, the three-eyed flame tiger's body stiffened, and it didn't dare tremble in the slightest. It didn't want to infuriate this great-aunt. If this great-aunt was unhappy and used her ice concept to condense ice to seal it, then it would really not know who to cry to. From the beginning until the end, the actions of the three-eyed flame tiger were noticed by Duan Lingtian, who followed behind it. This big fellow is completely and utterly afraid of Xuanai now. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Big brother Lingtian, come quickly. Han Xuanai stood on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger as she called out to Duan Lingtian. Swish! Swish! Duan Lingtian was still in midair when a black and white bolt of lightning flashed out from beneath his sleeve, and they descended onto the back of the three-eyed flame tiger first. It was precisely the two little pythons. These two little fellows are so swift. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene before him. In the past, the cultivations of these two little fellows had surpassed him. Now, many years had passed since that time, and he'd obtained fortuitous encounters repeatedly, yet he was still unable to compare to these two little fellows. I hope I'll be able to surpass these two little fellows in one go after I come out from the sword Monarch's treasure this time. Duan Lingtian spoke silently in his heart. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian descended onto the back of the three-eyed flame tiger as well. Big guy, let's go. Return to the Darkstone Empire. Han Shuanai lightly stomped her foot. The three-eyed flame tiger was so shocked that it trembled. The canyon once again began to shake. At the same time, it flew up and disappeared into the clouds. Subsequently, he brought along Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai and headed towards the Darkstone Empire. On the way, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged and quietly cultivated 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Lightning WM Transformation. A month's time passed quickly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had completely exhausted the medicinal strength of the Void Fuse Fruit, and his cultivation had approached the bottleneck after the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. It was also the final bottleneck of the Void Prying stage. So long as Duan Lingtian comprehended a type of concept and broke through this bottleneck, he would be able to officially break through to the Void Initiation stage, and his strength would undergo a tremendous change. My cultivation will step into the final bottleneck of the Void Prying stage in at most a month. At that time, what I have to do is comprehend Wind concept or Lightning concept and step into the Void Initiation stage in one go. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Big brother Lingtian, we've arrived at the Darkstone Empire. Meanwhile, Han Shuanai's voice that was like an oriole sounded out. Shuanai. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something. Ask this big fellow to head towards the northeast of the Darkstone Empire. I want to go retrieve something. Big brother Lingtian, what do you want to retrieve? Shuanai asked curiously. I don't know for now. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Han Shuanai was even more curious when she heard Duan Lingtian, and she instructed the three-eyed flame tiger to head towards the northeast of the Darkstone Empire. Big brother Lingtian, where are you going? Shuanai couldn't refrain herself from asking. Flourishing Summer City. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. Flourishing Summer City was precisely the place Duan Lingtian had gone to when he headed to the Dark Han dynasty for the first time before the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire began. At Flourishing Summer City's treasure-gathering pavilion, he issued a bounty assignment. A Grade 4 Spirit Sword as a bounty for the Ageless Root. At that time, when he failed to issue a bounty in the Dark Han dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion, he wasn't in a rush to retrieve the Grade 4 Spirit Sword from Flourishing Summer City. He'd always been thinking that perhaps someone would be able to find the Ageless Root after a period of time. Now, I wonder if someone has found the Ageless Root. If there isn't, then there's probably no hope for the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. At this moment, he looked forward so much that when he arrived at the Flourishing Summer City's treasure-gathering pavilion, what he brought back wasn't a Grade 4 Spirit Sword, but the Ageless Root. If he was able to obtain the Ageless Root, then not to mention a Grade 4 Spirit Sword. Even if it was 10 Grade 4 Spirit Swords, Duan Lingtian would still pay without the slightest hesitation. The three-eyed flame tiger's speed was extremely swift, and it quickly arrived nearby Flourishing Summer City. Big fellow, wait for me and Shuanai here. Duan Lingtian looked at the three-eyed flame tiger as he spoke. The three-eyed flame tiger raised its head arrogantly and utterly paid no attention to Duan Lingtian. Big guy, do you want to become a popsicle again? Right at this moment, Shuanai's voice that was like a devil sounded out, causing the three-eyed flame tiger's body to be unable to refrain from trembling, and its exceedingly enormous head started to sway. Since you don't want to, then do whatever my big brother Lingtian asks you to do in the future. Do you hear me? Shuanai continued. Meanwhile, the three-eyed flame tiger could only nod its enormous head while feeling wronged, and it didn't dare show the slightest dissatisfaction. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then he brought along Han Shuanai and the two little pythons to fly down and descend. After entering Flourishing Summer City, Duan Lingtian brought along Han Shuanai and rushed towards the treasure-gathering pavilion. Oh, what a beautiful little girl. Little girl, don't follow this pretty boy in the future. Follow me and I guarantee you'll eat well. Suddenly, a frivolous voice sounded out. At the side of the road, a bald man that was covered in drunkenness flew out to pounce towards Han Shuanai, and his face was filled with a lustful smile. "You're courting death." Duan Lingtian's face sank, and he wanted to make a move. Right at this moment. Swish. A wave of piercing howls sounded out, and Duan Lingtian only saw a black bolt of lightning flash past. Subsequently, the bald man's chest abruptly exploded open when he was still halfway there, and beautiful and dazzling fresh blood ceaselessly gushed out. The bald man's pupils constricted as his legs straightened and he directly fell onto the ground, and he was completely devoid of any signs of life. Dead. Swish. The black bolt of lightning appeared once more, and this time, it descended onto Han Shuanai's shoulder and revealed its figure. It was precisely the little black snake. Hiss hiss tilde. The little black snake complacently shook its little head, and it flicked its tongue as it looked at Han Shuanai, as if it was asking for credit. Little Black is so obedient. Han Shuanai wasn't surprised in the slightest by the little black snake swiftly attacking and killing the bald man, and she lightly rubbed the little black snake's little head with a face filled with doting. Meanwhile, the surrounding people all looked at the man and snake with terror, and they all retreated backwards. They were deeply afraid of offending this pair of maleficent existences. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the bald man's corpse before raising his head and continuing forward. Even though flourishing Summer City was chaotic as before. But because of the bald man's death, Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai had become existences that no one dared rashly offend. They smoothly arrived at the treasure-gathering pavilion. After walking into the treasure-gathering pavilion and ascending to the second floor, it was still that counter. Duan Lingtian withdrew half a jade pendant and passed it to the middle-aged man behind the counter. "Did I obtain the reward for the ageless root with a grade 4 spirit sword that day?" The middle-aged man was still the same person from before, and he returned to his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian, and only now did he recognize Duan Lingtian. "Customer, the thing you want hasn't been obtained yet. Are you continuing the reward or withdrawing the reward?" "Withdrawing the reward," Duan Lingtian said. He didn't have the slightest hope of finding the ageless root in the Darkstone Empire now. "All right." The middle-aged man withdrew an exquisite long box from under the counter, and after he opened it, a spirit sword silently laid there. It was precisely the grade 4 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian had deposited in the box that day. The middle-aged man placed the half-jade pendant Duan Lingtian passed over together with the other half-jade pendant in the box, and then he nodded. "Exactly. Customer, this is your reward." As he spoke, the middle-aged man withdrew the spirit sword and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian received the spirit sword and directly put it away in his spatial ring. "Customer, aren't you going to confirm it?" The middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian's straightforward actions. Isn't this young man afraid that the spirit sword isn't the grade 4 spirit sword of the past? After all, the outer appearance of a spirit sword was extremely easy to imitate. "There's no need for that." Duan Lingtian shook his head, then turned around and left the treasure-gathering pavilion with Han Shuanai. What a joke! Not to mention his spiritual force was sufficient to directly detect the level of the spirit sword. Even if he didn't use his spiritual force to detect it today, he'd already confirmed it when his hand touched the spirit sword. The spirit sword from before was indeed the grade 4 spirit sword he'd casually refined that day. After leaving the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai had a meal together before leaving flourishing Summer City. They'd only just left the city when Han Shuanai sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "Big brother Lingtian, someone is following us." "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. He'd noticed long ago. Since the moment he left the treasure-gathering pavilion, he'd noticed that someone was following him and Han Shuanai from the shadows. That person's cultivation was rather profound. It was an existence at the 8th level of the void initiation stage. A man's wealth is his own ruin by causing others greed. These words aren't wrong in the slightest. Duan Lingtian sighed. "Big brother Lingtian, what you mean is that person came for the grade 4 spirit sword we just obtained from the treasure-gathering pavilion?" Han Shuanai asked. "Only this possibility." Duan Lingtian nodded, and his eyes flashed. "Moreover, that person's identity ought to not be simple. It's even to the extent that he might be the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion." An existence at the 8th level of the Void initiation stage. In flourishing Summer City, Duan Lingtian could only connect that person with the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion. As for the others, it was probably impossible for them to possess such a cultivation. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai had just left the city not long ago. Swoosh! Piercingly cold howls of the wind swept over, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived not far ahead of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. An aged figure appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. This was an old man with a robust figure, a goatee, and a pair of eyes that flickered with a sheen of greed. The pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion? Even though Duan Lingtian had his guesses, he still asked for confirmation. You're extremely smart, you were actually able to guess my identity. Chapter 597. Is that so? Duan Lingtian didn't get angry when he heard the old man, but laughed instead. When he saw the killing intent in the old man's eyes ceaselessly rising, Duan Lingtian said, "The treasure-gathering pavilion is an extremely famous business in the Dark Han dynasty at any rate, yet I never imagined that scum like you would appear. The reputation of the treasure-gathering pavilion will sooner or later be ruined by scum like you." Ha. The old man suddenly started laughing loudly and said with a savage expression, "So long as I kill all of you, who would know that it was me? Who would know that your deaths are related to the treasure-gathering pavilion? Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not understanding the principle of not showing off your wealth. A grade 4 spirit weapon isn't something you're worthy of possessing." As he finished speaking, the old man spoke with a reprimanding tone. "If I'm not worthy of possessing it, could it be that you're worthy?" Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the old man and sneered. "Do you really think that everything is within your control now?" The old man's face went slightly grim when he saw Duan Lingtian being so composed, and he looked around the surroundings. When he noticed that there was no movement in the surroundings, the old man sneered. "Kid, don't try to be mysterious. Today, you, this little girl, and the 2 snake-type demon beasts by your side will all die." Obviously, the old man had noticed Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai walking all the way here. He even knew of the existence of the 2 little pythons. "Then let's see if you have the ability." Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the old man, and then he looked at Han Xuanai who stood at the side. "Xuanai, I'll leave this old fellow to you. Don't worry, big brother Lingtian." Xuanai nodded, and then she looked at the old man, and her voice that was pleasant like an oriole's was filled with a trace of icy coldness. "I hate disrespectful old things like you the most. Little girl, you're courting death." The old man burst into rage when he heard Han Xuanai, and the origin energy on his body roiled as he abruptly took a step forward and prepared to attack. In the sky above him, the energy of heaven and earth started to roil as numerous ancient silhouettes started to condense into embryonic form. Unfortunately, in the next moment, all of this was obliterated into nothingness. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew past. The old man maintained his posture of taking a step forward, but his body was frozen in place. Around his body, a thick layer of ice enveloped him, completely sealing him in ice. For a moment, the old man turned into an ice sculpture. One could vaguely see that there was only fear left in the old man's eyes. It was fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul. Meeting Xuanai can only be considered as this old fellow's bad luck. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian's heart was still full of shock. Earlier, his gaze had been on Xuanai from the beginning until the end, wanting to see what cultivation Xuanai actually had, or unfortunately, before he could see clearly how many silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky, the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Xuanai's head had completely vanished. The old man was also sealed in ice. "Big brother Lingtian, I'll go look for big guy first. I'll leave him to you." Han Xuanai gave Duan Lingtian a brilliant smile, then she soared into the sky and concealed herself in the sky. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled helplessly. He was able to discern. Xuanai couldn't be bothered to kill this old fellow. Being lazy to this extent can be considered to be at the same level. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the ice sculpture before him, and he walked over step by step. Duan Lingtian's gaze met the old man's slightly constricted eyes. At this moment, the old man's origin energy was suppressed, and he was utterly unable to use origin energy to communicate with Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. The only thing he could do now was to use a pleading gaze to beg Duan Lingtian for mercy. I just wanted to tell you. A smart person might not live for long. Duan Lingtian walked up to the ice sculpture and grinned at the old man within the ice sculpture. His smile was bright and dazzling. In the next moment, whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and lightly pressed it down towards the ice sculpture that sealed the old man. Slap! Duan Lingtian's hand casually pressed down, and instantly, the ice sculpture shattered into pieces, and the old man within the ice sculpture shattered with a bang along with the ice sculpture. Bang! The ice sculpture shattered into a pile of shattered ice that fell beneath Duan Lingtian's feet. Looking at the shattered ice that was all over the ground without a trace of blood, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. I've heard of a saying in the past. Killing can also be an art. Today, I can be considered to have witnessed it. Duan Lingtian found the old man's spatial ring from the shattered ice. Fortunately, it wasn't damaged. Duan Lingtian placed the shattered ice that sealed the spatial ring on his palm. Grade 4 core fire blazed up. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. Because he noticed that the shattered ice and even the spatial ring within it had been melted by his core fire, the spatial ring had obviously become a part of the shattered ice as well. Xuanai's ice concept is too overbearing, right? If I knew earlier, I would have given this shattered ice to her and asked her to help take out the spatial ring within it. Now, the spatial ring has melted along with the shattered ice. Duan Lingtian felt a wave of heartache. This spatial ring was the spatial ring of the flourishing Summer City's treasure-gathering pavilion's pavilion master, and there were surely many good things within it. But now, along with the spatial ring vanishing, the things within were completely gone as well. As he sighed, Duan Lingtian soared into the sky and returned to the back of the three-eyed flame tiger. A wave of coldness arose in his heart for no reason as he gazed at the young girl that sat at the side teasing the two little pythons with a harmless expression. Big fellow, go to the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. Duan Lingtian instructed the three-eyed flame tiger. This time, the three-eyed flame tiger didn't dare hesitate, and it nodded obediently before flying towards the east. As the empire-guarding demon beast of the Darkstone Empire, it naturally knew the location of the Eastern Mulberry Empire that was adjacent to the Darkstone Empire. Whereas Duan Lingtian instead sat cross-legged. He didn't cultivate, but instead searched through the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, ice concept. Presently, Duan Lingtian was trying to understand the ice concept from the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Along with the passage of time, he had a certain level of understanding towards the ice concept. Besides the energy contained within the ice concept, its exclusive skill, freeze, was extremely overbearing as well. For example, the ability Han Xuanai used to freeze the three-eyed flame tiger and the old man earlier into popsicles was the ice concept's exclusive skill, freeze. A martial artist that had comprehended ice concept only needed to utilize origin energy to activate the ice concept, and they would be able to freeze a person or demon beast. Of course, they could only freeze an existence with a cultivation lower than their own. If it was an existence with a similar cultivation or even a cultivation higher than their own, then even if they were frozen, the person would be able to easily struggle free. On the other hand, once a person with a cultivation lower than their own was frozen, only a person with a cultivation similar to their own or a cultivation higher than their own would be able to thaw it. If a person with a cultivation lower than their own rashly made a move, then it would only cause the person or demon beast that was frozen to death. Looks like Xuanai's cultivation is even higher than King Yong's. At that time, even King Yong didn't dare rashly thaw the three-eyed flame tiger that was frozen. After he found out about all this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. He also had a deep understanding of ice concept. Ice concept belonged to a variant amongst the concepts of nature. Not only was it overbearing, it was also capable of easily going against a group by itself. Of course, it was only capable of going against a group of existences with a cultivation lower than its own. If it was an ordinary void interpretation stage martial artist, Then after being besieged by hundreds or thousands of 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists and demon beasts, even if the martial artist didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin, whereas if it was a Void Interpretation stage martial artist like Xue Nai that had comprehended ice concept, then she would be able to seal hundreds or thousands of Void Initiation stage martial artists and demon beasts in ice with a raise of her hand. Duan Lingtian's gaze suddenly became dazed, and the scene of Xue Nai going against thousands of 9th-level Void Initiation stage experts appeared within his mind. Her yellow clothes fluttered, and with a raise of her hand, the group of people that besieged her had all transformed into ice sculptures. Within the ice sculptures that stretched as far as the eye could see, a yellow-clothed young woman stood there, and she stood out like a crane amongst chickens. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, even if he'd experienced 2 lifetimes and seen countless experts, but the number of martial artists that he'd encountered that had comprehended ice concept didn't exceed 10. From this, Duan Lingtian realized how rare martial artists that had comprehended ice concept were. After he returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Standing up, Duan Lingtian stood on the back of the 3-eyed flame tiger and started cultivating Tempest Point. The piercingly cold strong wind that assaulted his face caused Duan Lingtian to gradually merge into it, as if he was an infant that had returned to his mother's embrace. This feeling was extremely warm. Wind force. Advanced wind force. Presently, Duan Lingtian had comprehended advanced wind force, and if he wanted to advance a step further, it would be to comprehend wind concept. Even if it was the lowest level of wind concept, the first level wind concept, the strength contained within it was far from something advanced wind force could compare to. Advanced wind force contained the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Whereas first-level wind concept instead contained the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths, which was also the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Duan Lingtian merged into the wind. At the beginning, he was still cultivating Tempest Point, but he gradually executed Whirlwind, causing his figure to completely merge into the wind and move along with the wind. The perfection stage Whirlwind was executed to the limit by Duan Lingtian. It was also because the back of the 3-eyed flame tiger was sufficiently spacious, otherwise, it would be utterly impossible for Duan Lingtian to execute Whirlwind without restraint. Time flew by. Half a month later, the 3-eyed flame tiger stopped in midair. I'm still slightly lacking. Along with the strong wind that assaulted his face vanishing, Duan Lingtian's figure appeared, and he sighed. Presently, he'd already touched the threshold of wind concept. He only lacked a critical factor before he would be able to comprehend first-level wind concept. Big Brother Lingtian, we've arrived at the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. There's still a month before the agreed time between you and the possessor of the Jade Sword. What plans do you have? Han Xuanai's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he looked down at the vast city below him, and he said with a light smile, "We'll take a stroll around the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city during this month. We'll go to Pheasant Ridge 1 month from now." Han Xuanai didn't have the slightest objection towards Duan Lingtian's suggestion. "Big guy, go stay at Pheasant Ridge first. Remember to be on call at any time in the future, or else, you understand." Han Xuanai glanced deeply at the 3-eyed flame tiger. Meanwhile, the speed of the figure that moved along with the wind instantly increased by a few times. In the sky, after the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dispersed, an enormous silhouette coiled down while baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was precisely the ancient horned dragon silhouette. First-level wind concept. I've finally comprehended it. At that moment, the rapidly moving figure came to a stop and revealed its true appearance. A handsome young man with slanted brows and starry eyes. The young man wore violet clothes that fluttered with the wind, and at the same time that he muttered to himself, his figure lowered and actually sat cross-legged in midair before closing his eyes like an old monk in meditation. After a short moment, vast origin energy instantly swept out from the young man's body. For a time, the surrounding clouds and mist were completely swept away. Meanwhile, the young man slowly opened his eyes. I've finally broken through. The young man's eyes were like dazzling starry marks, and a wisp of a dense smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Whoosh! Along with this thought in the young man's heart, his gaze raised slightly as origin energy that was like flames rose up from his body. At the same time, two ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him, and they spiraled down as they ceaselessly fluttered about. First level of the Void Initiation stage. The violet-clothed young man was precisely Duan Lingtian. After many days, he'd finally comprehended first-level wind concept, and he'd raised his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the Void Prying stage to break through to the Void Initiation stage in one go. Wind concept, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his figure flashed out to merge into the wind. At this moment, he felt as if he'd merged into one with the wind in the heavens and the earth, and there was no distinction between him and the wind. Is this the concept of wind? How miraculous! Duan Lingtian was able to clearly feel that when he utilized the strength of wind concept at this moment, it was as if he was relying on the entire strength of the wind in nature. Like a shadow following the body. Presently, when Duan Lingtian utilized his movement technique, it was as if he was moving his arms. Tempest point. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger. Swish. Instantly, the force of his origin energy finger whistled out, and it was accompanied by first-level wind concept and advanced lightning force as it shot into the sky before vanishing behind the clouds and mist. In the sky above Duan Lingtian, the three ancient horned dragon silhouettes were surrounded by the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes like a host of stars surrounding the moon. If I utilize a spirit weapon, my strength will be even stronger. Duan Lingtian stopped moving once more, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. First-level wind concept. Void Initiation stage cultivation. This was his current strength. Besides that, now that I've broken through to the Void Initiation stage, I can already officially start cultivating the 6th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Earth Dragon form. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and his mind was completely immersed in the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, and it was related to the 6th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Earth Dragon form. The Earth Dragon form wasn't just the mental cultivation method of the 6th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Amongst them, there was a high-grade Earth rank defensive martial skill, Earth Dragon's Barrier. The 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique is the Wind WRM form, and it aids me in comprehending wind force. The 5th form is the Lightning WRM form, and it aids me in comprehending lightning force. The 6th form is the Earth Dragon form, and it aids me in comprehending earth force. Besides that, the 6th form also comes with a high-grade Earth rank defensive martial skill, Earth Dragon's Barrier. The Earth Dragon's Barrier will be the first defensive martial skill I cultivate after the Earth Dragon's Shield, and it's able to be executed when combined with Earth Force and Earth Concept, causing its defensive strength to be extraordinary. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even more brilliant. He understood that at the instant his cultivation stepped into the Void Initiation stage, his strength had already undergone a tremendous change. Earth Force, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, and he was like a soaring dragon that descended towards the boundless ground outside the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. Bang! Duan Lingtian descended onto the ground, and then his figure flashed to lie down, and the origin energy on his body raged as it ceaselessly fused into the ground. This was the best method of comprehending Earth Force recorded in the 6th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Earth Dragon form. It was also the method that Emperor Wu of Samsara had discovered all those years ago. All those years ago, Emperor Wu of Samsara had only comprehended Earth Force after lying on the boundless ground for 3 days and 3 nights. Duan Lingtian's origin energy ceaselessly gushed out to become the hub between him and the ground, and it forcefully connected him to the ground. A day passed, yet Duan Lingtian didn't feel anything. 2 days passed, yet he still didn't feel anything. During the first lifetime of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, he comprehended the Earth Force in 3 days and 3 nights just like me. Whereas until now, I still haven't sensed even a trace of the Earth Force, and I haven't even sensed the seed of the Force. Duan Lingtian was slightly helpless. Just like this, the 3rd day passed. Duan Lingtian had finally sensed a trace of Earth Force, and he'd smoothly comprehended the seed of Earth Force. The 5th day. Duan Lingtian's origin energy still tirelessly fused into the ground, and he became more and more intimate with the ground. As I lie on this boundless ground, my restless heart seems to have calmed down. Before this boundless ground, everything seems to be not worth mentioning. Gradually, Duan Lingtian understood this ground more and more. At this moment, as he lay on this ground, it was as if he was lying in the embrace of his mother. The veil of night descended, and strands of dense earthen yellow aura finally arose from Duan Lingtian's body. I've finally comprehended Earth Force. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile as he sat up at the same time, and the origin energy on his body pulsated to transform into numerous strands of dragon-shaped origin energy that coiled around his body. Within these strands of dragon-shaped origin energy, strands of earthen yellow energy gradually leaped up and fused into the dragon-shaped origin energy. Countless strands of dragon-shaped origin energy fused with the earthen yellow energy in the end, transforming into a layer of defensive energy that coiled around Duan Lingtian's body. If one looked carefully, one would be able to notice. Within this layer of defensive energy, there were numerous strands of earthen yellow energy that had condensed into numerous dragon-shaped origin energy that ceaselessly flowed and flashed about within the defensive energy. I've comprehended Earth Force since I've comprehended Earth Force, and this high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill, Earth Dragon's Barrier, can be considered to have stepped into the initial stay. But the Earth Dragon's Barrier at this stage is only capable of resisting the attacks of martial artists below the 7th level of the Void Prying stage. Only by comprehending half-step advanced Earth Force and allowing the Earth Dragon's Barrier to step into the Mastery stage would it be of help to me now. This was something Duan Lingtian was extremely clear about. Defensive martial skills weren't omnipotent, and there were numerous restrictions. Presently, there are only 3 days left until the agreed time of the other possessors of the Jade Swords. I ought to return. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he soared into the sky and returned to the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. Big brother Lingtian, you've broken through? Duan Lingtian had just returned to the inn and had just seen Han Xuanai when she noticed the changes in his body. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Han Xuanai had seen through his cultivation, and he lightly smiled as he nodded. Congratulations, big brother Lingtian. Chapter 599. There are another 3 days before we converge with the other possessors of the Jade Swords. Big brother Lingtian, have you contacted them during this period of time? Han Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian as she asked. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. During this period of time, he was busy cultivating, so how could he have the time to care about other things? I feel that some of them have surely arrived at the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city at this time. It's even to the extent that they might be staying in some inns in the imperial city. Han Xuanai guessed. Perhaps. I'll contact them after I return to my room. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said, it's already late, go to bed early. Okay. Han Xuanai nodded, and her eyes were still filled with excitement when she returned to her room. This little girl is even more excited than me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, his gaze flashed. I've finally advanced my cultivation to the Void Initiation stage before I enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. After washing up, Duan Lingtian lay on the bed and withdrew his jade sword. His origin energy fused into the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword. Instantly, a sonorous voice that seemed familiar entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother, you've finally made an appearance. We'll be able to meet in a few days, and I'm really looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock and recognized the owner of this sonorous voice. At that time, when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, it was precisely this person that he'd contacted when he used the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword for the first time. I've already arrived at the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. Where are all of you? Another voice sounded out. To Duan Lingtian, this was a completely unfamiliar voice. It ought to be the possessors of the other jade swords. I've arrived at the imperial city as well. I haven't arrived yet, I'm on the way. I ought to be able to arrive punctually at Pheasant Ridge 3 days from now. I'll be able to arrive at the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city tomorrow. Following that, more voices could be heard. They were all owners of other jade swords. By the way, brother, did you bring a friend? According to our agreement, every single one of us can bring a person along with us into the Sword Monarch's treasure. Suddenly, the owner of the loud and clear voice spoke again, obviously speaking to Duan Lingtian. Yes, I brought a friend. Duan Lingtian responded. It turned out that he was still worried about whether the other jade sword possessors would have any objections if Xuanai headed to the Sword Monarch's treasure with him. Now it would seem that Xuanai entering the Sword Monarch's treasure with him wasn't considered to be abrupt. But with Xuanai's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for her to annihilate the others at the moment the Sword Monarch's treasure is opened. Duan Lingtian shuddered at the thought of Han Xuanai's strength. Right. If Xuanai really annihilates the others at the moment the Sword Monarch's treasure is opened, then wouldn't Xuanai and I be able to monopolize all the treasures within the Sword Monarch's treasure? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's breathing became slightly hurried. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai walked out of their respective rooms and left the inn together before finding a nearby restaurant to have breakfast. It wasn't long before the restaurant was filled with customers. I heard that the Tang clan will be auctioning a treasure at the central square this afternoon. At that time, we have to go join in the fun. Doesn't the Tang clan have its own auction house? Why isn't it auctioning it at the auction house? I don't know about this. But, based on the Tang clan's great fanfare, that treasure is probably not simple. I'm interested as well after hearing what you said. Let's go together at that time. A wave of discussion sounded out from the table beside Duan Lingtian. It was three young men in embroidered clothes chatting. Big brother Lingtian, let's go join in the fun in the afternoon as well. Han Xuanai's eyes glowed, and she'd obviously aroused interest towards the Tang clan's treasure. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he was similarly interested. It would be great if it's the ageless route. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. But he knew as well that this was practically impossible. Even if the Tang clan possessed the ageless route, it would probably be impossible for it to be so great fanfare. The central square of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city was undoubtedly in existence similar to the central square of the Darkstone Empire's imperial city, and it was extremely bustling and filled with streams of people. At that time, the Darkstone Empire's imperial city held the Young Genius competition of the empire at such a place. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, the Tang clan's great fanfare meant that the treasure was surely a publicly acknowledged treasure, and it wasn't the ageless route that many people were unable to recognize. After they finished their breakfast, they walked around the imperial city. All along the way, Duan Lingtian was able to hear that the entire imperial city was filled with the news of the Tang clan auctioning the treasure in the afternoon. I must go earlier in the afternoon so as to occupy a good spot. It would be great if I was a martial artist at the void prying stage or above, as there are many spots in the sky. Yeah, if it was an existence at the void prying stage or above, then there would be utterly no need to fight for a spot on the ground. Duan Lingtian could hear these discussions everywhere. Big brother Lingtian, I'm becoming more and more interested in the thing the Tang clan is auctioning in the afternoon. Han Xuanai giggled, and her watery eyes revealed a trace of craftiness. Xuanai, if you like it, I'll buy it for you. Duan Lingtian was rather confident now. All along the way, the wealth in his possession had already accumulated to an extremely terrifying extent. During these past few years, he hadn't only plundered a large amount of wealth from everywhere. Even the spatial rings of those people that had died at his hands contained quite a large amount of wealth. His gold and silver wealth continued to accumulate. Up until now, he was slightly unable to remember exactly how much wealth he possessed. Big brother Lingtian, if I'm really interested, then I'll directly seize it. Why would I need you to spend money? Han Xuanai blinked her crafty eyes and smiled. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch when he heard this. Yeah. With Xuanai's strength, seizing a treasure from the Eastern Mulberry Empire's Tang clan wasn't difficult at all. After all, even the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, King Yong, was extremely fearful before Xuanai. The strongest expert of the Eastern Mulberry Empire was at most at the same level as King Yong. He was most probably inferior to Xuanai. In the afternoon, Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai brought along the two little pythons to fly through the sky and arrive at the central square of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. So many people. Duan Lingtian looked down at the central square and noticed that it was packed with people, and he could only see numerous heads ceaselessly moving about, causing it to be extremely bustling. Presently, there were many martial artists at the void prying stage and above in the sky. Most of these martial artists had come to join in the fun. The Tang clan has caused such a great commotion today. I wonder what treasure they're auctioning off. Someone couldn't refrain from speaking curiously. No matter what treasure it is, I have to properly experience it today. The Tang clan has never done anything that pleases the crowd. I presume they're really auctioning off some extraordinary treasure today. I really look forward to it. More and more martial artists at the void prying stage and above converged over and discussed animatedly. Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai stood in the sky that was closest to the center of the square. Presently, a high platform had been erected at the center of the square. This high platform had just been erected not long ago, and it was obviously specially built by the Tang clan for the sake of the auction this afternoon. Swoosh! A young man in embroidered clothes flashed over from afar and descended near Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai. Duan Lingtian was fine and didn't have any reaction. However, Han Shuanai instead frowned and turned her head to look at the young man in embroidered clothes. "You, go away. Don't stand beside me and my big brother Lingtian and disturb us." Obviously, Han Shuanai had taken the sky that she and Duan Lingtian stood in to be her private territory. The young man in embroidered clothes was first stunned when he heard Han Shuanai's voice, and when he turned around and saw Han Shuanai's pitilessly beautiful face, he revealed an evil smile. "Little miss, don't worry, big brother guarantees that I won't disturb you. But, little miss, you're really pretty. Smile for big brother to see." The young man in embroidered clothes spoke frivolously as he flew forward to approach Han Shuanai. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to touch Han Shuanai's chin. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man with a gaze of pity. He knew that this fellow was going to suffer misfortune. At practically the instant that this thought arose in Duan Lingtian's mind. Swish! Swish! Two ear-piercing howls sounded out. Two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from Han Shuanai's sleeve and flashed directly towards the young man in embroidered clothes. In the next moment, a bloody hole appeared on the young man's throat and chest, and dazzling and resplendent blood sprayed out from them. The young man didn't even have the time to emit a shrill cry, and his hand remained in the posture of wanting to touch Han Shuanai's chin as he directly fell down. Bang! The young man in embroidered clothes fell on the high platform that was built before his death, and he was completely silent. Dead. Instantly, the surroundings were in an uproar. "Isn't that the Bai clan's third young master, Bai Fan?" "Exactly, it's Bai Fan. I truly never imagined that Bai Fan, who ran amok in our Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city, would fall here today. Yeah, I truly never expected this." Waves of exclamations of surprise sounded out from the surroundings in a timely manner. Of course, most of them were taking pleasure in Bai Fan's misfortune. Obviously, Bai Fan's reputation wasn't good. Hiss hiss tilde. Meanwhile, the two little pythons returned to Han Shuanai's hand, and they glared fiercely at Bai Fan's corpse. "All right, he's already dead." Han Shuanai lightly smiled and lightly rubbed the heads of the two little fellows. The two little fellows instantly closed their eyes in enjoyment. "Shuanai, I'm slightly jealous when I see little black and little white being so close to you," Duan Lingtian joked. But while Han Shuanai was able to discern that he was joking, the two little pythons were unable to discern it. Swish! Swish! In the next moment, two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from Han Shuanai's hand and descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder in the end. Hiss hiss tilde. Hiss hiss tilde. Chapter 600. Duan Lingtian held the two little pythons in his hand, and his eyes were filled with gentleness. Presently, the little white snake had broken through to the third level of the void initiation stage after the little black snake. The Bai clan's third young master, Bai Fan, was at most a void prying stage martial artist, and he didn't have the slightest strength to fight back before the two little pythons. He wasn't even able to react before he was killed. Fan. Right at this moment, a voice that was like a thunderclap and contained boundless rage sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian slightly turned his head, and he could see a middle-aged man that was escorted by two old men as he soared over, and his speed soared to the limit in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man swooped down to descend on the high platform at the center of the square, and he embraced Bai Fan as he cried out in grief. Fan! Fan! It's the Bai clan's second master, Bai Ming. Looks like it wasn't only the Bai clan's third young master, Bai Fan, that came to join in the fun today, even his father, Bai Ming, has come as well. This Bai Fan probably came with his father and arrived here first, yet was killed in the end. That young man, young woman, and the two snake-type demon beasts by their side are going to suffer misfortune. The surrounding crowd of spectators whispered in discussion. Most people glanced at Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai with pity. But Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai weren't affected in the slightest, and they stood in midair on the spot with carefree expressions, as if their expressions wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Meanwhile, the two old men that the middle-aged man brought along flew out, and they stood not far from the two sides of Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai, as if they were preventing Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai from fleeing. Meanwhile, Bai Ming finally recovered from his shock, and he who was filled with extreme grief and indignation embraced his dead son as he soared up into the sky, forming a triangle with the two old men that surrounded Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai at the center. You dare kill my son? Today, I'll make you pay with your blood. Bai Ming gnashed his teeth as he spoke word by word. At this moment, Bai Ming was enraged to the limit. He had been obsessed with martial arts all his life and only had one son. Now, his son had died because of the person in front of him. You're the second master of the Bai family, right? Duan Lingtian glanced at Bai Ming indifferently. When you say these words, shouldn't you first ask why we killed your son? Just now, if Bai Fan had not wanted to make a move on Han Shuanai, Little Black and Little White would not have suddenly killed him. That's not necessary. Bai Ming coldly snorted, and his eyes were filled with a ruthless luster. No matter what the reason is, since you killed my son, then you must be buried with him. As he spoke up to hear, the origin energy on Bai Ming's body raged and skyrocketed. Above his head, 10 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons condensed into form and spiraled down, giving off an extremely strong oppressive feeling. 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. The second master of the Bai clan is indeed worthy of being one of the two great experts in the Bai clan who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Bai clan's ancestor. He lives up to his reputation. Now that the second master of the Bai family is enraged, this young man and young woman are probably dead for sure. They were too impulsive and actually dared to kill Bai Fan. Could it be that they didn't know that Bai Fan was the favorite of the second master of the Bai family? The surrounding people observed a moment of silence for Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai. No matter what the reason is, we must be buried with your son. Bai Ming's words angered Duan Lingtian to the point his face sank slightly. Big brother Lingtian, you can't reason with some people. To them, strength is sufficient to replace any reason. Han Shuanai had a calm expression and wasn't enraged by Bai Ming's words. Or perhaps, from the beginning until the end, she didn't take Bai Ming seriously. Yes. Shuanai, you do as you deem fit in this matter. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't say anything further as he watched all this coldly from the sidelines. Kill them. Bai Ming shouted out explosively as he embraced the corpse of his son with one hand and slapped out with the other like a cattail leaf fan. Boom. Waves of fiery red energy rose from the palm that was filled with raging origin energy and swept out. It blasted towards Duan Lingtian, wanting to directly kill Duan Lingtian. At the same time, another 6 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Bai Ming's head. 6th level fire concept. Whoosh. When Bai Ming's palm struck out, Duan Lingtian only felt an extremely hot gust of wind in front of him. The hot aura grew stronger and stronger as it rose continuously. In the end, Duan Lingtian's forehead began to sweat uncontrollably. Faced with Bai Ming's menacing palm strike, although Duan Lingtian felt a great pressure, he didn't have any intention of dodging. He stood on the spot, unmoving like a mountain. Has this young man gone mad? He still dares to stand foolishly at this time? Many of the surrounding people were dumbfounded. Perhaps he feels that he can't escape death today, so he might as well give up resisting. Do you think he can survive in front of the second master of the Bai family? Someone had another idea. That makes sense. His words obtained the agreement of many people. At this moment, most people looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with pity. They didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive under Bai Ming's palm strike. For a time, the atmosphere at the scene was slightly oppressive. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice broke the oppressive atmosphere at the scene. You dare make a move against Big Brother Lingtian? You're courting death. Under the gazes of everyone present, the yellow-clothed young girl that stood in midair spoke. At the same time that she spoke, the people present didn't see the yellow-clothed young girl make any movements. In the next moment, whoosh! An extremely icy cold aura suddenly exploded out in midair, and it covered the heavens and the earth as it swept down, causing everyone present to be frozen to the point they couldn't help but shiver. When they returned to their senses, they saw a scene that they would never be able to forget in their entire lives. They saw Bai Ming, the second master of the Bai family that attacked the violet-clothed young man, had completely stopped in midair and transformed into an ice sculpture. Bai Fan's corpse in his arms had also transformed into an ice sculpture along with him. The people present were able to clearly see. The fire concept on Bai Ming's body had already been completely suppressed by the ice that enveloped his body now. It wasn't just that, the origin energy on his body was ceaselessly vanishing as well. After a short moment, the origin energy on Bai Ming's body vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, his body had lost its final support, and accompanied by the ice that covered his body, it crashed down. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and everyone clearly saw that Bai Ming's entire body along with the ice that covered his body fell to the ground and shattered into countless pieces of ice. Bai Ming, the second master of the Bai clan, one of the only two 7th level void initiation stage experts in the Bai clan, had died. The scene was deathly silent. Over 90% of the people present were staring blankly at the pieces of ice that covered the ground. Not a single complete piece of these pieces of ice could be seen. Ice concept. In next to no time, someone exclaimed in shock with a trembling voice. His words caused everyone present to be unable to help but recover from their shock, and they couldn't help but look at the yellow-clothed young girl in midair with gazes filled with fear and reverence. Based on her outer appearance, this yellow-clothed young girl was at most 15 or 16 years old. At the beginning, many people were indescribably shocked when they saw the yellow-clothed young girl appear. A young girl that was 15 or 16 years old standing in midair undoubtedly indirectly displayed her cultivation at the void prying stage or above. This was already sufficient to cause people to be shocked to the point of being speechless for a long time. But now, the yellow-clothed young girl had once again caused everyone to be shocked. The young girl had only just finished speaking when she caused a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist to transform into an ice sculpture before falling to the ground and shattering, and he died a graveless death. Such a shocking ability would cause terror to arise from the bottom of anyone's heart when they saw it for the first time. Most importantly, it was because all of this was caused by a young girl. A young girl that was at the prime of her youth, and the Bai clan's second master, Bai Ming, was gone just like that. Did she really do it herself? Many people were bewildered and didn't dare believe that all of this was true. A young girl that was 15 or 16 years old had killed a 7th level void initiation stage existence. Even if it was in the entire foreign lands, there were probably not many people capable of doing it, right? Not to mention a mere Eastern Mulberry Empire. I didn't see clearly that it was she who did it. But I can be sure that even if it wasn't her, it was still someone that was concealed in the shadows and protecting her. Looks like her identity isn't simple, and there's actually an expert that's capable of instantly killing the Bai clan's second master, Bai Ming, concealed by her side. That expert is an extremely rare existence that has comprehended the ice concept. Supposedly, ice concept can be considered to be a top concept amongst the numerous concepts of nature. Now that I've seen it today, it deserves its reputation. Too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, She sealed a person in ice and transformed him into an ice sculpture before allowing him to perish on his own before being forcefully smashed into countless pieces. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed ceaselessly. Their words were filled with fear. He was wary of Han Xuanai. Of course, there were some people with comparatively higher cultivations amongst the people present, and they saw the numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes that flashed in the sky above Han Xuanai. Even though they didn't see clearly how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes there were. But they could be sure of one thing. Earlier, it was indeed this yellow-clothed young girl that made a move and sealed the Bai clan's second master, Bai Ming, in ice. Second master. The two old men that appeared with Bai Ming now looked at the shattered ice that covered the ground, and their emaciated bodies lightly trembled. The scene before them had exceeded their expectations. The second master was one of the two great experts of their Bai clan, and his strength was comparable to their Bai clan's ancestor. But in the blink of an eye, he was killed. They were slightly unable to accept this. You two old fellows, do you want to continue staying and take revenge for your second master and third young master? Or get the hell out of my sight? Han Xuanai's gaze lazily descended onto the two old men, and her voice that was like an aureole had a trace of impatience mixed within. The two old men's bodies trembled as if they were struck by lightning when they heard this. In the next moment, they didn't dare hesitate in the slightest and hurriedly fled into the distance, vanishing before the eyes of everyone in the central square. What a joke! Even the second master was instantly killed. If they continued to stay, they would only be courting death. They knew clearly in their hearts. Chapter 601. Along with the departure of the two old men of the Bai clan, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai had become the center of attention of the entire scene. But the attention of the surrounding people was quickly moved away. Only because the members of the Tang clan had arrived. It's the Tang clan's Grand Elder. The Tang clan's Grand Elder is an existence that has stepped into the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. In the Tang clan, in terms of strength, he's only inferior to the Tang clan's ancestor. I never imagined that the Tang clan's Grand Elder would personally preside over the auction this afternoon. The surrounding crowd of spectators were clamorous. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the 5 people that were flying over from afar. Amongst these 5 people, the person in the lead was a white-haired old man, and his pair of muddy eyes occasionally flashed with a dazzling bright light. When looked at from afar, he seemed like an ordinary old man. However, the spiritual force that Duan Lingtian stretched out told him that this old man was in existence at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. He's the Tang clan's Grand Elder? Duan Lingtian listened to the surrounding discussions and easily guessed the old man's identity. Duan Lingtian had come to the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city for a period of time after all, and he had a certain level of understanding towards the Eastern Mulberry Empire's Tang clan. Besides the imperial family, the Tang clan was the strongest power in the Eastern Mulberry Empire. It was undoubtedly extremely rare for a clan to be able to reign supreme in an empire. Supposedly, there were 5 people at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above in the Tang clan. The strongest person was even in existence at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. That day, when he'd just found out about the Tang clan's strength, Duan Lingtian had even sighed with emotion. The strength of this Tang clan is probably not much inferior to the imperial family of the Eastern Mulberry Empire. Everyone. Meanwhile, the 5 people of the Tang clan led by the Tang clan's Grand Elder descended onto the high platform, and the Tang clan's Grand Elder looked at the surroundings before speaking abruptly. Instantly, the entire place fell silent and quieted down. Today, our Tang clan will be auctioning a demon beast here. A Void Initiation stage demon beast. The Tang clan's Grand Elder was obviously not a person and directly went straight to the point. Void Initiation stage demonic beast. Instantly, the onlookers, whether on the ground or in the air, were in an uproar. After all, once a demon beast broke through to the Void Initiation stage, its intelligence was already no different than a human. Most importantly, Void Initiation stage demonic beasts usually had their own dignity. He would rather die in battle than live on his knees. Even if a human's strength surpassed a Void Initiation stage demon beast, Wanting to subdue a void initiation stage demon beast was practically impossible. It was precisely because of this that the value of void initiation stage demon beasts in the human world was extremely high. Now, the Tang clan wanted to auction off a void initiation stage demon beast. A void initiation stage demon beast that was able to be auctioned off by the Tang clan was undoubtedly not the type of demon beast that would rather die than submit. Anyone would want to get their hands on such a demonic beast. Especially those people that belonged to powers that had a limited number of void initiation stage martial artists. Their faces were flushed red as they mustered up all their strength and prepared to bid for that void initiation stage demon beast. Void initiation stage demonic beast. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. This Tang clan has some ability. They're actually able to capture a void initiation stage demon beast to auction off. May I ask Grand Elder Tang, what level of the void initiation stage demon beast is your Tang clan bidding for? In next to no time, someone couldn't refrain from asking. First level of the void initiation stage. The Tang clan's Grand Elder replied indifferently. Even though it was only at the first level of the void initiation stage, it still didn't extinguish the fervor of the surrounding people, and everyone looked at the Tang clan's Grand Elder with anticipation. Grand Elder Tang, where's that demon beast? Yeah, you have to let us experience it, right? Otherwise, how would you bid? Exactly. The surrounding crowd of spectators were in an uproar. Presently, most of the people that spoke were martial artists that stood in the sky with cultivations at the void prying stage or above. These people mostly had extraordinary backgrounds and abundant wealth. Everyone, calm yourselves. The disciples of my Tang clan will bring that demon beast over right away. The Tang clan's Grand Elder raised his hand to stop the clamorous noise of the crowd. Needless to say, the Tang clan's Grand Elder still had a certain level of dignity. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene returned to calm once more. I thought it was some treasure, so it turns out that it's only a first-level void initiation stage demon beast. Han Shuanai frowned and spoke with slight disappointment. Big brother Ling Tian, let's go. I'm not interested in a void initiation stage demon beast. Han Shuanai said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Not interested in a void initiation stage demon beast, probably only Xuanai was capable of saying these words. Since we've already come, let's see what demon beast the Tang clan wants to auction. I'm extremely curious as well, what sort of void initiation stage demon beast the Tang clan has tamed. Duan Lingtian suggested. Alright, then I'll accompany big brother Ling Tian to join in the fun. Han Shuanai nodded with a light smile and agreed. Not long after, a wave of howling sounds of the wind sounded out from the distance. Subsequently, a middle-aged man that held an object covered by a red cloth flew over from the sky and flashed directly to the central square. After a short moment, he descended onto the high platform. Grand Elder. Subsequently, the middle-aged man respectfully and reverently passed the object covered by the red cloth to the Tang clan's Grand Elder. The Tang clan's Grand Elder nodded, and then he raised his hand to directly remove the red cloth. A specially made cage appeared in the Tang clan's Grand Elder's hand. Squeak squeak tilde. Right at this moment, a wave of low cries sounded out from within the cage. A little gold mouse that was completely furry was weakly lying within the cage in a sorry state, whereas, the little gold mouse's jade-green eyes were looking up at the sky above the central square. The little gold mouse's eyes were filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was completely stunned, and he stared blankly at the little gold mouse within the cage as he muttered to himself with slight stupefaction. Little gold. Everyone. Meanwhile, the Tang clan's Grand Elder spoke out slowly. This little gold mouse is the void initiation stage demon beast that my Tang clan wants to auction. According to my deduction, it ought to be a variant goldfur mouse. Even though it's only a first-level void initiation stage demon beast, it has comprehended second-level lightning concept. As the Tang clan's Grand Elder finished speaking, his tone was resolute. Comprehended second-level lightning concept at the first level of the void initiation stage? Instantly, the gazes of the surrounding crowd of spectators lit up. The comprehension ability of such a demon beast could be said to be shocking. Grand Elder Tang, I think its situation isn't good. Could it be that your Tang clan has used some medicine on it? Suddenly, a person with sharp gazes asked. Exactly. The Tang clan's Grand Elder nodded. Our Tang clan has indeed used origin stalling powder on it. However, this demon beast's will to live is extremely strong, and it's entirely possible to use origin stalling powder to control it and make it work for your Tang clan. When he spoke up to hear, the Tang clan's Grand Elder was slightly complacent. Origin stalling powder is our Tang clan's unique secret prescription. Today, no matter who bids for this demon beast, our Tang clan will unconditionally provide 100 years of origin stalling powder to that person. As soon as the Tang clan's Grand Elder finished speaking, the scene was deathly silent, and only waves of heavy breathing remained. 100 years? Right at this moment, a cold laugh broke the silence of the scene. Do you really think that your Tang clan can continue existing for 100 years? An enraged and ruthless voice continued to sound out, and it caused the expressions of the Tang clan members, including the Tang clan's Grand Elder, to go pale. The gazes of everyone shot towards the source of the voice. A violet-clothed young man stood there. It's him. In next to no time, someone recognized Duan Lingtian. What does he want to do? Coldness arose in the hearts of many people. Even though this violet-clothed young man hadn't made a move since the beginning, a terrifying expert was concealed behind him and the young woman by his side. That expert hadn't made an appearance, yet was able to kill a 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. That level of ability had already exceeded the scope of the Void Initiation Stage. Kid, you actually dare blaspheme our Tang clan? You deserve death. Right at this moment, the middle-aged man that stood by the side of the Tang clan's Grand Elder shouted out explosively before transforming into a flowing light that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. For a time, 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above the middle-aged man. Obviously, this was a 1st-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. Bang! The middle-aged man slapped out with his palm, and raging origin energy condensed to transform into a palm print that was accompanied by strands of blue-colored energy as it enveloped towards Duan Lingtian. Another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared in the sky, 1st-level water concept. Duan Lingtian revealed disdain when faced with the middle-aged man's shocking palm strike, and it was even to the extent that he didn't have any intention of dodging. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and origin energy raged on his hand before converging onto his index finger. Tempest Point. Duan Lingtian abruptly pointed out with his finger, and 1st-level wind concept and advanced lightning force were accompanied by the finger force of his origin energy to transform into the Tempest Point that pierced towards the middle-aged man's palm print. In the sky, 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dashed out under the push of the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Swish! The terrifying Tempest Point easily shattered the middle-aged man's palm print, and it didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it pierced through the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's pupils stared wide open as he raised his hand and pointed at Duan Lingtian, wanting to say something, yet he wasn't able to continue in the end. Bang! The middle-aged man's body shook, and accompanied by fresh blood that sprayed out all over the sky, he fiercely fell onto the ground and completely lost all signs of life. Dead. Meanwhile, the pupils of the surrounding spectators constricted as they looked at the violet-clothed young man in the sky with astonishment. What a terrifying young man. His age looks to be around 25 at most. But his cultivation has already stepped into the 1st level of the Void Initiation Stage. Moreover, he has comprehended 1st-level wind concept and advanced lightning force. Where exactly did such a monstrous genius martial artist come from? With his strength, he probably possesses the qualifications to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition 8 months from now, right? Not a single expert in the younger generation of our Eastern Mulberry Empire can compare to him. The surrounding crowd of spectators sighed successively. They were all subdued by Duan Lingtian's natural talent and comprehension ability. Kid. Chapter 602. Exactly what sort of enmity does my Tang clan have with you? As the Tang clan's Grand Elder finished speaking, the turbidity in his eyes wasn't there any longer, and replacing it was terrifying killing intent. It seemed as if he would completely annihilate Duan Lingtian if Duan Lingtian was unable to give him an explanation. What enmity? Duan Lingtian sneered, and his gaze descended onto the miniature cage in the Tang clan's Grand Elder's hand. Your Tang clan actually dares to torture little gold like this. It's little gold. Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the nearby Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai was originally curious why her big brother Ling Tian would suddenly lose his composure like this. Now, she could be considered to have completely understood. So it turned out that the little gold mouse that was imprisoned within the miniature cage by the Tang clan members was little gold. It really is a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. I didn't pay much attention to it earlier. Han Xuanai seriously sized up the little gold mouse for the first time, and she discerned the little gold mouse's background. Hiss hiss tilde at this moment, two little heads popped out from under Duan Lingtian's sleeve. It was little black and little white, and they were currently sizing up the little gold mouse within the cage with slightly complicated gazes. Little gold! The Tang clan's Grand Elder was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he was unable to react for a moment. And right at this moment, Han Xuanai moved. Han Xuanai swept her sleeve, and in an instant, an extremely icy cold gale swept out and enveloped the Tang clan members. In an instant, the 5 members of the Tang clan, including the Grand Elder of the Tang clan, turned into 5 ice sculptures. Only the cage in the Tang clan's Grand Elder's hand wasn't sealed in ice. Squeak squeak tilde however, the little gold mouse within the cage was still frozen to the point its entire body trembled. Little gold! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he descended and seized the miniature cage. Swish! The grade 4 spirit sword struck out and easily slashed the cage apart. Xiao Jin, are you okay? Duan Lingtian rescued the little gold mouse and held it in his hand, sizing it up with a face full of concern. Creak, creak tilde tilde the little gold mouse cried out twice before sending a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears. Big brother. Lingtian. I feel terrible. I feel terrible, it's nothing. You've just been poisoned by the Tang clan's origin stalling powder. I'll bring you to the Tang clan right now and have them hand over the antidote. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Duan Lingtian was so angry that he even forgot that he could concoct the spirit cleansing pill that could cure all kinds of poisons. With the grade 3 pill fire that Duan Lingtian possessed after breaking through to the void initiation stage, so long as he was able to find the materials, he was completely capable of refining a grade 3 spirit cleansing pill. A grade 3 cleansing spirit pill, besides some extremely rare poisons in Cloud Continent, could easily neutralize all other poisons. At the same time that Duan Lingtian conversed with the little gold mouse, his arm swung up and abruptly swept out. Vast origin energy swept out and enveloped the 5 Tang clan members, including the Tang clan's Grand Elder, that had transformed into ice sculptures. Bang! 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 5 enormous bangs sounded out at practically the exact same time. In the next moment, the 5 ice sculptures transformed into shattered ice that covered the sky and fell to the ground. The 5 Tang clan members were all dead. Killing without spilling blood was nothing more than this. Xuanai, accompany me to the Tang clan. Please. Duan Lingtian's eyes were dyed with a wisp of crimson red as he looked at Han Xuanai, and his tone contained slight sincerity mixed within. Big brother Lingtian, why are you being so courteous with me? Your business is my business. Xuanai shook her head and smiled, then looked at a nearby middle-aged man and asked indifferently, do you know where the Tang clan is? I know. The middle-aged man's expression went grim when he was stared at by Han Xuanai. Initially, he did not want to be involved in this matter. However, under Han Xuanai's burning gaze, he finally nodded his head. Lead the way. Han Xuanai spoke indifferently. Yes. The middle-aged man didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly flashed towards the distance. What a joke. Earlier, he'd clearly seen this young woman's ability. With a raise of her hand, she'd sealed 5 great experts of the Tang clan in ice. He felt that his strength was far inferior to the experts of the Tang clan, so he completely couldn't arouse the thought of refusing the young woman's request. Who knew if the young woman would become enraged from embarrassment because of this? If the young woman was enraged, killing him was only a matter of an instant. Swoosh! Du and Lingtian took the lead and followed the middle-aged man. Han Shuanai followed closely behind as well. As for the others present, their eyes shone as they followed from afar. Looks like the Tang clan is going to suffer misfortune today. Yeah, if that young woman is enraged, the Tang clan will probably be completely removed from our Eastern Mulberry Empire. I originally thought that there was an expert behind the young woman that was helping her. Earlier, when the young woman made a move, I found out that there was no one helping her at all. Her strength is too terrifying. I'm sure that she's an expert from the foreign lands. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly at the same time that they followed Du and Lingtian and Han Shuanai. For a time, this corner of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city was completely bustling with noise and excitement. Both of you, this is the Tang clan estate. The middle-aged man that led the way pointed at the vast estate ahead. Whoosh! Du and Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as he directly barged into the Tang clan estate. Who's there? The Tang clan disciples at the entrance of the Tang clan estate naturally wouldn't allow Du and Lingtian to barge in. K off. Du and Lingtian's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. With a raise of his hand, he swung out his arm and easily blasted the Tang clan disciples that blocked his way flying. After heavily injuring them, he directly entered the Tang clan estate. When Han Shuanai followed closely behind, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Big brother Lingtian is really angry. Looks like the jade-eyed heavenly mouse's position in his heart isn't the slightest bit inferior to Little Black and Little White. After he barged into the Tang clan estate, Du and Lingtian seemed as if he'd entered into an uninhabited land. Swish, 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 swish. The two little pythons ceaselessly flashed out, and the Tang clan disciples that blocked the way fell one by one. For a time, the entire Tang clan estate was in complete chaos. Flee. Flee quickly. Devil. He's a devil. He's a devil. The Tang clan disciples within the Tang clan estate, as well as the clan generals, servants, and servant girls, fled in all directions. Who's there? You actually dare barge into my Tang clan? Finally, a stern shout sounded out, and a middle-aged man that wore luxurious clothes and had a handsome appearance led over a dozen old men in a hurry. Squeak squeak tilde. After the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes appeared, the little gold mouse that lay on Du and Lingtian's shoulder raised its head with difficulty and cried out twice before sending a voice transmission to Du and Lingtian. Big brother Lingtian, it's him. He captured me and tortured me in every possible way before forcing me to consume that origin stagnation powder. Besides that, the spatial ring you refined for me was seized by him as well. As she finished speaking, the little gold mouse was extremely furious. Take out the antidote for the origin stagnation powder. Du and Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and spoke word by word with a deep voice. The middle-aged man hadn't spoken when an old man behind him stood out and shouted with a grim voice. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? You dare be presumptuous before our Tang clan's patriarch. I think you're courting death. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed like a ball of flames that ceaselessly rose. I think it's you who's courting death. A clear and cold voice suddenly sounded out and entered into the ears of everyone present. In the next moment, a strong wind that was icy cold to the extreme swept out, and it seemed to have transformed into a dreadful beast that pounced towards the old man. Instantly, the old man's body froze on the spot, and his entire body transformed into an ice sculpture. Ninth Elder. The expression of the middle-aged man, the Tang clan's patriarch, went grim, and he stretched out his hand to press onto the ice sculpture, wanting to rescue the old man. But, as he raised his hand and pressed onto the ice sculpture, origin energy swallowed and spat out. Cracks that were like spiderwebs instantly appeared on the ice sculpture, then it exploded apart and transformed into countless pieces of ice. Whereas the old man that was sealed within the ice was completely shattered. Ninth Elder. The Tang clan's patriarch was dumbstruck. What exactly is going on? Ice concept. It's ice concept. Patriarch, this little girl has comprehended ice concept. Meanwhile, another sharp-eyed old man looked at Han Shuanai, and his tone was filled with fear. Ice concept. The pupils of the Tang clan's patriarch constricted as his body lightly trembled, and he recalled the records related to ice concept that he'd once seen in a book. Only now did he realize. Earlier, it was she who'd indirectly killed their Tang clan's 9th elder. Who exactly are all of you? The Tang clan's patriarch finally realized the severity of the matter. They'd obviously come prepared, otherwise, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Moreover, this young woman that had comprehended ice concept had a cultivation that obviously surpassed him. He was a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist at any rate. Yet he was actually inferior to a young woman that looked to be 15 or 16 years old, and it caused him to be slightly driven mad. Who are we? Duan Lingtian sneered. Debt collectors. Debt collectors? The Tang clan's patriarch was first stunned, then he noticed the little gold mouse that lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and his face went grim. She. Why is she in your possession? He didn't think that this little gold mouse was bought by someone with a large sum of money. Squeak. The little gold mouse let out a sharp cry as she glared angrily at the Tang clan's patriarch, and it was as if she'd seen a life and death enemy. Perhaps, in the eyes of the little gold mouse, she'd long since taken this Tang clan's patriarch to be a life and death enemy. In my eyes, little gold is my relative. Yet now, my relative has been tortured in every possible way by your Tang clan, and had the origin stalling powder forcefully forced down her throat by your Tang clan. Duan Lingtian's crimson-red eyes were filled with boundless ruthlessness, and his tone was low to the point it caused one's hair to stand on end. Hand over the antidote that eradicates the origin stalling powder's medicinal strength. Duan Lingtian practically shouted out word by word with a grim voice. There's no antidote that eradicates the origin stalling powder, only an antidote that suppresses it. Presently, the Tang clan's patriarch had realized that their Tang clan's grand elder and the others had been killed. They might have already been killed. He, who felt an extremely great sense of danger, didn't dare hesitate in the slightest when facing Duan Lingtian's question. A young woman that looked to be 15 or 16 years old had a strength that surpassed his own. As far as he was concerned, the backgrounds of these two people were extremely extraordinary. Even if the ancestor comes, he might not be able to do anything. Those two people are utterly not existences our Tang family can go against. Even the ancestor doesn't have the strength to annihilate the patriarch and all the elders with a flip of his palm. A discerning Tang family disciple couldn't help but sigh. It was exactly as he'd said. When the Tang family's ancestor descended, he saw the ice shards that covered the ground and heard the sequence of events. Even though he was furious to the extreme, he didn't mention the matter of revenge, and he just muttered to himself. My Tang family's calamity. My Tang family's calamity. A group of people had surrounded the Tang family estate. These people had followed Duan Lingtian and Han Yunxi here. However, they didn't dare barge into the Tang family estate, and they could only wait outside for news. Not long after, they found out the sequence of events from some of the Tang family disciples that left the Tang family estate in panic. That young man and young woman annihilated all the higher-ups of the Tang family, including the patriarch. Only the ancestor of the Tang family is left. Looks like the Tang family is bound to decline. The Tang family's ancestor is already over 100 years old now, and I'm afraid he doesn't have many years left to live. I truly never imagined that the powerful Tang family would fall at the hands of a void initiation stage demon beast in the end. For a moment, everyone sighed with emotion. At the same time, they couldn't help but shudder when they recalled the violet-clothed young man and the yellow-clothed young woman. As far as they were concerned, offending those two people was no different than offending the god of death. Presently, after Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai left the Tang family estate, they didn't directly return to the inn. Instead, they went to the largest medicinal store in the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. After buying a pile of medicinal materials, they returned to the inn. Big brother Ling Tian, you're an alchemist as well? After returning to the room in the inn, Han Xuanai was instantly surprised when she saw Duan Lingtian take out the medicinal materials he prepared and withdraw a cauldron. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a strand of violet flame lit up at the center of his palm. If one looked carefully, one would be able to see that there was a layer of copper edges around the violet flame, and the copper edges moved rhythmically along with the violet flame. It was extremely peculiar. Violet copper pill fire. Han Shu and I, who stood at the side, couldn't help but be moved. Big brother. Ling Tian, you're a grade 3 alchemist. The violet copper pill fire was the grade 3 pill fire that only grade 3 alchemists possessed. When she saw the grade 3 pill fire appear in Duan Lingtian's hand, she felt her heartbeat quicken. It wasn't that she hadn't seen a grade 3 alchemist before, but she'd never seen or heard of such a young grade 3 alchemist. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, then he intentionally suppressed the pill fire in his hand, causing the pill fire to weaken. In next to no time, the grade 3 pill fire with violet copper edges gradually turned into a blue grade 4 pill fire. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian started to refine the medicine. The medicine that Duan Lingtian prepared to refine was precisely the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill. It wasn't that he didn't want to refine the grade 3 spirit cleansing pill, but the medicinal materials were difficult to find. Moreover, his cauldron was only a grade 4 spirit weapon, and was utterly unable to withstand his grade 3 pill fire. So, he could only suppress his pill fire to grade 4 and refine the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill. The medicinal materials he went to buy earlier were precisely the medicinal materials required to refine the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill. Fortunately, the medicinal materials for the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill aren't rare. Otherwise, I can only settle for the next best thing and refine the grade 5 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Ling lightly sighed in his heart. Of course, as far as he was concerned, even a grade 5 spirit cleansing pill ought to be sufficient to completely eradicate the origin freezing powder's medicinal strength within Little Gold's body. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's alchemy technique wasn't inferior to his weapon's refinement technique, and after spending 2 hours of time, he'd successfully refined a grade 4 spirit cleansing pill. After feeding the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill to the unconscious Little Gold Mouse, Duan Lingtian pressed his hand onto Little Gold's body, and his origin energy fused into Little Gold's body to dissolve the medicinal strength for her. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly sense that the origin freezing powder's origin freezing powder was gradually weakening. The medicinal strength of the origin stagnation powder in Xiao Jin's body was gradually losing ground, completely unable to withstand the medicinal strength of the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill. Half an hour later, the medicinal strength of the origin freezing powder was completely swept away by the overbearing medicinal strength of the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill, and it wasn't able to cause any more trouble. Little Gold finally returned to normal. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile as he lightly rubbed the little fellow's fluffy back and sighed. This little fellow is really plagued with misfortune. The first time I saw it was at the auction house. This time, it actually went missing because it was captured by someone, and it similarly wanted to be auctioned off. Hiss tilde. Meanwhile, 2 little pythons flashed out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve, one on the left and one on the right, and they descended by the Little Gold Mouse's side before stretching out their little heads to lightly rub against the Little Gold Mouse. Squeak tilde. After a short moment, the Little Gold Mouse awoke, and the first thing she saw was the 2 little pythons that stood by her side. Squeak! Instantly, the Little Gold Mouse seemed as if she'd been injected with chicken blood, and she transformed into a golden light that dodged to the side before staring vigilantly at the 2 little pythons. Hiss tilde. The little black snake flicked its tongue as it raised its little head before the Little Gold Mouse, and it looked at the Little Gold Mouse with a complacent gaze. Squeak! The golden fur on the Little Gold Mouse's entire body stood on end, as if her fur had exploded, and the origin energy on her body pulsated. Instantly, 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above her, and they accumulated force while waiting to attack. The little black snake wasn't willing to show weakness, and 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above her. The Little Gold Mouse drooped her little head when she saw this scene, and she was slightly dejected. Swoosh! In the next moment, the Little Gold Mouse transformed into a golden light that descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and she was like an aggrieved little wife. Hiss tilde. Whereas the 2 little pythons were extremely complacent now, and they turned around to sweep their tails at the Little Gold Mouse. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but recall. At that time, when the strengths of the two little pythons were inferior to the little gold mouse, the little gold mouse had once turned its back to them and shook its butt to provoke them. But never had he imagined that every dog has its day. Today, the strengths of the two little pythons were superior to the little gold mouse. Big brother Ling Tian, little black and little white bullied me. The little gold mouse's voice that was pleasing to the ear like a little girl entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with grievance. Little gold, if it wasn't for you irritating them that day, how could they treat you like this today? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse, and he couldn't help but laugh. Little gold, you're so cute. Right at this moment, Han Shuanai walked over and stretched out her hand to grab the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse didn't resist and allowed Han Shuanai to hold it in her hand, and her jade green eyes flickered as she carefully sized up Han Shuanai. Thank you, big sister. Help me take revenge. Suddenly, a wave of a childish voice sounded out abruptly. It caused Duan Lingtian to be dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. He was able to discern that this wasn't a voice transmission, but a voice that was spoken. You're only at the void initiation stage. You're already able to speak. Han Shuanai stared her eyes wide open as she looked at the fluffy little gold mouse in her hand, and her beautiful face was dumbstruck. Obviously, she was terrified. Hee hee. I'm very formidable. The little gold mouse raised her little head and blinked her jade green eyes, and then she proudly twisted her fluffy and chubby body. Chapter 604. Speak the Human Tongue. Even Duan Lingtian was shocked by the little gold mouse now. That day, when little gold stepped into the void prying stage, it was already capable of condensing sound with origin energy, and it had already caused him to be extremely shocked. After all, in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, only demon beasts at the void initiation stage and above knew how to condense sound with origin energy. As for speaking the human tongue, that was the mark of a void interpretation stage demon beast. Samsara Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes, yet he'd never seen a demon beast that hadn't stepped into the void interpretation stage that was capable of speaking the human tongue. Yet now, a variant like this had appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, ordinary void initiation stage demon beasts are capable of condensing sound with origin energy. Void interpretation stage demon beasts are capable of speaking the human tongue. Void transformation stage demon beasts are capable of taking human form. Duan Lingtian stared fixedly at the little gold mouse that sat on Han Shuanai's hand in enjoyment, and his heart shook. But little gold. It was capable of condensing sound with origin energy when it was at the void prying stage. Now that it's broken through to the void initiation stage, it's capable of speaking the human tongue. If it continues according to this pattern, then wouldn't it be able to take human form when it steps into the void interpretation stage? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. Shuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Shuanai and asked, when did little black and little white start to be able to communicate with you via voice transmission? Void initiation stage. Han Shuanai said, practically all void initiation stage demon beasts are capable of condensing sound with origin energy. This is extremely normal. But little gold being able to speak the human tongue is something that I'm slightly puzzled about. As expected. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Little black and little white were like ordinary demon beasts, and they were only capable of condensing sound with origin energy when they were at the void initiation stage. But little gold exceeded his expectations. Shuanai, there's something you don't know. When little gold had just broken through to the void prying stage that day, it was already capable of communicating with me via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian said. What? Han Shuanai was stunned and was shocked once again. She stared at the little gold mouse in her hand and carefully sized it up. This little fellow is so peculiar. If this continues, wouldn't it be able to transform into a human and directly become a demon when it reaches the void interpretation stage? Unfathomable emptiness stage Yarrow. I've never heard of one before. At this point, Han Shuanai shook her head. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Even she couldn't figure out why little gold was so peculiar. In that case, This little fellow is really different from the rest. Duan Lingtian glanced at the little gold mouse and sighed. Creak, creak tilde tilde the little gold mouse cried out twice, then looked at the two little pythons. You. Both of you don't know how to speak. Both of you aren't as formidable as me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed bitterly when he saw the little gold mouse actually daring to provoke Little Black and Little White. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 bolts of black and white flashed by, and it terrified the little gold mouse to the point of curling up in Han Shuanai's hand. Gentlemen, gentlemen. Moves, 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 moves. The little gold mouse's words entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai, and it caused them to be unable to help but be stunned, and then they chuckled as they looked at each other. Where did this little fellow learn these words? Little Gold's luck isn't bad. This time, we can bring it along to the Sword Monarch's treasure. Perhaps there's a fortuitous encounter within it. Han Shuanai said. Duan Lingtian nodded. In the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai didn't go out, and they passed the time in the inn. Unknowingly, the agreed date with the other possessors of the jade swords arrived as scheduled. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai had left for Pheasant Ridge as well. Pheasant Ridge was situated north of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city, and it was a vast mountain ridge that occupied an area of a few tens of times the size of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. Big Brother Lingtian, once we converge with them and arrive at the Sword Monarch's treasure and open it with the 9 jade swords, should I freeze all of them into popsicles? In that way, there wouldn't be anyone competing with us for the things within the Sword Monarch's treasure. Han Shuanai's beautiful eyes flashed as she revealed a devilish smile. Even though Duan Lingtian had this thought since long ago. But when he heard Han Shuanai speak of it now, he still shuddered slightly, and his heart shook. This little girl, Shuanai, is really a complete little she-devil. Fortunately, we're friends and not enemies. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head and rejected Han Shuanai's plan. During these past 2 days, besides cultivating, he'd also considered many things related to the Sword Monarch's treasure. The Sword Monarch's treasure was undoubtedly left behind by a sword cultivator martial monarch. This point could be heard from the name. Whereas the treasure vaults left behind by ordinary martial monarchs and Emperor Wu were mostly games they intentionally created. Perhaps there were many treasures within, yet there would surely be corresponding tests. All those years ago, Emperor Wu of Samsara had once played a similar game. There was once when he intentionally opened up a treasure vault, and in the end, all those that entered it died. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian felt a slight chill run down his spine. In the eyes of those formidable martial monarchs and Emperor Wu, even an existence at the void transformation stage was no different than an ant. The death of an ant was unable to affect their state of mind. To them, the games they created were only existences for their entertainment. Shuanai, think about it. Even if there are treasures within the Sword Monarch's treasure, it would surely not be so easy to obtain. We can take less risks if they go in with us and lead the way. Duan Lingtian said to Han Shuanai, if we really encounter any treasures within, then it wouldn't be too late for you to make a move and seize it at that time. At any rate, with your strength, there ought to be no one amongst them that's capable of comparing to you. Big Brother Lingtian, you've thought it through thoroughly. All right, we'll do it this way. Duan Lingtian's suggestion obtained Han Shuanai's agreement, and an evil smile appeared on Han Shuanai's face. I love seizing things the most. When I was young, I often seized Shuiyi's toys. Shuiyi. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Han Shuanai. Who's that? Han Shuanai's eyes were filled with a cunning expression. She's my Uncle Mu's daughter, and she's half a month older than me. Since we were young, I loved seizing things from her the most, whereas she would cry loudly every time. Duan Lingtian was speechless. He felt a moment of silence for Mu Shuiyi. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian withdrew his jade sword and fused his voice transmission into it to get in touch with the possessors of the other jade swords. Squeak squeak tilde the little gold mouse stuck its head out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve and cried out twice before curiously sizing up the surroundings. After 2 days of recovery, the little gold mouse was in high spirits. Hiss hiss tilde, whereas the 2 little pythons stuck their heads out from under Han Shuanai's sleeve as well, and they flicked their tongues as they didn't forget to look provocatively at the little gold mouse. 2 idiots that don't know how to speak. The little gold mouse's childish voice was finally coherent now. However, its provocative words had instead infuriated the 2 little pythons. If it wasn't for Han Shuanai calming the 2 little pythons, they'd probably have already pounced over and fought the little gold mouse. Little gold, you can't continue like this. If you continue like this, then I won't take care of you next time, and I'll make little black and little white properly train with you. Duan Lingtian glared at the little gold mouse, and it terrified the little gold mouse to the point it mischievously stuck out its tongue before burrowing back into his sleeve, and it didn't make any further movements. Little black, little white, both of you hide first. Duan Lingtian spoke to the 2 little pythons, then he called out to Han Shuanai. Shuanai, let's go over there. Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai headed directly north of Pheasant Ridge. When they arrived above a ravine in Pheasant Ridge that was filled with the fragrance of flowers, Duan Lingtian looked down at the ravine beneath his feet. Shuanai, let's go down. This is the place I agreed upon with them. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai descended into the ravine. Presently, there were already 4 people waiting within the ravine. The 4 people were divided into 2 groups. One of the groups was the combination of 2 middle-aged men in embroidered clothes. The other group was the combination of a robust middle-aged man and an azure-clothed old man. At this moment, all 4 of them were dumbstruck when they saw Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai appear. A young man that was 25 years old and a young girl that was 15 or 16 years old. Is this a pair of brother and sister that are lost? The 4 of them didn't think that the 2 of them were the possessors of one of the jade swords. Cute little girl, are you and your brother lost? The robust middle-aged man took a step forward and looked at Han Shuanai as he asked with a light smile. It was like an adult coaxing a child. It's you. Han Shuanai hadn't reacted when the nearby Duan Lingtian had already exclaimed in a low voice. You are. The robust middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he couldn't help but size up Duan Lingtian from top to bottom. Brother, do I know you? Even though you don't know me, but we seem to have communicated more than once or twice before this, right? It wouldn't be that you can't even recognize my voice, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he spoke slowly. When the robust middle-aged man spoke, he'd recognized the voice of the robust middle-aged man. It was precisely the possessor of the jade sword that he'd first contacted that day, and the owner of the sonorous voice. You. It's you. The robust middle-aged man finally recovered from his shock, and he sized up Duan Lingtian as if he'd seen a ghost as he laughed bitterly. I really never imagined that you're so young. When he spoke up to hear, the robust middle-aged man glanced at Han Shuanai who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, and he was speechless. This fellow brought a young girl over. Does he think the Sword Monarch's treasure is a game? I'm Dong Ming, what's your name? The robust middle-aged man asked. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said. So it's Brother Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, this is Elder Hu, he's a senior of mine. Meanwhile, the robust middle-aged man introduced the green-clothed old man by his side to Duan Lingtian. Elder Hu. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly as he greeted the old man. Elder Hu only nodded lightly, and then he paid no further attention to Duan Lingtian. Obviously, he didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously. Duan Lingtian didn't mind. After all, his age was obvious, and it was indeed insufficient to draw the attention of others. Chapter 605. Duan Lingtian wanted to restrain her, yet it was already too late. This little girl, Shuanai, had always been outspoken and unforgiving. Little girl, be careful that trouble comes from a loose tongue. The green-clothed old man's face sank slightly as he suddenly looked at Han Shuanai, and killing intent flashed within his muddy eyes. Trouble comes from a loose tongue? Old bastard, I. How could Han Shuanai endure it when she heard the old man's threat, and she instantly exploded with rage. Shuanai. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to grab Han Shuanai's hand, and he lightly shook his head to her as he said via voice transmission at the same time. There's no need to lower yourself to his level. Moreover, this old fellow's strength isn't bad. We'll just seize whatever treasure he finds after he enters the Sword Monarch's treasure. Killing him now isn't worth it. Duan Lingtian's words caused Han Shuanai's expression to ease up, and she grunted. Old bastard, this young miss won't fuss about it with you out of consideration for big brother Ling Tian. At the same time, traces of an excited sheen were mixed within Han Shuanai's eyes, and she said via voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, Big brother Ling Tian, you're right. We'll seize the treasure from this old bastard after he finds it, and we'll kill him after angering him to the point of spitting blood. Han Shuanai's voice transmission caused Duan Lingtian to feel a chill run down his spine, and he couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for the green-clothed old man. This old fellow could offend anyone, yet he dared to offend this little she-devil. You. The old man was angered to the point his face went grim and his body trembled when he was reprimanded by a young girl at the age of 15 or 16. When he saw the old man about to flare up, the nearby Dong Ming hurriedly restrained him. Elder Hu, since this young miss has already taken a step back, then why continue fuss about it with her? Forget it. Me. Elder Hu grunted coldly, and he listened to Dong Ming in the end and didn't flare up again. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the old man. The old man's cultivation was unable to conceal itself before his spiritual force. This old man was in existence at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. In terms of strength, it was the same as the Grand Elder of the Tang family who was frozen by Han Shuanai and killed by Duan Lingtian 2 days ago. At this moment, the valley regained its peace. The two middle-aged men in embroidered clothes standing at the side were now sizing up Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai from head to toe. Their eyes revealed a strange luster that was difficult to distinguish. No one knew what he was thinking. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One figure after another descended from the top of the valley. Not long after, the remaining 5 groups of people arrived as scheduled. These people were all in groups of 2 or 2. Now, when the other 5 groups of people appeared, they couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the combination of Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai. They are also Jade Sword owners? For a moment, many people couldn't help but be curious. Youngsters, do you really have Jade Swords in your hands? In next to no time, someone looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a doubtful expression. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything, and with a raise of his hand, he withdrew the jade sword that belonged to him from his spatial ring before waving it before the person that doubted him. Instantly, that person was speechless. Young man, if I was you, I'd look for a senior to go with you to the Sword Monarch's treasure. You're truly too rash. A green-clothed old man that was comparatively kinder shook his head and sighed. The dangers of the Sword Monarch's treasure was something no one could predict. It was precisely because of this that no one dared underestimate the dangers within the Sword Monarch's treasure. The unknown was undoubtedly the most terrifying. Under these circumstances, the stronger one's strength was, the higher the chances one had of surviving and obtaining a fortuitous encounter of one's own. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Duan Lingtian smiled gratefully towards the green-clothed old man's reminder. But I know what I'm doing, so there's no need for senior to worry. Has the others brought jade swords? Meanwhile, another person withdrew a jade sword and asked the others. For a time, the other 7 groups of people each withdrew a jade sword and displayed it before the eyes of everyone. 9 jade swords were gathered together. Right at this moment. Hey! Duan Lingtian noticed that the jade sword in his hand had suddenly started trembling, and it seemed as if it had received the call of something, and it urgently wanted to leave his hand. On the other hand, the jade swords in the hands of the other 8 people were more or less the same. The 9 jade swords were trembling now, and every single jade sword pointed towards the same direction. Precisely speaking, it was at the same point. According to legend, once the 9 swords combine into one, they'll be able to transform into a completely new jade sword that leads us to the Sword Monarch's treasure. Meanwhile, Dong Ming, who held a jade sword, spoke out. Everyone, how about we combine the 9 swords now and look for the Sword Monarch's treasure together? As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Ming glanced at the surroundings. I have no objections. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. I have no objections as well. I have no objections. For a time, besides Dong Ming who'd made this suggestion, another 5 people that held jade swords shook their heads. Including Duan Lingtian and Dong Ming, a total of 7 people agreed to directly combine the 9 swords and search for the Sword Monarch's treasure. Only the other 2 people that held jade swords hadn't made a stand. One of them was one of the 2 middle-aged men that had arrived at the gorge since long ago. The other person was an emaciated old man with a short figure and a pair of cross-eyed eyes. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that the middle-aged man and emaciated old man had suddenly glanced at each other before nodding at the same time. They seemed to have come to some sort of agreement. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed the 2 middle-aged men, the emaciated old man, and the grey-clothed old woman by the emaciated old man's side looked at him at the same time. Precisely speaking, they were looking at him and Han Xuanai who was by his side. What do all of you want to do? Dong Ming's expression went slightly grim. Nothing. I just feel that some people don't have the qualifications to hold jade swords. Why don't you hand over the jade swords and give up 2 spots? The middle-aged man that held the jade sword shook his head as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as if he was narrating something that wasn't important. Exactly. The emaciated old man that similarly held a jade sword nodded in agreement. I have a friend in the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. I originally didn't intend to bring him along. But since there are 2 spots left now, I intend to call him along. He's in existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, and if he enters the Sword Monarch's treasure with us, it'll be extremely helpful to us. The emaciated old man's words caused many people that had grim expressions earlier to heave a sigh of relief. Yeah. They didn't know what dangers were within the Sword Monarch's treasure. But they could be sure of one thing. The stronger one's strength was, the higher one's chances of survival would be. For a time, the gazes of most people descended onto Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. Perhaps, in their eyes, even if a violet-clothed young man around the age of 25 and a yellow-clothed young woman around the age of 15 or 16 entered the Sword Monarch's treasure, they would be of no help to them and would only drag them down. But even though the others felt like this, they didn't speak out and only watched coldly from the sidelines as the situation developed. Dong Ming was included amongst these people. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai were surrounded by the middle-aged man, emaciated old man, and grey-clothed old woman in 4 corners. 4 gazes stared fiercely at the jade sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Kid, if you hand over the jade sword now and leave right away, we can spare your life. Exactly. So long as you hand over the jade sword and give up those 2 spots, there's no enmity between us, so there's no need for us to make a move against you. Kid, put down the jade sword and fuck off if you're sensible. The 4 of them looked at Duan Lingtian, and their words were filled with threats. The atmosphere within the gorge was ready to fight. Of course, there were another 5 groups of people that were watching the show. Brother Ling Tian, Dong Ming who stood nearby frowned, and he was unable to continue watching in the end, so he took a step forward with the intention of rescuing Duan Lingtian. Dong Ming. Meanwhile, the green-clothed old man by Dong Ming's side stopped Dong Ming. Don't get involved in this mess. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Dong Ming's figure stiffened as he glanced at Duan Lingtian with guilt, and then he sighed before withdrawing his footsteps in the end. This scene was clearly noticed by Duan Lingtian. At the same time that warmth arose in his heart, he couldn't help but be slightly enraged. Of course, his rage was directed towards the green-clothed old man. Brother Lingtian, give the jade sword to them. No matter what's within the Sword Monarch's treasure, it's all fake. Only your own life is real, and it's the most important. Dong Ming's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Dong Ming wanted to persuade Duan Lingtian to give up the jade sword and leave. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that Dong Ming had good intentions. No matter what, amongst all the people present, only you have the intention to help me and persuade me. I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor. Duan Lingtian nodded to Dong Ming, and then he sent a voice transmission before changing the topic. But, not just anyone has the ability to seize the jade sword in my hand. Dongming was stunned. It was difficult for him to imagine where exactly this young man's confidence came from. No matter how strong the natural talent of a young man that looked to be around the age of 25 was, at most, a martial artist that had just entered the void initiation stage. As for the other young girl that was around the age of 15 or 16, her ability to fly had already shocked him. As far as he was concerned, the young girl was at most a genius martial artist that had just broken through to the void prying stage. Kid, I'll give you another 5 breaths of time to consider. At that time, if you still haven't put down the jade sword in your hand, then you and this little girl will die for sure. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes that held the jade sword threatened with a grim voice. You're still young and have a great life ahead of you. There's no need to lose your life for a jade sword. The emaciated old man looked at Duan Lingtian with an expressionless face, and even though his tone was flat, it concealed killing intent. Even when facing the threat of another, Duan Lingtian's expression was still calm as before, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai, who was by his side, and asked with a smile. Xuanai, someone wants to seize our jade sword and seize our position to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. What do you think we should do? No one noticed that early on when the two middle-aged men in embroidered clothes, the emaciated old man, and the grey-clothed old woman had surrounded them. Chapter 606. Now, when she heard Duan Lingtian's question, Han Xuanai's beautiful face revealed a smile that could turn the world upside down. Big brother Lingtian, what do you think? Han Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian and seemed to have the intention of allowing Duan Lingtian to decide. From the beginning until the end, Han Xuanai didn't even look the 4 people that surrounded them in the eye. Perhaps, in her eyes, the 4 of them weren't worthy of her looking at them in the eye. I think we can give them a taste of their own medicine. For example, let them make a choice. Either put down the jade sword and live, or be stubborn and die. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and as he finished speaking, his gaze swept past the 4 people that surrounded him and Han Xuanai. Duan Lingtian had only just finished speaking. The surrounding spectators couldn't help but be stunned. Has this young man gone mad? He's obviously courting death. No one looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Dongming frowned. He originally wanted to say something, yet when he saw the confidence that shot out from Duan Lingtian's eyes, he hesitated for a moment instead. Where did brother Lingtian get such confidence from? Dongming's heart was filled with curiosity. Subconsciously, he had a strong intuition. He kept having the feeling that Duan Lingtian's confidence wasn't baseless. On the other hand, the 4 people that surrounded Duan Lingtian, including the 2 middle-aged men in embroidered clothes, the emaciated old man, and the grey-clothed old woman, were stunned for a moment when they heard Duan Lingtian. The emaciated old man was the first to recover from his shock, and he said angrily, "Looks like all of you really don't want to hand over the jade sword. Since it's like this, then I'll send all of you on your way." As soon as the emaciated old man finished speaking, he flashed out like a hawk to pounce towards Duan Lingtian. Vast origin energy condensed into form in his hand to transform into palm prints that covered the sky, and they formed a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped down towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! In the sky, 10 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 7th level of the void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded. It was Han Xuanai, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, who had made her move. She raised her hand, and a biting cold wind swept out to meet the skinny old man. As for the skinny old man, he instantly stopped in his tracks. His entire body turned into an ice sculpture that was connected to the earth, and he remained motionless. As for the palm imprints that filled the sky, they were also destroyed by the extremely cold wind and disappeared without a trace. Within the valley, there was a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, completely dumbfounded. For a moment, only the sound of a gentle breeze could be heard in the valley. A dignified 7th-level void initiation stage expert was frozen into an ice sculpture with a raise of the hand by a 15 or 16-year-old young girl. Old man. The grey-clothed old woman's expression changed drastically. She cried out in grief and pounced towards the ice sculpture, wanting to save the old man who was frozen inside. Stop! Meanwhile, the expressions of the two middle-aged men went grim, and they hurriedly shouted out. But unfortunately, their reminder was still too late. When the grey-clothed old woman's hand touched the ice sculpture, crack! Numerous hideous cracks instantly split open on the ice sculpture, and they were like spider webs that extended towards the surroundings. When the cracks extended to the limit, bang! The ice sculpture transformed into countless pieces of ice that crashed to the ground. Whereas the body of the skinny old man that was frozen within shattered into pieces along with the ice sculpture. Even though the old man was dead, he didn't leave behind even a trace of blood. This strange scene caused the crowd to gasp when they finally came back to their senses. Old man. The old woman was stunned, completely stunned. She killed her husband. I'll kill you. Under his extreme rage, the old woman lost all reason and pounced towards Han Shuanai without regard for her life. The outcome was obvious. The old woman had transformed into an ice sculpture as well, and she stood there with a strange posture. Along with Han Shuanai grunting coldly, she lightly raised her hand to descend onto the ice sculpture, and she instantly shattered the ice sculpture of the old woman into countless pieces. The old woman had followed in the footsteps of her husband. What a terrifying ice concept. Dong Ming's pupils constricted as his heartbeat sped up. Now, he finally understood why Duan Lingtian would be so confident. So it turned out that there was such an expert by Duan Lingtian's side. Killing two 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists was simply as simple as killing chickens or cutting grass. If he didn't see it with his own two eyes, he would find it difficult to believe. A young woman that looked to be at most 15 or 16 years old actually possessed such a terrifying cultivation. Most importantly, the young woman had attacked twice, yet from the beginning until the end, the energy of the heaven and earth hadn't completely condensed into an ancient horned dragon silhouette when she'd already stopped. It caused others to be unable to see through her exact cultivation. Demon. In the next moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Dong Ming's mind. After this thought arose, it was impossible to get rid of. Void transformation stage demon beasts were capable of taking human form, and they were called demons. This was something that was common knowledge. Most importantly, after void transformation stage demon beasts took human form, they had a chance to shape their outer appearance on their own. According to rumor, some demons with strange tempers liked to transform themselves into the appearance of human children. In the foreign lands, it was very likely that a human child that looked to be 7 or 8 years old was a void transformation stage demon, and their strength was extremely terrifying. It wasn't only Dong Ming, there were many others that had similar thoughts. She, the body of Elder who that stood by Dong Ming's side started trembling imperceptibly. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear in his heart when he thought of the conflict he'd had with this young woman earlier. If he really dared make a move at that time, then the consequences were obvious. The young woman killed 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists like cutting grass or killing chickens. He didn't think that he was much stronger than a 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist. Along with the gazes of Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai moving over, it descended onto the two middle-aged men in embroidered clothes that surrounded them. The gazes of the others descended onto the two of them in unison. At this moment, their gazes were filled with pity. You two are the people that completely slaughtered all the higher-ups of the Tang clan, including the Tang clan's patriarch and grand elder 2 days ago. The young man in embroidered clothes that held the jade sword had recalled the incident that gave rise to much discussion in the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city 2 days ago when Han Shuanai made a move. Now, he had no choice but to link that incident with the yellow-clothed young woman before him. Only because their methods were too similar. I remember now. One of the spectating old men couldn't help but exclaim in shock. I heard that a terrifying young woman that had comprehended ice concept made a move 2 days ago to transform all the higher-ups of the Tang clan into ice sculptures and killed them. So it was her. I've heard of that incident as well. Supposedly, That young woman killed 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artists with a raise of her hand. Looks like someone is going to suffer misfortune. The spectating people whispered in discussion. They didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy towards the two middle-aged men that went ghastly pale and shivered. At the bottom of it all, this incident was brought about by the two middle-aged men, and they couldn't blame anyone else. One had to pay for what they did. "I'll give you the jade sword, I'll give you the jade sword. Don't kill me, don't kill me." At this moment, the middle-aged man that held the jade sword had taken the jade sword to be a hot potato, and he hurriedly threw it at Han Shuanai's feet as he spoke in panic. "I'll give you the jade sword, we'll give up the chance to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. We'll leave right now, we'll leave right now." The other middle-aged man in embroidered clothes glanced at Han Shuanai with fear, and when he noticed that Han Shuanai was expressionless, he took a deep breath before the origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed, and he shot into the sky. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes in front instantly followed up when he saw his companion about to leave. "Big brother Ling Tian gave all of you a chance, but all of you didn't cherish it properly." Han Shuanai spoke slowly with a voice that was pleasant to the ear like an aureole, yet when it entered into the ears of everyone present, it was no different than the voice of a devil. Whoosh! Along with Han Shuanai raising her hand, strong winds that were icy cold to the extreme appeared once more and charged into the sky. Instantly, the bodies of the two middle-aged men that had just soared into the sky froze before transforming into two ice sculptures that floated in midair, and they slowly glowed under the rays of the scorching sun. On the other hand, the origin energy on their bodies was ceaselessly suppressed. After a short moment, their origin energy was completely exhausted. The two ice sculptures lost the support of their origin energy and crashed to the ground, shattering into two piles of shattered ice. The gorge was deathly silent once more. Besides Du and Lingtian, the gazes of everyone that looked at Han Shuanai were filled with terror, terror that came from the soul. The ability of this young woman had completely shocked them. If she's a human, she's at least a void interpretation stage expert. Or perhaps, she's a demon that has stepped into the void transformation stage. This was the unanimous thought in the hearts of everyone present. Du and Lingtian took 2 steps forward and searched for a while at the place where the ice sculpture of the emaciated old man shattered, and then he found the jade sword that belonged to the old man. The jade sword was completely intact. Du and Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. No matter what, this jade sword was the key to the Sword Monarch's treasure, and it was something left behind by the Martial Monarch. Unless it was an expert at the Martial Monarch stage or above, it would probably be as difficult as ascending the heavens for an ordinary martial artist to destroy it. Subsequently, Du and Lingtian picked up the jade sword that was by Han Shuanai's feet. For a time, there were 3 jade swords in Du and Lingtian's hand. "Everyone, please withdraw your jade swords and allow the 9 swords to combine into one to lead us to the Sword Monarch's treasure." Du and Lingtian's gaze swept past the remaining 6 groups of people. These people were all people that agreed to combine the 9 swords earlier. Earlier, they didn't refuse allowing the 9 swords to combine into one. Now that they'd witnessed Han Shuanai's extremely terrifying strength, they didn't dare dally and released the jade swords in their hands. On the other hand, Du and Lingtian released the 3 jade swords in his hand as well. Instantly, the 9 jade swords charged into the sky and collided together. A strong light flashed, and it caused everyone to be unable to refrain from instinctively narrowing their eyes. When everyone including Du and Lingtian opened their eyes once more, a completely new jade sword had appeared before their eyes. This was a jade sword that flickered with jade-green flowing lights, and it emitted waves of fierce aura. Swish! The jade sword trembled, and transformed into a streak of green light. Then, it flew straight towards the south. Instantly, numerous figures transformed into flowing lights that chased after it. "Let's go as well." Chapter 607. Big Brother Ling Tian, wait. They'd just flown out for a while when Han Shuanai called out to Du and Lingtian. Just as Du and Lingtian were stunned, a voice rang out. "Big guy." Han Shuanai's voice had already spread out far and wide, and it swept through the entire Pheasant Ridge. Even though Pheasant Ridge was huge, Han Shuanai's voice that contained origin energy still clearly spread out to every corner. Swoosh! In next to no time, an exceedingly enormous figure charged into the sky and appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was precisely the three-eyed flame tiger. I almost forgot about this big fellow. Duan Lingtian started laughing. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai sat on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger, allowing the three-eyed flame tiger to hasten on their journey. With the three-eyed flame tiger's speed, it didn't take long for it to catch up to the 12 people in front. When these 12 people saw a demon beast that was like an enormous mountain catching up to them at first, they thought that they'd alarmed this demon beast, and all of them seemed as if they were facing a great enemy. Brother Ling Tian. Dong Ming's gaze was sharp, and he noticed Duan Lingtian on the back of the demon beast with a single glance, and he was instantly slightly surprised. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded to Dong Ming. Come on up. With this big fellow as your mount, it's much faster than flying by yourself. However, at this moment, Dong Ming seemed as if his acupuncture points had been hit, and he stared blankly at the enormous beast before him. Brother Ling Tian, this demon beast. It wouldn't be the empire-guarding demon beast of our Darkstone Empire, the three-eyed flame tiger, right? Dong Ming fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked with difficulty. Exactly, it's him. Duan Lingtian nodded. Dong Ming was greatly shocked in his heart when he heard this. As a member of the Darkstone Empire, he naturally knew what the three-eyed flame tiger meant to the Darkstone Empire. In the Darkstone Empire, the strongest was none other than King Yong. Below King Yong was the 9th level Void Initiation Stage Demon Beast, the three-eyed flame tiger, and the few 9th level Void Initiation Stage experts of the Imperial family. The empire-guarding demon beast of the Darkstone Empire? Instantly, many people were dumbstruck. The Darkstone Empire's guardian demon beasts were all abducted by them. Some people couldn't help but have this thought. In their opinion, that yellow-clothed girl was like a little demoness. It wasn't strange for her to do anything exaggerated. Moreover, with the yellow-clothed young woman's strength, she was utterly unafraid of the Darkstone Empire. Even if he abducted the Darkstone Empire's divine beast protector, the Darkstone Empire's royal family wouldn't even dare to fart. Under Duan Lingtian's call, Dong Ming landed on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger. Elder Hu. At this moment, Dong Ming called out to the azure-clothed old man, wanting the old man to ascend onto the incomparably spacious back of the three-eyed flame tiger. However, the green-clothed old man shook his head and refused Dong Ming's good intentions. What a joke. Just now, he had a conflict with the two of them. At this time, not to mention that he was too embarrassed to sit on the other party's demonic beast, even if he shamelessly sat on it, he was afraid that he would be blasted off by the other party. He could feel the hostility of the yellow-clothed girl towards him. A day's time passed very quickly. However, the speed of the jade sword did not slow down in the slightest. Where exactly is the sword monarch's treasure? After 3 days and 3 nights, some people were unable to restrain themselves. Even if one was made of iron, flying for 3 days and 3 nights would more or less cause one to feel a trace of exhaustion. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 that sat upright on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger, and their eyes were filled with envy, and they wished for nothing more than to be able to ascend and allow the three-eyed flame tiger to give them a ride. But they didn't have the guts. Who knew if they did this, the yellow-clothed young woman would freeze them into ice sculptures as well? When they recalled the 4 people that had died at the hands of the young woman 3 days ago, they still had a lingering fear in their hearts. Who? Duan Lingtian, who sat on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger, awoke from his cultivation, and his gaze flickered. My cultivation has finally approached the bottleneck before the 2nd level of the Void Initiation stage. It's time to consume the Spirit Void fruit. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, a crystalline and translucent spirit fruit appeared in his hand. A dense fragrance spread out. Spirit Void fruit. Han Xuanai looked at the spirit fruit at the first possible moment, and although she was slightly surprised, she didn't take it seriously. The spirit void fruit was of no use to her now. But, Han Xuanai not taking the spirit void fruit seriously didn't mean that the others didn't take it seriously as well. At this moment, everyone including Dong Ming stared at the spirit void fruit in Duan Lingtian's hand with burning gazes. If it wasn't for them being afraid of the young woman's terrifying strength, they'd probably have swarmed over long ago and seized the spirit void fruit in Duan Lingtian's hand. The spirit void fruit was a spirit fruit used exclusively by void initiation stage martial artists. Even if it was a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist that consumed it, it would still be extremely helpful. Besides Han Shuanai, all the people present were void initiation stage martial artists, and all of them had covetous eyes when they saw the spirit void fruit in Duan Lingtian's hand. Squeak squeak tilde hiss hiss tilde presently, even little gold, little black, and little white that were hidden under the sleeves of Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai were slightly restless. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian stuffed the spirit void fruit in his hand into his mouth and swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. A warm flow followed along his throat and flowed into his body. He was able to clearly sense the vast medicinal strength contained within the warm flow. This spirit void fruit was precisely obtained from the Dark Han Dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion's master, Xiong Ying, and he didn't consume it earlier because he was waiting for an opportunity. Although the medicinal strength of the spirit void fruit couldn't be considered to be top amongst the spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists, but to a first-level void initiation stage martial artist, it was undoubtedly extremely strong. After he broke through to the void initiation stage, Duan Lingtian had a plan. Once his cultivation at the first level of the void initiation stage stabilized and advanced a step further, he would consume the spirit void fruit and strive to break through 2 levels in one go in a short period of time. Directly step into the 3rd level of the void initiation stage. If it wasn't for this, Duan Lingtian would have consumed the spirit void fruit when he'd just broken through to the 1st level of the void initiation stage that day. As the saying goes, good steel should be used on the blade, and Duan Lingtian was precisely waiting for this moment. After consuming the spirit void fruit, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and started to meditate and cultivate. As for chasing after the jade sword and heading to the sword monarch's treasure, there was utterly no need for him to worry with the 3-eyed flame tiger as his mount. What he could do now was cultivate seriously and see if he had the time to smoothly break through to the 3rd level of the void initiation stage before entering the sword monarch's treasure. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's entire body and mind were immersed in cultivation. Time silently flowed by. The jade sword that led the way ahead was like a machine that didn't know exhaustion, and it flew day after day. A month of time passed in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged on the back of the 3-eyed flame tiger, finally moved. Duan Lingtian, who'd cultivated for an entire month, opened his eyes that were like dazzling stars, and at the same time, he spat out a mouthful of foul air. Finally, a brilliant smile bloomed on Duan Lingtian's face. 3rd level of the void initiation stage. He'd broken through. As he felt the vast origin energy in his body, and especially when he saw the nascent soul within his dantian that was becoming more and more illusory, Duan Lingtian's mood couldn't help but surge. The increase in his strength also gave Duan Lingtian a strong sense of confidence. After all, his confidence had been struck black and blue by Han Shuanai on more than one occasion before this. But now that he'd broken through to the 3rd level of the void initiation stage, he'd gotten over it. Every single person had their own fortuitous encounters. Just like Han Shuanai. The reason why she had such a terrifying cultivation was because of her extraordinary background. In the past, I'd underestimated the power behind Shuanai. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Han Shuanai, who sat nearby and cultivated with her eyes closed, and he sighed in his heart. At that time, I thought that the power Shuanai belonged to would at most provide her with various spirit fruits. Now, based on the ice concept that Shuanai possesses, the power she belongs to might even have the conditions to provide her with concept fragments. Things that were even more precious than spirit fruits in Cloud Continent. When the martial artists of Cloud Continent were at the Void Realm, they comprehended force and concept. Amongst them, force was only the foundation of concept. At the Void Initiation stage, one comprehended concept. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of it. The concept that void initiation stage martial artists came into contact with was actually only void initiation concept, and it was commonly called elementary concept. Elementary concept was divided into 9 levels. Every increase in level would allow one to gain the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Since there was elementary concept, there was naturally intermediate concept as well. Intermediate concept was the common name of void interpretation concept. If a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist wanted to step into the void interpretation stage, then the martial artist must break through on the foundation of 9th level elementary concept and comprehend intermediate concept. If the martial artist didn't satisfy this condition, then the martial artist would be unable to step into the void interpretation stage. Intermediate concept was similar to elementary concept, and it was divided into 9 levels as well. First level intermediate concept was comparable to the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons. Every increase in level was able to provide an increase of 10 ancient horned dragons' strength. 9th level intermediate concept was comparable to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. If a 9th level void interpretation stage martial artist wanted to step into the void transformation stage, it was the same. The martial artist must break through on the foundation of 9th level intermediate concept and comprehend advanced concept. Advanced concept was the common name of void transformation concept. First level advanced concept was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Every increase in level was able to provide an increase of 100 ancient horned dragons' strength. 9th level advanced concept was comparable to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. On the other hand, to a certain extent, advanced concept had completely surpassed elementary concept and intermediate concept. A martial artist that had comprehended first-level advanced concept would develop a concept fragment in the depths of his mind, and it was similar to the inner core of a fierce beast or demon beast. A concept fragment contained the comprehension of a martial artist that had comprehended advanced concept towards a certain type of advanced concept. This sort of martial artist was usually in existence at the void transformation stage, and once he was killed, his opponent would mercilessly seize his concept fragment. A concept fragment was the concept crystal of a void transformation stage martial artist. If it was obtained by another martial artist that had comprehended a similar concept, then the martial artist would even be able to rely on it to speed up the process of comprehending that concept. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.